Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 2 of Shadows That Bind. A twist of fate changes everything when Shikamaru's sister, Hotaru Nara, befriends a lonely Naruto during their academy days. With her genius guidance, Naruto overcomes his early shortfalls, and the Nara clan practically adopts him into their fold, shaping him into a much more strategic shinobi. But destiny has more in store. During a training trip after becoming a Genin, Naruto crosses paths with Karin Uzumaki, who is desperately fleeing the land of grass. Brought together by their shared Uzumaki blood, a new bond is formed. Caught between his childhood connection with Hotaru and a sudden, deep tie to Karin, Naruto finds himself in the middle of a complex love triangle. Two paths, two kunoichi. Which will he choose? This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters and the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Dark Knight 1994, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 11 The Morning Stillness. Dawn crept slowly over the Nara forest. Mist hung low between the pines, heavy and still, as if the land itself refused to breathe. Inside the compound, seals glowed faintly along the walls, pulsing like veins of amber light. The air smelled of smoke, iron, and cold rain. Hotaru stirred, half waking from a light, uneasy sleep. Her cheek rested against the edge of the futon, her arm draped loosely across the boy lying beside her. Naruto. He was breathing evenly now, a steady rhythm that had soothed her through the night. His shoulder and forearm were wrapped tight in clean white bandages, the faint scent of burnt chakra still clinging to his skin. She'd refused to leave him. Not after yesterday. The attack at the training ground had come without warning, swift, practiced, deliberate. Shikamaru and Naruto had been running formation drills when the air turned thick with killing intent. Smoke tags. Steel. By the time Hotaru and Renya felt the chakra spike from the village and sprinted there, the field was already burning. Naruto had been on his knees, bleeding, half-conscious, eyes flaring with a light that wasn't the fox's. It had been different, cold, ancient, powerful. Hotaru could still see it every time she blinked. She'd carried him back herself, Renya at her side, both covered in soot and blood. Akira was out of the village. It fell to her family to heal him, seal the compound, and keep the village from knowing too much. Now, in the still hush of morning, Hotaru turned her head just enough to see his face. He looked young in sleep. Too young for the weight that kept finding him. She brushed a strand of hair from his forehead, chakra feathering from her fingertips, scanning for illusion, distortion, anything foreign. Nothing, just him. Her shoulders eased. "You scared me again," she whispered. "You really have to stop doing that." Naruto didn't stir. His hand twitched once against the blanket before falling still again. Hotaru smiled faintly, exhaustion heavy in her bones. She'd promised herself she'd stay awake. But sometime before dawn, her body betrayed her, sliding down beside him, arm instinctively tightening around his middle. The seals hummed softly through the walls. The world outside held its breath. For now, that was enough. The faint creak of the door drew her eyes open again. Renya stepped in, dressed in her mission jacket, expression soft but weary. "You didn't move all night." Hotaru blinked the sleep from her eyes. "Didn't plan to." Renya knelt beside the futon, gaze flicking to Naruto. "He's breathing better." "Yeah." Renya touched the edge of the blanket, as if to reassure herself he was real. "He scared the hell out of us." Hotaru's mouth curved faintly. "He's good at that." "Shikamaru's up," Renya added. "Your father's got him in the study with your mom. They're going over what happened." Hotaru nodded but didn't move. "You go. I'll come soon." Renya hesitated before leaving. "Hotaru," when his eyes changed out there, "did you see it clearly?" Hotaru's expression shifted. Just a flash. Red, but not fox red. Brighter, like sunlight through blood. Renia frowned. Shikamaru said it felt like everything froze. It did, Hotaru said softly. Renia didn't press further. Alright, I'll keep them busy. She gave one last look at Naruto and slipped out, the door whispering shut behind her. Nara Study Hall. The study smelled of ink and cedar. Scrolls were unrolled across the table, chakra detection papers pinned under stones. Shikaku sat at the head, arms folded. Yoshino stood behind him, calm but sharp-eyed. Shikamaru sat across from them, one arm bandaged, fatigue settling behind his eyes. Renia entered quietly and bowed. He's resting. Hotaru's still with him. Shikaku nodded. Good. Sit. Let's hear it again. Shikamaru sighed. We were mid-drill. Naruto had just pulled a clone formation. Timing was decent for once. Then the ground blew out from under him. Smoke tags, precise placement. 4 attackers, too close, too range. Not random, Shikaku murmured. Not a chance. They moved like trained Anbu but wrong patterning, no insignia. They were aiming for him, not us. Yoshino's eyes narrowed. And the light? Shikamaru's tone turned uneasy. That's the part one can't explain. His eyes change. Red, not fox orange, lighter, almost gold at the edges. Everything went still. The shadows froze. I couldn't move. None of us could. Renia nodded. I felt it from the tree line. Like time skipped a heartbeat. Then the genjutsu snapped on its own, Shikamaru said quietly. Naruto wasn't using any counter-seal, but the enemy's illusion shattered. 2 of them, burned from the inside out. Burned? Yoshino repeated. He shook his head. No fire. Just chakra collapse. Gone. Renia added. When I reached him, the air was filled with gold particles, like dust. His eyes were bleeding, and the ground was fused in a perfect rain. Shikaku leaned back, gaze unfocused as he pieced the picture together. Not Biju chakra, not anything recorded. He looked to his wife. If the council hears about this, they'll call it a threat. Yoshino's tone was flat. Then we make sure they don't. Shikaku nodded once. Keep this quiet. No reports leave the clan. We study it here, and protect that boy until we understand what woke inside him. Renia's jaw tightened. And if the attackers come again? Shikaku's eyes went cold. Then they don't leave next time. Later that morning, Naruto woke to the faint smell of tea and sunlight spilling across the futon. He blinked, groggy, before realizing someone was still beside him. Hotaru stirred as he shifted, her head lifting from his shoulder. Morning, she said softly. He blinked again, confusion giving way to memory. You're still here? Obviously, she said. Someone had to make sure you didn't set yourself on fire again. He tried to sit up, winced, and fell back with a groan. Hotaru caught his shoulder. Slow. You drained yourself dry yesterday. Feels like I got hit by a mountain, he muttered. You almost did. Naruto blinked, fragments flashing back, blades, heat, red light. I remember the fight. But after that, things got strange. I saw their chakra, all of it. Threads running through everything. Then it burned. Hotaru stayed quiet. He hesitated, lowering his voice. I saw someone too. My mom. Her eyes softened immediately. You're sure? He nodded faintly. She smiled. Said something. I couldn't hear it all. There was someone beside her, but I couldn't see his face. Just warmth. Like I knew him, but I don't. Hotaru reached out, her hand brushing his. Then maybe you're not as alone as you think. He looked at her, tired, vulnerable, hopeful. You really think that? She gave a faint smile. I think she's still watching. So maybe listen when she tells you to rest. He chuckled weakly. You sound like her. I'll take that as a compliment. Naruto's eyes drifted closed again, exhaustion claiming him. She said she was proud. Hotaru whispered, she should be. The kitchen. The smell of rice and grilled fish carried through the hall. By the time Naruto could stand again, Hotaru had insisted on walking him herself. Sure you can walk? She asked, one hand ready to catch him. I've walked through worse, he said, forcing a grin. Besides, if I stay in bed any longer, your mom's gonna start spoon-feeding me. She might, Hotaru said dryly. And you'd deserve it. They stepped into the kitchen, sunlight spilling over polished wood. Yoshino turned from the stove, a knowing smile tugging at her lips. Well, look who survived the night. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. Hey, Yoshino-san. Sorry about, bleeding on your floors again. Floors can be cleaned. The people on them can't. Hotaru helped him sit, then joined him. Yoshino poured them both tea, eyes twinkling. You stayed in there all night, didn't you? Hotaru blinked. He was having chakra convulsions. Of course he was, Yoshino said lightly. And you cured them by sleeping on his shoulder? Naruto choked on his tea. What? She was, Mom. Hotaru snapped, face red. Yoshino laughed softly. Relax. I'm teasing. You both earned breakfast and a little embarrassment. Naruto mumbled something about troublesome families, earning him a smirk from Hotaru. Yoshino's expression softened. Eat, then listen. The compound stays sealed until we're sure it's safe. Hotaru, don't let him out of your sight. Understood? Hotaru nodded. Yes, ma'am. Naruto sighed. I can handle myself, you know. Yoshino refilled his tea. Of course. Humor me anyway. I'd rather not test the stain remover twice. He gave up, grinning faintly. Yes, ma'am. The door slid open again. Morning, came Shikaku's voice. Hotaru straightened. Dad. Naruto nodded quickly. Morning, sir. Shikaku stepped in, still wearing his mission vest, hair loose, faint smoke scent clinging to him. He took in the sight before him. His daughter beside the blonde boy, both halfway through breakfast, then moved to sit. Ground's clear, he said finally, taking the cup Yoshino set down for him. Residue burned deep into the soil. Circular pattern, not fox chakra. Naruto frowned. Then what was it? That's what we're figuring out, Shikaku said. Until we do, this stays quiet. He took a slow sip of tea. You fought well. Dumb, but well. You bought Shikamaru enough time to get a signal flare up. That saved your lives. Naruto blinked. I didn't really think about it. Just moved. Shikaku gave a quiet hum. That's why you're still alive. He stood after finishing his tea, adjusting his vest. No training today. The clan's on alert. If you leave this house, Hotaru goes with you. Clear? Yes, sir, Naruto said immediately. Shikaku paused, studying him, weighing the boy behind the words. Then his tone softened. Good to finally meet you properly, Naruto. The blonde looked startled, then smiled. You too, sir. Shikaku gave a brief nod and turned toward the door. Yoshino followed him with a knowing look. When they were gone, Naruto slumped back. He's intense. Hotaru chuckled. He likes you. That's him liking me? If he didn't, he'd have sent you home. Naruto grinned. Guess I'll take it. The porch. Outside, the morning mist was lifting, pale sunlight pushing through the trees. Shikaku and Yoshino stepped onto the porch together. Neither spoke at first, just the sound of birds returning to the forest. Yoshino crossed her arms. You were easier on him than I expected. He's still healing, Shikaku said. Besides, he's not the problem. The thing that woke inside him is. Yoshino watched the seals faintly glowing along the garden walls. You don't think it's the nine tails? No. Fox chakra leaves anger behind. This didn't. It felt older. Older? Like chakra that remembers being wild, he murmured. Not hostile, just unshackled. She glanced at him. And now it's inside a 16-year-old boy. He exhaled slowly. Yeah. They stood together in silence. Finally Yoshino said, You'll tell the Hokage? Not yet, Shikaku said. If the council hears, they'll panic. He needs protection, not interrogation. Yoshino's gaze hardened. Then we keep it quiet. He nodded. Until we know what we're dealing with. Yoshino looked back toward the kitchen, where laughter drifted faintly through the open window. She cares about him. I noticed, Shikaku said, a faint smirk tugging at his mouth. Guess the girl inherited your stubborn streak. Mine? She said with mock offense. You're the one who taught her not to back down. Troublesome woman, he muttered affectionately. Yoshino smiled, leaning lightly against him. Always. They stood together in quiet understanding, two parents, two veterans, two shadows watching over the next generation. Shikaku's gaze turned toward the forest line, where sunlight cut through the mist. Whoever sent those assassins isn't done. Then we'll be ready, Yoshino said firmly. He nodded. We will. The seals along the walls pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat. Inside, laughter carried, soft, unguarded, alive. For a brief moment, that was enough. The sun was sinking behind the trees when Hotaru finally had enough of the stillness inside the house. She rose from her cushion, turned toward Naruto, and said, Up. Naruto blinked. Up where? To the lake, she said, already catching his wrist. He resisted half-heartedly. You're kidding. We're still on lockdown. Lockdown, not house arrest, she shot back. You need air. You look like you're turning into furniture. He sighed but let her pull. You're worse than your mom. Take that as a compliment. They were halfway down the hall when another voice drifted lazily from behind them. Your dad said you'd try this. They both turned to find Shikamaru leaning against the doorframe, hands in his pockets, looking every bit the unwilling chaperone. He also said I'm supposed to make sure the invalid doesn't fall in and drown, he added. Hotaru groaned. So he sent you to babysit? His word was, observe. Mine's, babysit. Same thing. Naruto grinned. Come on, it'll be fun. Shikamaru's expression said otherwise. Nothing you two do ever stays simple. But fine. If you're going, I'm coming. By the lake. They followed the narrow path through the Nara woods, where the air smelled of wet pine and the last light turned the mist gold. The seals along the outer wall pulsed faintly behind them, a low heartbeat that never truly stopped. Hotaru was the first to step out onto the lakeside clearing. She knelt and touched the surface with her fingertips. Still warm. Naruto dropped beside her, pulling off his sandals and letting his feet hang over the bank. Better than being trapped inside. Shikamaru yawned and sat a few paces behind them, cross-legged in the grass. You realize if either of you explodes again, I'm writing a report that blames you both. Duly noted, Hotaru said. Naruto smirked. Relax. We're just sitting. Shikamaru lay back, hands behind his head. That's what you said before the forest caught fire last time. Hotaru flicked a pebble at him. You could try having faith. I prefer survival, he muttered. Naruto laughed, and for a few minutes the sound of their voices mixed with the ripple of water and the first chirp of evening insects. Hotaru let herself breathe. The lake mirrored the darkening sky perfectly, and the tension that had gripped her shoulders all day finally eased. Naruto glanced at her reflection in the water. Feels weird, like none of it happened. It's supposed to, she said. That's how you start healing. He frowned slightly. Still feels wrong to just sit here after everything. Then call it practice, Shikamaru said from the grass. For when we get old and boring. Naruto chuckled. You're already there. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered, but there was a smile behind it. They stayed until the sun was gone and the sky went indigo, the lake turning to liquid glass. When the laughter faded, they sat quietly, three silhouettes against the mirrored water. Hotaru leaned forward, elbows on her knees. They'll come again, won't they? Probably, Shikamaru said. Naruto's voice was steady. Then we'll be ready. Shikamaru cracked an eye open. You sound sure. I have to be, Naruto said. If I'm scared, other people get hurt. Hotaru's tone softened. You're not alone in that, you know. He smiled faintly at her. You keep saying that. Then start believing it. Shikamaru groaned, sitting up. All right, before this turns into some emotional confession, can we head back? My mom will kill me if we're late for dinner. Hotaru threw him a look but stood, brushing grass from her pants. Fine. Babysitter's orders. Naruto laughed, standing with her. Guess we better listen. The walk back. They started up the stone path, lanterns flickering to life one by one along the walkway. Shikamaru trailed behind, half awake, muttering about troublesome couples under his breath. Hotaru ignored him, slowing her steps until she fell in beside Naruto again. You've been quiet, he said. I'm thinking. About? The lake. He smiled faintly. It's peaceful. Yeah. She hesitated, then leaned her head lightly against his good shoulder as they walked. He stiffened for a second, then relaxed. You okay? He asked quietly. Just deciding where to build our house. He blinked. Our what? She smiled without looking up. Nothing. The moonlight caught on her hair. The path glowed pale ahead of them. In her mind, she could already see it. The quiet spot by the water. A porch facing the sunrise. Laughter in the evenings instead of alarm bells. Naruto gave her a puzzled glance. You're smiling again. Should I be worried? Always, she said softly. He chuckled. You really are strange. I learned from the best. They reached the gate. Shikamaru yawned loudly behind them. If you're done being cute, can we go eat? Hotaru rolled her eyes. Go ahead, babysitter. He muttered something about retirement sounding better every day and trudged off ahead. Naruto lingered a moment longer, looking back toward the lake. The moon hung above it, silver and endless. Beautiful, huh? He said. Hotaru nodded. Someday, I'm going to build something there. He smiled at her. Then I'll help. They stepped through the archway together, the seals along the wall humming softly as the door slid shut behind them. The night settled around the Nara compound, calm, guarded, and, for the first time in days, peaceful. The Nara compound had gone quiet. Lanterns burned low in the hallways, the air thick with the faint scent of pine smoke and green tea. Outside, the forest breathed, slow, steady, alive. In the kitchen, the light was soft and golden. Steam curled from the last wash basin as Hotaru stood beside her mother, sleeves rolled up, drying dishes in rhythm with the quiet creak of the floorboards. Yoshino hummed as she rinsed a pot. "Your father's already out. Shikamaru too. I heard Naruto snoring down the hall before I even reached the kitchen." Hotaru smiled, a tired sound but a real one. "Guess the lockdown worked. Everyone's trapped and asleep." "Peaceful," Yoshino said, passing her a plate. "I like peaceful." "So do I." For a moment, neither spoke. The only sound was water and cloth, the steady ritual of home after chaos. Then Yoshino asked, tone light but knowing, "You three went up to the lake again?" Hotaru hesitated, then nodded. "He needed fresh air. Shikamaru came too." "Of course he did. Your father's idea of supervision." Hotaru snorted softly. "He pretended it was his own choice." "I'm sure he did," Yoshino said, amused. She handed her daughter another bowl, watching her face. "That lake's always been a good place for thinking." Hotaru's eyes softened at the mention of it. "It's quiet there, the trees block most of the wind, and the water's so still it mirrors everything. You can see the sky clear enough to forget where you are for a while." Yoshino smiled faintly. "You always liked that. Even when you were small, you'd sneak down there and sit until your father sent me after you." Hotaru laughed quietly. "I remember. You'd bring tea and pretend you weren't keeping watch." "Of course," Yoshino said. "Mothers are sneaky by nature." They worked in silence again, the clinking of plates soft against the hush of the house. Then Yoshino glanced sideways, voice casual but edged with playfulness. "You know, everyone already knows the poor blonde's trapped." Hotaru froze mid-motion. "Mom." Her mother's smirk was pure Nara mischief. "You can relax, sweetheart. We're all in agreement. He's yours, whether he's figured it out yet or not." Hotaru groaned, covering her face with the towel. "You're all impossible. Practical," Yoshino corrected. "We Naras have a way of catching what we want. Shadows and hearts both." Hotaru peeked at her through her fingers. "It's Naras, huh?" Yoshino chuckled. "Exactly. You thought you'd escaped it? Look at me and your father. I cornered that man under a maple tree and never let him go. You're just carrying on the family tradition." Hotaru rolled her eyes but couldn't hide her smile. "You're worse than Shikamaru." "Flattery," Yoshino said lightly. "But tell me something, that lake. You picked a spot, didn't you?" Hotaru hesitated, color creeping into her cheeks. "Maybe. Where?" Yoshino's tone softened, almost motherly curiosity rather than teasing. Hotaru set down the dish and leaned her hands on the counter, eyes drifting toward the open porch door. "There's a clearing near the far bank, where the moss grows thick and the pines lean close over the water. In the mornings, the sun hits it first. You can see the mist burn away in slow ribbons." She smiled a little at the image. "If you built there, you'd wake up to the reflection of the sky every day." Yoshino followed her gaze toward the night beyond the porch. "It's a good place," she said quietly. "Private, close enough to hear the frogs, far enough from the main hall to have your peace." Hotaru looked back at her, startled by the gentleness in her tone. "You really don't mind?" "Mind?" Yoshino gave a soft laugh. "He's polite, works hard, and somehow makes you smile even when you're furious. Around here, that's practically sainthood." Hotaru ducked her head, smiling despite herself. "He's different." "I know," Yoshino said simply. "That's why we like him." For a moment they just stood there, mother and daughter, the air warm and still. Yoshino reached out, brushing a loose strand of hair behind Hotaru's ear. "Just remember, building anything worth keeping takes time, houses, trust, people. But if that's truly the spot you want, don't let anyone talk you out of it." Hotaru nodded, voice quiet. "I won't." "Good." Yoshino's smile turned teasing again. "And for what it's worth, I think a porch there would suit you both." "Mom, what?" "I'm just saying." Hotaru groaned, but it turned into a laugh, soft and helpless. They finished drying the last dishes together, the rhythm calm and steady. The frogs croaked faintly from the garden pond, and moonlight spilled across the floor in pale silver lines. When Yoshino finally spoke again, her tone was soft and full of quiet pride. "Go get some rest, Hotaru. Tomorrow will be loud again. Hotaru nodded. Good night, Mom. Good night, dear. As Hotaru left, Yoshino watched her go with a small smile, the kind that carried both amusement and affection. Then she turned toward the open porch door, looking out into the night. The lake shimmered faintly through the trees, its surface smooth as glass. Fireflies drifted low over the water, their lights winking like distant stars. Yoshino's voice came barely above a whisper. Troublesome girl, already planning forever. Morning at the Nara compound. Mist drifted low across the Nara fields, thin as breath. The deer were already moving through the grass, their quiet steps echoing softly between the trees. Inside, the kitchen glowed with early light and the smell of rice and grilled fish. Hotaru stood beside the counter, sleeves rolled to her elbows, stirring the pot while her mother arranged dishes with practiced grace. You were smiling in your sleep again, Yoshino said, voice teasing as always. Hotaru blinked. I was not. Oh, you were, Yoshino replied, eyes glinting. And you said something about the view from the lake. Hotaru froze mid-stir, shoulders stiffening. You were eavesdropping. I was passing by your room, Yoshino said innocently. You talk loudly, dear. She leaned her hip against the counter, folding her arms. So tell me, where exactly is this perfect spot by the lake you keep dreaming about? Hotaru hesitated, then sighed. It's just, there's a hill overlooking the water. Quiet. You can see the deer trails in the morning and the fireflies at night. Her tone softened. When we were walking back yesterday, it just felt right. Like it belonged to us. Us? Yoshino repeated, a slow smile forming. Hotaru's cheeks flushed. I meant, me. I mean, Yoshino chuckled and brushed a strand of hair from her daughter's face. No, you meant us. Don't pretend otherwise. Hotaru tried to look annoyed, but her lips betrayed a small, guilty smile. Yoshino turned back to the kettle, humming. A house by the lake, Sounds like you've been planning for a while. I wasn't planning anything, Hotaru said quickly. It just felt peaceful. Like somewhere I'd want to end up someday. Her mother tilted her head. With him? Hotaru's breath caught. Maybe. Yoshino's voice softened, losing its playful edge. He's good for you. You've steadied since he came here. Your father sees it too. Hotaru looked down at the pot, stirring slower now. He makes things feel simpler. Like, everything fits. That's how you know, Yoshino said quietly. When it's not about grand gestures, just quiet mornings like this. A gentle silence lingered, broken only by the simmer of rice and the crackle of the pan. Then Yoshino smirked again, voice returning to its usual mischief. Still, if you're building a house down there, you'd better plan for an extra room. I'm not hauling grandkids from the village every weekend. Hotaru choked on air. Mom. Yoshino laughed outright, eyes shining. Oh, come now. I just like thinking ahead. You Naras are practical, remember? Hotaru groaned, covering her face. I'm never telling you anything again. Too late, Yoshino said, smug as ever. I already see the floor plan in my head. That's when Naruto wandered in, rubbing his eyes, shirt still crooked from sleep. He blinked at them both, sensing he'd walked into something. Morning, he said. Yoshino's tone turned smooth and sweet. Morning, Naruto. We were just discussing real estate. Hotaru's found the perfect place to build something. Hotaru spun. Mom. Naruto blinked, confused but smiling. Oh, you mean that spot by the lake? Yeah, that place is great. You can see the sunset on the water. Yoshino's grin widened. See? He already approves. Hotaru gave up trying to win that battle. Yoshino's laughter filled the room as the morning sunlight spilled through the shoji screens, warm, bright, and full of promise. Breakfast. The table was already set when Shikamaru shuffled in, hair half tied and eyes still half shut. He dropped into his seat with a yawn that could have scared crows off the roof. Morning, he muttered. Barely, Yoshino said, placing bowls of rice and miso. Your father left early for a Genin council. Try not to sleep through breakfast for once. Shikamaru grunted, picking up his chopsticks. Hotaru carried the last tray to the table, setting it down gently. She slid a bowl toward Naruto, who looked up at her with that same easy smile. Thanks, he said. She nodded, sitting beside him, closer than necessary. Their knees brushed under the table. She didn't move hers. Yoshino noticed, of course. She always did. She hid a knowing smile behind her teacup. You two make quite the picture this morning, she said. Hotaru, remember to eat your breakfast too, not just watch him eat his. Hotaru nearly dropped her chopsticks. Mom, Naruto blinked between them, utterly lost. Thank you, Yoshino-san. This is amazing. Better than anything I've ever. He caught himself, voice softening. It's really good. The compliment melted Yoshino's teasing. She smiled warmly. Eat as much as you like, dear. There's plenty. Across the table, Shikamaru smirked faintly. Careful, Naruto. Keep saying stuff like that and she'll start packing you lunchboxes. Yoshino flicked her son's ear. Don't tease your teammate at the table. Shikamaru rubbed it, mumbling, troublesome. Hotaru shook her head, pretending to focus on her food. Ignore him, she muttered to Naruto. He's barely awake. Naruto chuckled. It's fine. Feels kinda nice, you know? Eating like this. Like family. The table fell quiet for a heartbeat. Even Shikamaru looked up. Yoshino's voice turned soft again. That's because you are. Naruto blinked, taken off guard. His smile came slow but real, the kind that warmed the air around him. Thank you. Hotaru's gaze lingered on him, the faintest smile tugging at her lips. Beneath the table, her foot brushed against his ankle, a quiet promise, unspoken and sure. Yoshino caught it, of course. She didn't say a word this time. She only sipped her tea, content, her expression gentle and knowing. Outside, sunlight slipped through the trees, the deer grazing in silence as laughter and warmth filled the Nara home. Hokage's office, late morning. Sunlight slanted through the wide windows of the Hokage's office, cutting soft lines across the tatami floor. The scent of tobacco and old paper lingered in the still air. Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned back in his chair, pipe resting between his fingers, as the door slid open with a quiet hiss. Enter. Shikaku Nara stepped inside, hands in his pockets, expression calm as ever. His dark eyes flicked once toward the desk stacked with reports before settling on the Hokage. You wanted to see me? Hiruzen smiled faintly. You're early. That's unusual. Yoshino woke me up with a list of chores, Shikaku said dryly. Coming here was the lesser evil. The old man chuckled, gesturing toward the chair across from him. Then I'll try not to keep you long, before she adds me to that list. Shikaku sat, slouching slightly but fully attentive. What's this about? Hiruzen set his pipe down. Naruto Uzumaki. Shikaku's brow twitched. The boy living with us. Yes, Hiruzen said, nodding. Akira's report mentioned you've taken him in for a while. I wanted to hear directly from you, how he's adjusting. Shikaku rubbed the back of his neck. He's adapting. Eats like a bear. Trains like he's got something to prove. He paused, then added more softly, he's got a good heart. Loud, but honest. Hiruzen smiled at that. He reminds you of someone? His mother, Shikaku admitted. I met Kushina a few times in my younger days. The same fire's there, but he's got Minato's way of looking at things. Seeing the simple path through the mess. The Hokage's eyes dimmed with a mix of pride and ache. He carries both of them more than he realizes. Then it's honest to make sure he lives long enough to figure that out, Shikaku said. Hiruzen inclined his head. Akira tells me the team dynamic is strong. Hotaru, Shikamaru, and Naruto balance each other well. Still, there are whispers. Council? Hiruzen nodded. They wonder if it's wise, placing the boy with another clan heir. They fear tension. Or favoritism. Shikaku snorted. The council's always afraid of something. The boy's not a weapon, Hiruzen. He's just a kid trying to be seen. Hotaru sees him. That's more than most in this village ever did. The Hokage's smile deepened, thin but genuine. You approve, then? I do, Shikaku said simply. He works hard, respects my wife, even helps with dinner. Frankly, I wish some of the clan brats showed half his manners. Hiruzen chuckled, shaking his head. Coming from you, that's high praise. I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it, Shikaku replied. He's raw, but steadying. Akira's drilling formation work into him. The boy listens, even when he pretends he doesn't. Hiruzen leaned forward slightly. And Hotaru? She's protective, Shikaku said. Yoshino keeps teasing, says our daughter's already picked her future. But I can't fault her judgment. The Hokage exhaled through his nose, smiling through the pipe smoke. So the Nara compound has gained another shadow. Seems that way. Silence stretched a moment, the steady tick of a wall clock filling it. Finally Hiruzen said quietly, keep him close, Shikaku. Not because he's the fourth son, but because he's Naruto. The world won't give him peace easily. Shikaku rose, slipping his hands back into his pockets. He's got it while he's under our roof. I'll see to that. The old Hokage nodded. Thank you, my friend. Don't thank me yet, Shikaku said as he turned for the door. Yoshino's the one feeding him. She's already plotting extra portions. That earned a real laugh from Hiruzen. Then he's in good hands. Troublesome ones, Shikaku corrected, stepping out. The door slid shut, leaving Hiruzen alone with his thoughts and the thin wisp of smoke curling through the morning air. A single ray of sunlight glinting off the photo of a young blonde Hokage on his desk. Chapter 12 The Return of the Storm. The Hokage's office was silent, save for the soft rasp of sandals on polished wood. Akira Kurosawa stood before the desk, dust clinging to her flak jacket, the journey's grit still on her shoulders. Her eyes, gray and storm-bright, fixed on Hiruzen Sarutobi like a blade ready to draw blood. So, she said at last, voice low, dangerous. You sent me to guard a caravan while my students were nearly kidnapped inside the village. Hiruzen let out a long breath, the pipe in his hand unlit. Akira, don't. Her chakra flared, a pulse that rustled papers and shook the pen from his stand. Don't tell me this was handled. Root moved against my team. Against Naruto Uzumaki. While I was gone. Her jaw tightened, anger trembling behind discipline. He's a genin, Hiruzen. A boy, my student, and you let that snake crawl out of his hole. The Hokage set the pipe down. You know I didn't authorize it. Danzo's movements were already under watch. The Anbu intercepted before anyone was harmed. Before harm, Akira laughed once, sharp and bitter. You think that means anything to a boy who's been hunted since birth? To Hotaru, who had to fight one of those masked cowards herself? Or Shikamaru, who stood between them? Her voice caught, just once, and she turned away before it could show. Hiruzen's tone softened. They're safe. Shikaku and Yoshino have taken them in. Naruto's been there since the incident. I've ordered a full audit of Root. Danzo's movement will be restricted. Akira's fingers flexed. You're still letting him breathe. I'm keeping the peace, Hiruzen said quietly. And you know what that costs. Silence pressed between them. The light through the window caught the weary lines under her eyes. The kind carved by years of care, not combat. Her next words came softer, colder. He's growing fast, stronger every day. But if Danzo goes near him again. She leaned forward. You won't have peace to keep. Hiruzen sighed, voice tired. You sound like Kushina. I sound like someone who gives a damn, Akira said flatly. She turned for the door, sandals whispering over the floorboards. I'm going to see my team. As the door closed, Hiruzen stared after her, smoke curling from the unlit pipe as if by habit. That, he murmured to the empty room, is exactly what I'm afraid of. Danzo's den. The air in the Root compound was cold and still. Akira's sandals whispered down the narrow hall beneath seal-marked doors, the faint light gleaming off the steel rings on her flak jacket. The guards at the threshold didn't move. The look in her eyes said enough. Inside, Danzo Shimura sat behind his desk, posture rigid, one bandaged arm draped across the wood. Steam rose from a forgotten cup of tea. Genin Kurosawa, he said without looking up. I take it the Hokage has tried to calm you. Akira stopped in the center of the room. You sent your dogs after my students. I sent no one. Root has been disbanded, she finished for him. Her chakra thrummed, subtle and sharp. And yet men with your sign tried to take Naruto Uzumaki. Tell me, Danzo, how many times must the Hokage leash you before you learn to stay in your kennel? His single eye lifted to her, cold as steel. Careful, Akira. You speak to a council elder. She leaned forward, palms flat on his desk. I nearly killed the snake Sanin when he came for that boy. You think I'd hesitate with you? Danzo's hand stilled on his cane. Empty threats. They're not threats. Her tone went quiet, almost amused. I know about your secret family, Danzo. The one hidden under false names. The child you keep off the records. Your heir. For the first time, he froze. Akira smiled faintly. Imagine how quickly the hunter nin would come running if they learned there's a bloodline prize hiding under your roof. How long before someone decides you're worth the bounty yourself? Danzo's knuckles whitened against the cane. You would not dare. Oh, I would, she said softly, eyes glinting. And I'd enjoy hearing your screams. A single heartbeat passed, silent, electric. Her chakra pulsed once, making the hanging masks rattle faintly on the walls. Danzo's voice dropped to a warning growl. You forget your place. No, Akira said, stepping back. I remember exactly where I stand. Her chakra flared brighter, then steadied. You whisper another order about my team, and I won't just come for you. I'll come for everything that bears your name. She turned away, cloak flaring slightly, sandals brushing over the stone. Sweet dreams, Danzo. The heavy door slammed shut behind her, leaving the room trembling in her wake. Danzo sat perfectly still, fingers tight around his cane. After a long pause, he murmured, keep watch on Team 15, and their sensei. He didn't think she'd hear it. He was wrong. The faint scrape of her sandal echoed outside. Then silence. Then, a violent pulse of chakra roared back through the corridor, shaking the walls and making the masks clatter like bones. The door creaked open just enough for her shadow to spill across the threshold. Did you say something, old man? She asked, voice calm, lethal. Danzo met her eyes, and for the first time in years, something flickered in his. Not fear, but awareness. You forget yourself, he managed. She smiled, quiet, certain. No, I remember perfectly. The chakra flashed once more, bright and sharp, before fading like a storm finally passing over. Then she turned and was gone, the door sealing shut with finality. Danzo's grip trembled slightly on his cane. The echo of her chakra lingered long after she'd left. The Nara compound. The late afternoon sun lay low across the compound's gardens when the front gate slid open. Shikamaru looked up from the porch, cigarette hanging unlit between his fingers. He'd felt the chakra surge minutes ago, the kind that rattled Anbu patrols and made Jonin pause mid-step. Only one woman in the village flared like that and lived to tell it. Akira Kurosawa stepped through the gate. Dust still clung to her sandals. Her flag jacket hung open, cloak half torn at the shoulder. Her eyes were calm now, too calm. Shikamaru didn't rise. He simply exhaled and said, so, you saw him. Akira's mouth twitched, the ghost of a smirk. You could say that. He nodded toward the porch. Heard the Hokage tower shook. Only a little, she said, voice flat, but her chakra still hummed faintly around her, like thunder that refused to fade. From the open doorway, a familiar voice called, Akira-sensei? Naruto stood there barefoot, wearing his dark green shirt and black pants, hair still damp from training. Hotaru was beside him, hands brushing at her skirt nervously, while Yoshino stood behind them with a dish rag over one shoulder. Akira's gaze softened the instant she saw them. The sharp edges in her aura dulled. Hey, brats, she said quietly. Naruto blinked. You're back. He took a step forward, then stopped, uncertain, reading the look on her face. The usual grin faltered. You, okay? Akira crouched slightly, meeting his eyes. Yeah, she said, voice quieter now. I'm home. Hotaru's hands unclenched at her sides. We heard about the mission, she murmured. And then, I know. Akira reached out, resting a hand on each of their shoulders. You both did what you had to. You protected each other. I couldn't ask for more. Yoshino crossed her arms, studying the woman carefully. You look like you walked through a war. Akira smiled faintly. Just talked to one. That earned a snort from Shikamaru. If you call what you do talking. Talking with intensity, Akira countered dryly. An emphasis. Naruto's brows furrowed. Sensei, you didn't go see, I did. She cut him off gently. And he won't bother you again. Any of you. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed just slightly. That sounded less like reassurance and more like a death sentence. Akira shrugged, letting her cloak slide off her shoulders. Semantics. Hotaru hesitated, then stepped forward. Sensei, did he threaten us again? Akira met her eyes, calm, steady, firm. Not anymore. The air held still for a moment, the quiet thick with unspoken things. Yoshino broke it first, voice practical and warm. Dinner's nearly done. Sit before you fall over. Akira exhaled, the tension in her shoulders loosening at last. I'll take you up on that. She followed Yoshino inside, Naruto and Hotaru close behind. Shikamaru stayed on the porch, watching her back, the cloak torn, chakra still faintly restless, a storm that hadn't quite settled. He took a long breath, then muttered to himself, troublesome woman. But there was respect in it. And gratitude. You've grown, Akira said. All of you. But it's time to branch out. Naruto, you're coming with me for field training. A week, maybe longer. His eyes widened. Just me? She nodded. You've got raw power. You need control. I'll handle that myself. Hotaru frowned. And us? I'm leaving you and Shikamaru here, Akira said, smiling. Your clan will guide you. Precision, efficiency, teamwork. Shikaku's agreed to oversee it. Shikaku nodded. And I expect progress. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome. Hotaru smiled faintly. Yes, sensei. Akira's tone softened. You've all come far. Don't lose what you've built. The table settled into easy quiet, the warmth of family and the promise of tomorrow. Evening porch. Lantern light glowed soft across the compound. Naruto and Hotaru sat barefoot on the porch steps, feet brushing the cool grass. The night hummed with crickets. Can't believe she's taking me, Naruto said, staring at the stars. Hotaru smiled faintly. Because she trusts you. He looked over. You're not mad? She shook her head. You need it. You'll come back stronger. He grinned. Coming from you, that's high praise. She huffed softly and leaned her head against his shoulder. Don't let it go to your head. The night breeze tugged her hair across his sleeve. You always smell like rain, she murmured. He blinked. Huh? Like a storm that's passed, she said. Loud, messy, but it leaves things clean. He smiled quietly. Could be worse. From inside came soft laughter. Yoshino's voice, the faint murmur of Shikaku and Akira talking over tea. The home felt alive, safe. Hotaru's eyes drifted half-closed. You'll be gone a week, maybe more. I'll be back before you notice. She smiled, eyes still closed. You'd better. That lake spot won't build itself. He flushed, rubbing his neck. You're not gonna let that go, huh? Not a chance, she murmured. Akira's shadow passed behind the paper door, watching them for a quiet moment before turning back inside. Whispers after dark. Later that night, the house was still. Akira sat cross-legged on the porch, tea in hand, the moonlight soft against her face. Shikaku joined her, pipe glowing faintly in the dark. You rattled half the council, he said. Good, Akira replied. Maybe they'll wake up. You saw him. Had to. He exhaled smoke slowly. You scared him. Good, she said again, calm and cold. He should be scared. Shikaku studied her. So that's why you're taking Naruto out of the village. Akira nodded. Officially, it's training. And officially, it's to keep him out of Danzo's reach. I'll teach him control before someone else tries to use what's inside him. Shikaku sighed. Dangerous gamble. She smiled faintly. So's living here. He smirked. You sound like Yoshino. Then maybe you should listen to her. They fell quiet again, watching the stars. They're good kids, Akira said softly. Better than we were, Shikaku replied. She chuckled. Different kind of trouble. Shikaku stood. You ever need backup, you know where to call. I know, she said. He went inside, leaving her with the night. For the first time in weeks, the storm in her chest felt still. Quiet steps. The lanterns burned low as Naruto and Hotaru padded down the hall toward their rooms. Neither spoke, the silence warm, familiar. You think sensei'll be okay? He asked. Hotaru nodded. She's stronger than she looks. But she's scared to lose what she's protecting. Naruto tilted his head. You mean us? Mostly you, she said softly. You always find the storm. He smiled, scratching his cheek. Guess I'm stubborn. She smiled too, then paused at her door. Naruto? Yeah? Her voice lowered. Don't scare me like that again. Before he could answer, she leaned up and pressed a quick kiss to his cheek, soft, warm, fleeting. He froze, blinking. Night, Hotaru. Her cheeks flushed. Good night, Naruto. She slid her door closed behind her, leaving him in the quiet hall with his heart thudding too fast. He grinned to himself, hand touching the spot she'd kissed. Outside, fireflies floated over the garden, the Nara home still and peaceful. For the first time in his life, Naruto felt what home truly sounded like. Morning light. The Nara compound was quiet when the first pale streaks of dawn slipped through the paper doors. Mist clung low across the garden, and the faint hum of morning cicadas stirred the still air. Hotaru moved silently down the hallway, the soft rhythm of her steps barely breaking the calm. Her hair was tied loosely back, sleeves rolled to her elbows as she checked the pot of miso soup simmering on the stove. 2 bowls of rice sat ready beside it, steam rising faintly in the cool air. She'd grilled the fish herself. It wasn't perfect, a little crisp on one edge, but it was warm. Not bad, she muttered under her breath. After a glance toward the hallway, she frowned. He's still not up. Setting the ladle down, she padded toward Naruto's room and slid the door open just enough to peek inside. Naruto lay sprawled on his futon, arm over his face, one leg dangling off the edge. His blanket was half on the floor, half twisted around his waist. His hair stuck out in every possible direction. Hotaru sighed softly. Figures. She knelt beside him and gave his shoulder a light shake. Naruto, wake up. He groaned and rolled away from her. 5 more minutes. Her brow twitched. You got 5 seconds. No response. She yanked the blanket clean off him. Cold air hit him like a slap, and he shot upright with a yell. Wah, I'm up. What's happening? Hotaru folded her arms, unimpressed. You were supposed to be up 20 minutes ago. He blinked blearily. You woke me up just to yell at me? I woke you up because I made breakfast, she said flatly. You can yell after you eat. That got his attention. Wait, you cooked? Hotaru turned before he could see the small smile tugging at her mouth. Don't make it sound surprising. Come on. Scene 9, Breakfast. The kitchen was filled with the smell of grilled fish and miso when they sat down. The early sunlight filtered through the paper walls, brushing across the table and catching in the faint steam from their bowls. Naruto looked down at the food and blinked. You made all this? Hotaru handed him his chopsticks. Eat before it gets cold. He grinned, digging in immediately. It's great. Chew, she muttered, sipping her tea. For a while, they ate quietly, the easy silence of 2 people comfortable in each other's space. The cicadas outside were just beginning their song. Hotaru set her cup down. You packed everything? Naruto nodded, swallowing quickly. Yeah, gear, scrolls, bandages. Akira-sensei said to travel light. Smart, she said. Less weight means better reflexes. Means hungrier stomach, he countered. Hotaru smirked. You'll live. He looked up at her, grinning. You're different when it's just us. How so? You smile more. She blinked. Do not. Do too. She gave him a flat look that didn't last long before a small laugh slipped out. Idiot. He smiled wider, leaning back. That's more like it. When they finished, Hotaru stood to clear the dishes, her movements careful, quiet. Naruto watched her, warmth in his eyes. You didn't have to cook, he said softly. I know, she said, rinsing the bowls. But I wanted to. He smiled. Thanks. Hotaru turned slightly, cheeks warming at the sincerity in his voice. You should thank me by not burning the training field down. No promises, he said, grinning. Scene 10, The Gate. By the time they stepped outside, the morning had deepened into gold. Mist still drifted over the grass, and the air carried the scent of wet leaves. Hotaru walked beside Naruto down the stone path, her hands folded behind her back. You didn't have to walk me out, he said, glancing at her. If I didn't, you'd forget something halfway to the gate. He laughed quietly. You sound like Yoshino. I'll take that as a compliment. Ahead, Akira stood by the gate, arms crossed, waiting. The early light caught her flak jacket and the faint outline of the headband tied around her upper arm. Naruto slowed. Guess this is it. Hotaru nodded. You'll do fine. Just remember, control first, power second. He smirked. You really do sound like sensei. I learned from the best. They stopped just short of the gate. Akira pretended to read a scroll, giving them space without comment. Hotaru looked up at him, her expression softer than she meant it to be. Hey, yeah? Don't scare me like that again. Before he could reply, she stepped closer and kissed his cheek, quick, gentle, and gone before he could blink. Naruto froze, eyes wide. What was that for? For luck, she said quickly, stepping back, her cheeks flushed pink. Now go before sensei teases us. Too late. Akira's voice carried easily from the gate. Already did. Hotaru stiffened. Sensei. Akira smirked faintly. Relax. I'll make sure he keeps that luck charm in one piece. Naruto rubbed his cheek, grinning from ear to ear. You'd better. Move it, Akira said, turning toward the road. Naruto jogged after her, pausing only to glance back at Hotaru. See you soon. Be careful, she called after him. The gate closed softly behind them. Hotaru stood there for a while, watching until the mist swallowed their figures. Scene 11, The Porch. When she finally turned back, her parents were waiting. Yoshino leaned against the porch rail, arms folded, smirking. Shikamaru sat nearby, pipe resting between his fingers, eyes calm and knowing. Well, Yoshino said lightly, that was adorable. Hotaru blinked. How long were you standing there? Long enough, Yoshino replied, smiling wide. You could have aimed higher. Mom. Shikaku exhaled, the faintest smirk tugging at his lips. Troublesome display of affection. Guess the kid's already family. Dad. Hotaru's face turned bright red. Yoshino chuckled, stepping past her daughter. Don't worry, dear. He suits you. Just don't make me plan the wedding before you make Chunin. Hotaru covered her face with both hands. I hate everyone. Love you too, Yoshino said cheerfully, disappearing into the house. Shikaku stretched, standing slowly. You picked well, Hotaru. The boy's loyal, strong, honest. Hotaru peeked through her fingers. I didn't pick anyone, he chuckled. Could have fooled me. As he followed Yoshino inside, he added over his shoulder, You Naras always choose early. Runs in the family. Hotaru groaned, dropping onto the porch step. Troublesome parents. But as the morning wind drifted through the trees and sunlight caught the dew in the grass, a small, shy smile found its way to her lips. Lessons in the mist. The mist still lingered low over the Nara compound when Hotaru returned from the gate. The wooden path beneath her sandals creaked softly as she crossed the porch, the morning still gray and cool. The faint scent of rice and tea still hung in the air from breakfast, mixing with the damp smell of cedar and earth. Her heart hadn't fully settled yet. Naruto's grin, his voice, that fleeting warmth on her cheeks still pulsed faintly in her chest. She took a slow breath and pushed open the sliding door. Inside, her father was already seated on the tatami, scrolls unfurled before him in neat rows. Shikamaru sat across from him, elbows on his knees, looking like he'd rather still be in bed. You're late, Shikaku said without looking up. Hotaru blinked. I didn't know we were starting already. He glanced up with a small smirk. You did. You just didn't expect me to be serious about it. She sighed and crossed the room to kneel beside her brother. Naruto and Akira-sensei just left. Shikamaru gave her a sidelong look. We noticed. Her eyes narrowed. Don't start. He smirked faintly. Wasn't gonna say anything. You didn't have to, she muttered, turning her attention to their father. Shikaku's tone was calm, even, the steady hum of a man who never raised his voice but was always heard. Since your sensei will be away, I'll be taking over your training for the week. Hotaru straightened. What kind? Shadow expansion and control. He reached for one of the scrolls, tapping a line of diagrams. You've both mastered shadow possession. Now it's time to specialize. Shikamaru, you'll be refining split control, managing multiple targets at once. Hotaru, you're ready for precision work. She leaned forward slightly. You mean the stitching technique? Exactly, Shikaku said. Shadow stitching is about accuracy and pressure control. It's the difference between pinning a target and slicing them open. You'll start with restraint work, binding dummies. Once your lines stop flickering, we'll move to moving targets. Shikamaru groaned. That sounds exhausting. It is, Shikaku said flatly. Which is why you're doing double rounds. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered. Shikaku ignored him and turned to Hotaru. You've got good chakra control, better than I did at your age. You'll pick this up quickly, but don't let confidence get ahead of form. Hotaru nodded, expression serious. Understood. He gave a faint nod. We'll work in the yard. The mist gives better contrast for training, lets you see the shadow lines clearly. As they stood, Yoshino appeared in the doorway, drying her hands with a towel, a knowing smile tugging at her lips. You're already at it? It's barely past dawn. Training waits for no one, Shikaku said. Yoshino's eyes flicked toward her daughter. And how's our early riser this morning? Hotaru's face reddened immediately. Mom. Yoshino grinned, unbothered. He looked happy when he left. Mom. Shikamaru snorted under his breath until Shikaku shot him a look. Don't encourage her. Yoshino laughed softly and turned away, humming to herself. Breakfast round 2 will be ready when you're done, just in case my daughter burns through chakra showing off. Hotaru sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose. I'm never hearing the end of this. Shikaku rose slowly, rolling up the scroll. You'll live. Now come on. They stepped out onto the porch, the morning mist swirling around their feet. Shikaku moved with the lazy grace of someone who'd long since mastered his craft. His shadow spread across the ground like flowing ink, shifting and dividing with impossible precision. Focus on rhythm, he said quietly. Your chakra follows your breathing. Don't force it, guide it. Hotaru mirrored his stance, crouching low as her own shadow stretched forward. It split into thin lines, trembling faintly before stabilizing under her control. Each thread shimmered faintly against the mist, steady and sure. Shikamaru followed beside her, his reach wider but less stable. Mine's drifting. Because you're thinking too much, Shikaku said. Don't chase it, feel it. Nara's shadow isn't a weapon. It's an extension of thought. Hotaru's focus deepened, eyes narrowing as she directed one thin line to hook around a garden stake. It wrapped smoothly, tightened, then released without a flicker. She exhaled slowly. Shikaku gave a faint nod. Good. Keep that control. Your power comes from patience, not pressure. The mist shifted with the wind, scattering their shadows briefly across the garden before pulling them back together again. Shikamaru sighed. This is going to be a long week. Longer, Shikaku said evenly, if you keep talking. Hotaru smirked slightly. Don't worry. I'll make sure he keeps up. Shikaku hid a small smile behind his hand. That's what I'm counting on. The three of them worked in near silence after that, the faint hum of chakra and the rustle of mist the only sounds. From the porch, Yoshino watched quietly for a moment before retreating inside, her smile soft, proud, and knowing. For the Naras, this was how a new day began, with quiet shadows, steady breaths, and the kind of peace that came before every storm. Scene 13, The Mountain Pass. The world blurred into streaks of green and gray as they leapt through the canopy. The air grew colder, sharper, and by the time Akira stopped, the trees had thinned into a narrow mountain ridge. Mist drifted lazily between the cliffs, the ground damp beneath their sandals. Naruto landed beside her, scanning the horizon. We're way out, he said, eyes wide. Can't even see the village anymore. That's the point, Akira replied. Her tone was calm, clipped, but her eyes carried that familiar intensity. She pressed a palm to the ground. Chakra rippled outward in a faint blue rain before fading into the moss. Barriers up. No interruptions. Naruto adjusted his headband and stretched his shoulders. So, what are we working on today, sensei? Lightning, Akira said simply. You've tasted it before, barely. But what you've done so far is brute force, not technique. Hey, it worked, he protested lightly. It worked because you're stubborn, not skilled. Naruto scratched the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. Fair. Akira drew a short kunai, the polished metal catching the sunlight. Lightning chakra isn't power, it's flow. You don't fight against it. You move with it. She pressed her fingers to the blade's flat edge, and blue sparks crackled down its surface until it hummed like a living thing. When mastered, lightning turns your taijutsu into something beyond human reflex. Naruto's eyes gleamed. You mean, like, faster punches? Faster everything. She turned, crouched, and in a blur of motion struck a nearby boulder. The sound split the air, a flash of blue light and the hiss of vaporized stone. When the light faded, a jagged scar smoked across the rock's face. Naruto's jaw dropped. That's awesome. Akira stood, blade flickering out. That was control. The first step is learning to channel lightning into motion, not standing still. Not focusing chakra in one spot, but letting it move through you. Flow, not force. He nodded, determined. Got it. Good. Then start running. His smile faltered. Running? 50 laps around the ridge. 50? Sensei. Or 100. He groaned. 50 it is. Don't lose your chakra while you run. Keep it active in your limbs, steady, low current. He started jogging reluctantly, the sound of his sandals soft against the stone. Within minutes, faint arcs began to flicker around his arms as he moved, shaky at first, wild and uneven. The air filled with the faint hum of static. Better, Akira called, her voice echoing across the ridge. But smooth the current, you're pulsing, not streaming. Naruto clenched his fists mid-run, forcing his breathing to sync with the rhythm. Slowly, the sparks steadied. The static around him grew constant, alive. Scene 14, The Spark Within. By midday, the ridge was heavy with the smell of ozone. Scorch marks lined the ground where sparks had slipped free. Naruto stood panting, sweat darkening his collar, tiny arcs of light crawling over his forearms. His breathing came quick, but his grin hadn't faded. Akira watched him with her usual quiet scrutiny. You're letting the chakra jump out too fast through your arms. It's leaking at the joints. Feels like it wants to, he said between breaths. It's like it's got its own mind. Then reminded who's in charge. Lightning follows will. Naruto straightened, shaking his hands loose. Alright, he drew in a deep breath, centering himself. The mist around them shimmered faintly as his chakra pulsed. This time, the sparks started small, not wild, but measured. They built slowly, humming along his forearms in a steady rhythm. Akira's voice softened slightly. Better. Now move. Don't stop the current, just let it guide you. He stepped forward, punch, twist, block, strike. Each motion carried a small crack of electricity. The lightning followed him, not fighting him. Good, she said. You're not forcing it anymore. He smiled, exhilaration flooding through him. It's like I'm riding it. That's lightning flow, she said. Now strike with it. She moved in without warning, fast and fluid. Her palm came down like a bolt, and Naruto barely blocked, a sharp spark flashing where their arms met. Whoa, he shouted, shaking his hand. That hurts. Means you're doing it right, Akira said, circling him. Again. He lunged, leading with a right hook, lightning surging down his arm. The impact split the air with a crack, throwing dust up around them. Keep the rhythm, she ordered. He gritted his teeth, shifting into another stance, faster this time. His movements blurred, chakra surging perfectly with every breath. Palm, spark, kick, flash, backhand, crack, pivot, flare. Every strike landed cleaner, sharper. Each motion carried purpose, no wasted energy. Akira's eyes narrowed with approval. There it is. You found your current. Naruto straightened, chest heaving, his arms still wreathed in soft, blue light. Feels alive. It is, she said quietly. Lightning is life moving forward, constant, unstoppable. You've learned to move with it. He grinned. So what's next? Akira stepped closer, crossing her arms. Now you learn to shape it. Scene 15, The Storm's Fang. The afternoon sun broke through the clouds, painting the ridge in gold. Akira drew a slow breath, chakra stirring faintly in the air around her. You've earned this, she said. I'm going to teach you one of my own. A jutsu I developed in the war. It's fast, devastating, and extremely dangerous if you lose focus. Naruto's grin returned instantly. Sounds perfect. Akira gave him a long, flat look. Don't say that until you survive it. She raised her right hand, fingers forming precise seals: ox, snake, dog, hare, bird. Chakra flared around her arm, compressed to a piercing hum. A stream of blue light extended from her palm, sharp and steady, forming into a blade-shaped current that vibrated with power. Raijin no Yaiba, she said quietly. The blade of the thunder god. The sound it made wasn't thunder. It was sharper, higher, a hiss that cut through air like steel. She swung once, the motion clean and effortless. The air itself split. The ground in front of her left with a glowing scar burned straight through the stone. Naruto stared, jaw slack. You just cut through rock. Akira let the current fade, smoke rising from her hand. Lightning, when compressed, is the sharpest element. But unstable. Too much power, and it rebounds through your body. That's why you'll start at half strength. He nodded. So I need to keep it steady the whole time. Exactly. The current has to stay unbroken. Once it flickers, it detonates inward. Got it. Watch the seals again, slowly. Ox, snake, dog, hare, bird. Then release it through your palm and shape the output. Naruto mirrored her, fingers moving carefully. Sparks gathered, flickering wildly at first, then focusing as he forced the rotation to stabilize. The light condensed into a short, humming blade about a foot long. His eyes widened. I did it. Hold it steady, Akira said sharply. Don't let it fluctuate. The blade trembled, flickered, then steadied again. Sweat beaded down his forehead. 5 seconds. Akira called. Naruto's arm shook from the vibration, his chakras straining to maintain the current. Feels like it's fighting me. Then fight back. Control it. He drew a long breath, grounding himself. The flicker disappeared, the lightning pulsing steady and bright. 10 seconds. Akira said. Release it. Naruto let go. The energy vanished in a burst of sparks, leaving the air buzzing with static. He dropped to one knee, gasping but smiling wide. Didn't blow up. Akira crouched beside him, eyes faintly soft. No, you didn't. He laughed between breaths. That was insane. I could feel it trying to move through my bones. That's because it was, Akira said, standing. Raijin no Yaiba is lightning at its purest. It's meant to tear through armor and defenses alike. You held it for 10 seconds on your first attempt, not bad. Naruto wiped his forehead with his sleeve, still grinning. So, what's next? Next, Akira said, glancing up at the storm clouds gathering overhead, you learn to strike with it. He blinked. Wait, like, use it in a fight? Her smirk returned, sharp as the lightning she commanded. Exactly. Against me. Naruto swallowed, but excitement sparkled in his eyes. You're serious? Always. She stepped back, raising her hand. Ready when you are, Naruto. He drew in a deep breath, forming the seals once more. Sparks leapt from his fingertips, shaping into that familiar blue blade. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of ozone and rain. He looked at her, grinning. I'm ready. Then show me. They moved at once, sensei and student colliding in a flash of light and thunder. The mountain trembled under the impact, stone cracking as blue arcs scattered into the air. Through it all, Naruto held the current steady, his movements fast, fierce, alive. When the echo finally faded, Akira stood smiling faintly, her arm raised in guard. Naruto crouched low, lightning still humming at his fingertips. You held it, she said softly. You're learning. He looked up, grinning despite the smoke rising from his hands. Told you the thunder didn't stand a chance. Akira chuckled quietly. Let's hope the world feels the same. The wind howled across the ridge again, scattering sparks into the clouds above, two figures standing against the storm, lightning dancing in the air between them. The storm had found its heir. Teacher's approval. The echoes of their final strike still rolled down the mountainside. Smoke rose from the cracked stone, the air alive with the scent of ozone and burnt moss. Naruto straightened slowly, brushing dust off his shirt, chest heaving from exertion but his grin unshaken. Akira stood opposite him, arms folded, her silver-gray eyes studying him carefully. The faintest smile tugged at her mouth, rare but genuine. Not bad, she said finally. Your taijutsu's sharper, your footing's solid, you're learning to predict, not just react. Naruto blinked, caught off guard by the praise. Wait, did you just? I said not bad. Don't let it go to your head. He laughed breathlessly. Too late. Her smirk deepened just a touch before fading back into seriousness. Your progress is faster than I expected. The lightning flow suits you. It enhances your reflexes, makes your movements unpredictable. But right now, every technique you have is short range. Naruto tilted his head. What's wrong with that? I like close combat. Every brawler does, Akira said, stepping closer. But the ones who survive can hit from a distance when they need to. She crouched, drawing a line in the dirt with her finger. Taijutsu is the body. Ninjutsu is the reach. A shinobi who can't fight past arm's length is easy prey for a strategist, especially one who sees through your rhythm. Naruto frowned, thinking back to his spars with Hotaru. You mean like the Nara style? Exactly. He nodded slowly. So what do I learn next? Akira's chakra flickered faintly across her fingertips, a ripple of blue light forming in the air. A ranged lightning technique, one that'll let you strike faster than the eye can follow. He leaned forward, eyes wide. What's it called? Raikoa, lightning burst wave. She stood and stepped back, raising her right arm. Her chakra gathered, compressing again, but this time she didn't shape it into a blade. Instead, it pulsed outward in a sudden flash of light, scattering in a cone before her like an electric shockwave. The sound was deafening, a sharp crack followed by the hiss of vaporized air. Dust and loose leaves were blasted back several meters, scattering across the ridge. Naruto flinched, shielding his eyes. Holy crap! Akira lowered her hand, smoke curling from her fingertips. The technique releases a burst of lightning in front of you, paralyzing enemies and disrupting chakra flow. It's not lethal unless you overcharge it, but it'll drop most opponents long enough to finish the fight. His grin widened instantly. I want it. I figured you would. She gestured for him to step forward. It's a balance of control and timing. You can't just pour chakra into it or you'll blow your arms apart. Gather it at the center of your chest, then release through the palms, short burst, wide angle. Naruto crouched slightly, mimicking her stance. Got it. Focus, gather, release. Don't just repeat it. Understand it. Lightning obeys momentum, it wants to move. Give it direction, not force. He inhaled deeply, letting the air fill his lungs. Chakra swirled faintly around him, faint sparks crawling over his arms. He focused, drawing the current into his chest the way she'd shown, feeling the hum build under his ribs. Now forward, Akira said quietly. Naruto thrust his palms ahead. A blinding flash erupted, the air cracked, a jagged streak of blue light bursting outward. The ground smoked, the rocks steaming faintly from the heat. Naruto blinked, panting. Did that work? Akira tilted her head, faintly impressed. You overcharged it. But yes. He grinned. I'll take that as a win. Don't. That level of output could stop your heart if you're not careful. He scratched his head sheepishly. Right, smaller next time. Exactly. She folded her arms again, voice steady. Raikoa is an area control technique. You'll use it to break formations, stop charging enemies, or counter fast strikes. Combined with lightning flow, it turns your taijutsu into something lethal at any distance. Naruto's grin returned, sharper now. So I can stun them, then rush in before they recover. Akira's lips curved faintly. Now you're thinking like a shinobi. For a moment, they stood in silence, student and teacher amid the drifting smoke, the sound of thunder faintly rolling across the peaks. Akira looked out toward the distant valley, expression thoughtful. You've come a long way, Naruto. But we're not done. When you can use both techniques in one breath, flow and burst, I'll call you ready. Naruto straightened, determination gleaming in his eyes. Then I'll do it. I won't stop till I can. Akira turned toward him, one brow raised. Good, because tomorrow, we start again, with lightning running through your veins before sunrise. He groaned, then laughed. You're worse than Hotaru. Akira smirked. She learned from me. The mountain wind swept around them again, carrying the faint rumble of thunder in the distance. Naruto flexed his fingers, faint arcs of electricity dancing along his skin, the promise of new power humming just beneath the surface. The storm inside him wasn't finished yet. The lightning between blades. Hours bled together in a blur of movement, sound, and light. The mountain ridge that had begun the day gray and misted now shimmered under a hard, white sun. The scent of ozone clung to the air, burned into every stone and pine needle. Akira's voice carried sharp and clear through the smoke. Again, Naruto's hands flared with blue light. Raikoa. A burst of lightning erupted outward, scattering dust and loose pebbles in a wide arc. The sound cracked across the pass like a whip before fading to a low hiss. Too heavy. Akira barked. You're overcharging again. Focus on pulse, not pressure. Naruto exhaled hard, sweat dripping from his chin. It's like trying to hold a river. Then stop fighting it, she said, stepping forward. Watch me. Her hands rose. No wasted motion, no hesitation. Her chakra gathered, condensed, and snapped outward in a blinding cone of light that vaporized a line of moss clean off the stone. The sound was thunder compressed into breath. When it faded, she turned to him, eyes steady. See? Smooth. One motion, one exhale. Not a shout, a strike. Naruto nodded quickly. Got it. He mirrored her stance, closing his eyes briefly. His chakra gathered low in his chest, spiraling upward like a storm being reined in. Sparks crawled across his shoulders as he brought his hands forward. Raikoa. The burst exploded forward, smaller this time, more focused. The shockwave didn't blow out wildly. It snapped straight ahead in a concentrated stream that scorched the earth before dissipating. Akira's lips twitched into something faintly like approval. Better. Naruto grinned. Almost had it that time, didn't I? Almost, she said. Now keep it steady, and again. They repeated the drill again and again until the air around them shimmered from the heat. Naruto's control sharpened with each pulse, the bursts narrowing, smoothing, syncing perfectly with his breathing. When the next one fired, it hit clean, precise, measured, not a single spark wasted. Akira crossed her arms. Good. You got the rhythm. Naruto laughed, chest heaving. Guess I'm getting the hang of this lightning stuff. Guess you are. But she didn't call for rest yet. She stepped closer, eyes narrowing slightly. Now, combine it. He blinked. Combine? Lightning flow and Raikoa. One for mobility, one for control. If you can move with lightning and strike like lightning in the same breath, you'll stop being predictable. Naruto's eyes lit up. So, close combat and range at once? Exactly. But balance it. You can't control both with brute force. You'll need instinct. She crouched into stance again, her chakra already pulsing low. In a flash, lightning flared around her body. That same fluid energy that turned her every step into speed. She moved, a blur of motion and crackling air, her hands sweeping forward as the burst released mid-strike. The twin forms merged seamlessly, The fluid lightning flow wrapped in the power of Raikoa, a thunderous burst following the motion of her taijutsu like the roar after a flash. The rock ahead of her cracked in two. Naruto could only stare, breath caught. That was insane. Akira's expression didn't change. Your turn. He grinned nervously. Right, sure, easy. She didn't smile, but her tone softened slightly. You got the control now, Naruto. Just trust it. Don't overthink. He steadied his breathing, hands forming a single seal before dropping into stance. Lightning flickered along his limbs, faint and sharp. He stepped forward, footwork tight, focused, the current following smoothly through every muscle. Then he exhaled, thrusting his hands ahead. Raikoa. The burst erupted, not perfect, but close. The flare rolled with his movement instead of breaking it, the twin flows of lightning sinking for a heartbeat before fading. Akira's eyes widened slightly. Again, Naruto adjusted his stance, breath short but eyes bright. He tried again, and again. Each time, the motion smoothed, the wild boyish energy tempered into something sharper, controlled. His strikes began to mimic hers, clean, efficient, direct. The resemblance didn't go unnoticed. Akira finally called, enough. Naruto stopped mid-swing, blinking. Huh? I was getting it, you already have. He froze, realizing she was smiling faintly, that rare, subtle expression she only gave when something truly impressed her. You're copying my form, she said quietly. Even your stance, the transitions. You watched and mimicked the flow perfectly. Naruto scratched the back of his head, grinning shyly. Guess I just got used to how you move. Akira chuckled softly, a low, genuine sound that surprised even her. You got a knack for that. You learn with your body faster than your mind. He puffed his chest out proudly. Guess that's a compliment. It is, she said simply. Now rest. You've earned it. Naruto collapsed onto the nearest flat rock, gulping from his canteen while Akira sat a few paces away. The mountain wind had softened again, carrying the smell of pine and the distant crack of thunder. For a while, neither spoke. Akira watched him quietly, arms resting on her knees. You know, she said finally, I didn't expect you to pick up Raijin no Yaiba and Raikoa in one morning. Naruto looked up, smiling faintly. Guess I had a good teacher. Her expression softened. Flattery won't save you from tomorrow's drills. He laughed. Didn't think it would. They sat in silence again, the hum of residual chakras still faint in the air. The once gray morning had turned bright, the mountain peaks glowing white under the noonday sun. Akira reached into her pack, pulling out a simple lunchbox, and tossed it toward him. Eat. You'll need the energy. Naruto caught it easily. You packed this? I plan ahead. He opened it, rice, grilled fish, and a small wedge of lemon. You even cook like Hotaru's mom, he muttered, grinning. Akira gave him a dry look. Careful, or I'll add another 50 laps. He held up his hands quickly. Nope. Great lunch, sensei. She shook her head but allowed herself a quiet smile as she looked toward the horizon. You're learning fast, Naruto. Faster than most would dare. He blinked. You mean that? I do. But speed isn't strength, not yet. Keep your control, keep your instincts sharp. And when the time comes. She looked back at him, eyes steady. You'll strike faster than thunder itself. Naruto's grin returned, confident, full of fire. Then let's make sure thunder knows my name. Akira smirked faintly, leaning back on her hands. Lunch first, hero. Then we'll make the sky tremble. The mountain wind rolled past them again, carrying the faint rumble of distant thunder. And above them, sunlight glinted across the cliffs, bright, fierce, and alive, just like the storm that trained beneath it. Scene 13, Ideas in the Shade. By late morning, the sun was breaking through the clouds. The mist had lifted, leaving the grass glistening in thin sheets of dew. Hotaru sat cross-legged in the yard, chakra threads trailing lazily from her fingers while Shikamaru worked on splitting his shadow in three. He frowned at the strain. You ever think we overdo this? No, she said simply. He sighed. Didn't think so. Shikaku spoke from the porch without looking up from his scroll. Shadow work teaches patience. If you're tired, you're improving. Hotaru smiled faintly. Father, can I ask something? Always. She brushed her hair aside, voice thoughtful. Naruto's chakra is huge. I was wondering, what if there's a way to use some of that flow to extend our reach? Not steal it, but share it? Like linking circuits. Shadow tethers already transmit chakra signatures. Shikamaru blinked. You mean dual linking networks? That's insane. It's theory, she said quickly. But if it worked, we could amplify the field's stability and stretch the range of possession jutsu without doubling the strain. Shikaku looked up, intrigued. You're talking about chakra harmonization through the Nara tether. It's risky, but creative. With proper synchronization, it might stabilize compound jutsu. So it could work? She asked. He nodded slowly. In theory. Practice with your clones first. When Naruto returns, test it under guidance. Hotaru's lips curved faintly. Yes, father. Thinking like a strategist, he said. Just don't overdo it. Shikamaru sighed. She already overdoes everything. You'll help her, Shikaku said lazily. Shikamaru groaned. Knew it. Scene 14, Sparks and Shadows. By midday, the compound was alive with heat and the hum of cicadas. Shikamaru and Hotaru had shifted to elemental training now, standing opposite one another in the open yard. Her hands glowed faintly with the cool shimmer of water chakra. His buzzed with the faint edge of wind. You're pushing too hard, she said, adjusting her stance. You sound like father, he shot back. You should listen to him. Troublesome. She smiled softly. Everything's troublesome. He exhaled sharply, focusing on the small swirl of air forming between his palms. You're thinking about him again, aren't you? Who? The loud blonde one who keeps eating our breakfast. Her eyes softened. He's not just loud. He's trying harder than anyone I've ever seen. When he trains, it's like he's fighting something invisible. Shikamaru tilted his head, the edge of a smile ghosting his lips. Yeah, guess he's fighting for more than just strength. She nodded. That's why I want to help him. You already are, he said simply, channeling his chakra again. They trained in silence for a while, their opposing elements weaving through the air in soft waves. Shikaku watched from the porch, pipe resting loosely in hand, his eyes drifting between them, proud, thoughtful, and faintly amused. He's changing them, he thought. And they don't even realize it yet. Scene 15, Siblings in Shadow and Storm. The afternoon sun slanted low when Shikaku finally spoke. That's enough shaping. Let's see how the two of you handle it under pressure. Hotaru straightened, eyes bright. A spar? He nodded. Full ninjutsu use allowed. No lethal strikes. First to break the other's guard wins. Shikamaru groaned. Troublesome. Always, Shikaku said. Begin. The two shadows shot forward instantly, colliding mid-field. Black lines tangled, coiling like living snakes. Hotaru's voice cut the air. Shadow stitch. Her tendrils split and lashed out. Shikamaru's hands blurred through seals. Shadow split bind. His shadow fragmented into multiple threads, countering hers in a twisting clash of black ink on grass. Sparks of chakra shimmered where they struck. Hotaru pushed harder, her threads snapping forward, only to be caught and twisted into a knot by his counterbind. Gotcha, he said. She smirked. Not quite. Her hands flashed through new seals. Water release, flowing stream. A sheet of water rippled across the ground, reflecting light. Her shadow spread over it instantly, doubling in length and slipping behind him. Shikamaru's eyes widened. Oh, come on. Her shadow stitched to his ankle, locking him in place. Got you, she said, smug. He smirked faintly. You sure? He thrust his palms forward. Wind release, palm gale. A blast of wind tore through the water's surface, breaking the reflection and forcing her shadow to retract. The wave of pressure knocked her off balance. Hotaru skidded back, then smiled. Fine. Lightning flickered faintly around her left arm, subtle, focused. Let's make it interesting. Before Shikamaru could react, she vanished forward in a blur. Her foot hooked his leg, and a pulse of static jumped between them. His chakra faltered, his shadow flickered. She slammed her hands together. Shadow stitch, bind. His movement froze. Shikaku's voice came steady from the porch. Winner. Hotaru. Shikamaru sighed, rubbing the back of his neck as the shadow released. You used lightning. That's cheating. She shrugged. Creative advantage. He groaned. You're definitely father's kid. From the porch, Shikaku smirked. Both of you are. Yoshino's voice floated from the kitchen doorway. If you're done zapping your brother, lunch is ready. Hotaru brushed off her sleeves. Coming. Still cheating, Shikamaru muttered, but he smiled. Scene 16, The Spark and the Shadow. They started toward the porch, but Shikaku's calm voice stopped her. Hotaru. She turned, standing straight. Yes, father? His gaze was level, thoughtful. When did you learn lightning release? Her eyes widened slightly. You noticed. Hard not to, he said. Your chakra flared the moment you used it. Hotaru hesitated, then smiled faintly. I watched Akira-sensei train Naruto before they left. I studied her chakra control, how lightning flows through motion instead of weight. I just tried it. Shikamaru folded his arms, smoke curling from his pipe. And you succeeded. Only small bursts, she admitted. But it helps tighten my shadow control, stabilizes the threads. His lips curved slightly, proud. Combining elemental flow with Nara techniques isn't easy. Most Jonin wouldn't even attempt it. She met his eyes. If I can refine it, maybe I could use lightning to speed shadow conduction. A live pulse along the tether. He raised a brow, impressed. You're thinking of chakra conduction through shadow medium. Dangerous. But if you master it, it could change our jutsu entirely. She smiled softly. Then I'll test it. He nodded once. Good. But tell your mother after you survive the first prototype. She laughed under her breath. Deal. Yoshino's voice carried from the kitchen again. Food's getting cold. Shikamaru sighed, standing. Duty calls. Hotaru grinned. Coming, father. They walked toward the porch together, the afternoon light fading across the yard. Overhead, clouds were gathering, soft gray, distant thunder rumbling somewhere far beyond the forest. Shikamaru glanced skyward, his voice low. Lightning and shadow. Looks like the next generation's already ahead of us. Hotaru smiled faintly, eyes lifting to the clouds. Guess the storm runs in the family. Chapter 13 The Threefold Storm. The air snapped. 3 arcs of blue light burst into form around Akira. Each one identical to her, chakra burning in steady, lethal rhythm. Their eyes glowed faintly under the stormlight. Naruto froze for only a heartbeat. 3? You said drill, not massacre. Akira's voice came from all sides. Consider it field experience. The first clone blurred forward. Naruto's instincts flared. He ducked under the strike, countering with a low kick. His foot passed through lightning. The clone's counter-punch hit square against his chest, throwing him backward. He rolled and came up gasping, smoke curling off his vest. That hurt. Good, one of the clones said sharply. The second came from above, dropping like a thunderbolt. Naruto braced, chakra bursting outward from his hands. Lightning flow. Blue sparks crawled across his skin as he caught the descending kick with both arms, the impact driving him knee-deep into stone. He roared, forcing her back with a burst of chakra, then spun, releasing Raikoa in a close-range blast. The wave of electricity exploded outward, scattering dust and crackling across the ridge. For a moment, he thought he'd cleared them, until the third clone came out of the smoke, fist glowing. He blocked, barely, and the collision sent him skidding across the field, boots digging furrows into the rock. From the far end, the real Akira watched quietly, her arms folded, eyes sharp. He's reading their rhythm faster than expected. The 3 clones regrouped, moving in unison now, perfectly synced, a rhythm of precision and force. Naruto gritted his teeth, lightning flaring brighter around him. His breathing steadied, hands tightening into fists. Fine, he muttered. Let's see how you like it. He closed his eyes briefly, feeling the hum in his limbs, the pulse in his core. Then his eyes snapped open, golden chakra mixing with blue arcs of electricity. He moved. The first strike was clean, low, fast, all instinct. He sidestepped a kick, slammed his elbow into a clone's ribs, and followed through with a palm strike that detonated lightning point blank. The clone shattered in a burst of sparks. The remaining 2 came at him together. One high, one low. Naruto twisted, ducked under the first, parried the second, but the real Akira appeared behind him before he could recover. Her palm glowed, aimed at the back of his neck. He turned on reflex. Chakra surged into his right hand, bright and sharp, not a sphere, not a blade, but something between. Raijin no Yaiba. Lightning erupted outward in a curved, cutting arc. Akira's eyes widened a fraction. She redirected mid-strike, her own chakra forming a guard. The clash cracked the air like thunder. For an instant, both stood locked, the teacher's precision against the student's raw force. Naruto's knees trembled, but his stance held. Lightning flared along his arm, feeding into the strike. Akira's guard flickered, then broke. She stepped back, boots grinding against stone. The last clone lunged at Naruto's flank, but he spun, dragging his still active blade through the motion. The swing carved a streak of blue light across the air. The clone detonated in a burst of sparks and smoke. Silence followed, broken only by the soft hiss of cooling stone. Naruto stood panting, lightning still dancing faintly over his hands. His eyes were wild, breath ragged, but his grin was real. How was that? Akira exhaled slowly, her own chakra fading. You're starting to understand. He tilted his head. Understand what? Her expression softened, just a little. Lightning doesn't obey strength, Naruto. It obeys timing. Power means nothing without control. He blinked sweat from his eyes. Guess I'm learning control the hard way. Akira's lips curved faintly. That's the only way it sticks. The sky above them growled again, thunder echoing off the cliffs. Naruto sat down heavily on the nearest rock, still grinning through his exhaustion. Those clones hit harder than you. Akira raised an eyebrow. That's because I wanted you to stop holding back. Did it work? He asked. Her tone softened, almost amused. You're still alive, aren't you? He laughed weakly. Barely. She looked out toward the clouds gathering over the valley, her voice thoughtful. You've got more potential than you realize, Naruto. But power without focus burns itself out. You'll need both, discipline and instinct. He looked up at her, eyes steady despite his exhaustion. Then I'll get it right. Akira met his gaze, sharp, proud, certain. Good, because next time? Her faint smile turned predatory. I'll stop holding back. The wind rolled past them, carrying the low rumble of distant thunder. And as the mountain quieted again, lightning still flickered faintly across the rocks, echoing the steady pulse of a boy who refused to break. The edge of lightning, the silence hung heavy between them, broken only by the rumble of thunder rolling off the cliffs. Naruto's breathing had evened out, but faint sparks still flickered across his arms, stubbornly refusing to fade. Akira watched him for a moment, arms crossed, her expression unreadable. Then, without a word, she reached to her hip and drew a short, steel training tanto. The blade caught the light of the storm, gleaming silver blue. Naruto blinked. Sensei? She spun the blade once in her hand, then flicked it through the air. Catch. He barely had time to react. The blade spun toward him end over end, and he snatched it out of the air by the hilt. It hummed faintly with residual chakra. He looked down at it, startled. You're giving me a weapon? Akira smirked faintly. You've been fighting bare-handed long enough. It's time to learn how to extend your reach. He turned it in his hand, testing the balance. Feels weird. That's because it's not supposed to feel natural yet. She stepped forward, her own blade sliding free with a quiet rasp. The stormlight flashed along the edge. Every weapon carries rhythm. Lightning chakra doesn't enhance steel, it completes it. Naruto frowned in concentration, eyes flicking between her stance and the blade. So, same principle as chakra flow training? Exactly. But this time, you're channeling lightning into the weapon instead of your limbs. It sharpens your control and forces precision. One mistake, the air snapped. Her blade blurred, slicing through the space between them, stopping an inch from his cheek. And you'll cut yourself before you cut the enemy. Naruto swallowed, eyes wide. Got it. Good. She stepped back and raised her tanto again. Channel your chakra into the metal. Don't overfill it. Think of the blade as a conduit, not a container. He nodded, focusing. Blue sparks flickered across the steel, faint, uneven at first, then steadier as his breathing slowed. The hum deepened, matching the rhythm of his pulse. Akira watched him closely. Now, move. Keep the current alive while you strike. He lunged forward, slashing at the empty air. The blade flared bright, then sputtered out halfway through. Too much output, Akira said, voice sharp but calm. You're flooding it again. He reset his stance, exhaling hard. Right. Control, not force. The second attempt came smoother. His movements sharpened, the flicker of lightning now tracing clean arcs across his swings. Akira mirrored him, circling slowly. Good. Again. They moved together, teacher and student, blades singing with electric rhythm, each strike echoing like thunderclaps against the stone. Naruto's body remembered the flow of taijutsu now, each slash blending with motion, footwork, shoulder twist, follow through. The sparks along his blade grew tighter, cleaner, until the sound was less a crackle and more a low hum of controlled power. Akira's eyes narrowed in approval. That's it. You're starting to feel it, the current through steel. Naruto grinned between breaths. Feels alive. That's because it is, she said. Every cut you make carries the same will as your chakra. The moment you understand that, she vanished, flickering behind him in a burst of lightning. You stop swinging and start striking. Naruto barely had time to turn. Their blades met in a flash of blue, the clash ringing through the ridge like a bell. He grunted, pushing against her weight. So this is another test? Akira smiled faintly, lightning crawling along her own blade. Always. Their weapons moved again. Arcs of light and motion. Each strike faster, cleaner, more deliberate. The mountain air filled with the sound of steel and thunder. Akira's movements were fluid and lethal, but Naruto was adapting faster than she expected, instinctively copying her stance transitions, her balance shifts, even the timing of her footwork. The next clash sent sparks scattering between them. Akira twisted her wrist, disarming him in one clean motion. The blade spun through the air. Naruto dove, caught it again, and slid into a crouch, lightning still crackling faintly along the edge. He looked up, grin fierce. Not done yet. Akira's smirk returned. Good. Their blades crossed once more, the lightning between them lighting up the mountaintop like a storm given form. The blade and the thunder. Scene 4, the teacher's blade. The wind swept cold over the ridge, carrying the scent of rain and iron. Dust and ozone still hung in the air from their last clash. Akira lowered her stance, the tanto loose in her grip. You're quick, she said. But speed means nothing if your blade's empty. Let's fix that. Naruto straightened, panting lightly, the short sword still glowing faintly blue. So, what now? Now, she said, circling him slowly, you learn how to make it speak. Her tone shifted, cool, deliberate, the voice of a seasoned jonin who'd carved lessons into her bones long before he'd ever swung a kunai. First rule of the tanto, distance lies. It's a weapon for timing, not reach. The edge doesn't win the fight, the silence before it does. She moved. The motion was fluid, a step and a blur. One moment she stood still, the next her blade traced a silver line through the air, stopping just short of his chest. Watch my feet, she said. Everything starts there. Heel, pivot, draw. The body follows the cut, not the other way around. Naruto nodded, watching every movement. Again, he mirrored her, the motion rough at first, his swing too wide, his balance too forward. She corrected it instantly, tapping the back of his knee with her blade. Too heavy. You'll trip yourself before you hit anyone. He gritted his teeth, adjusted, and tried again. This time the motion was tighter. Cleaner. Akira gave a small nod. Better. They fell into rhythm, the steady hiss of steel, the faint hum of chakra, the sound of sandals scraping against rock. She guided him through the flow. Parry, pivot, low cut, reverse grip. Each repetition smoothed his form until the stiffness burned away and movement took over. When she finally stepped back, her tone softened. You're learning fast, but your biggest flaw is still hesitation. Naruto frowned, raising his tanto. Hesitation? You second-guess mid-strike. Lightning doesn't. The current doesn't pause, it commits. You need to do the same. He looked at her, determination hardening his gaze. Then let's go again. A faint smirk tugged at her mouth. That's the spirit. She blurred forward, faster than before. Their blades collided, sparks flying. Naruto moved with her now, not behind. Each swing tighter, each block cleaner. He parried high, twisted low, kicked off the ground, and countered with a rising slash that forced her to step back. Her eyes glinted. Approval hidden behind calculation. Good. Keep it steady. She struck again, feinting low then slashing across. He caught the movement, barely twisting his blade to intercept. The clash sent a shock up his arm, pain sharp, grounding. He gritted his teeth and pushed back. You said no hesitation. Then stop talking and prove it. Naruto exhaled sharply, chakra flaring brighter. The air hummed with pressure. When she lunged again, he didn't retreat. He stepped into her guard. Their blades met, crossed, then he twisted his wrist, flipping the grip, lightning pulsing from his chakra into the steel. Crack. The impact sent a shockwave across the ridge. Akira's eyes widened slightly as the edge of his blade grazed the fabric across her sleeve, close enough to cut, but not deep. The storm went still for a breath. Naruto froze, panting, the blade trembling faintly in his grip. Did I? Akira looked down at the faint scorch across her sleeve, then back up at him. For a long moment, she said nothing. Then, slowly, A smile ghosted across her face. Not bad. Naruto blinked. Wait, really? You stopped thinking, she said, sheathing her blade. That's the first step to mastery. He let out a breath, half laugh, half disbelief. So, does that mean I passed? Hardly. She tapped the flat of her blade against his forehead. It means you're finally ready to learn. He grinned, eyes bright. Then teach me everything. Akira chuckled quietly, rare warmth flickering beneath the calm. I intend to. The storm clouds drifted overhead, their thunder rolling softer now, as if the mountain itself had been listening. Lightning still crackled faintly along Naruto's tanto, steady, alive, no longer wild. And for the first time since the morning began, Akira allowed herself a small, proud thought. He's starting to look less like a student, and more like a shinobi. Scene 5, the Dance of Shadow Steel. The sun hung low over the Nara compound, painting the training yard gold. Cicadas hummed in the trees. Shadows stretched long across the grass, shifting, breathing, alive. Shikamaru sat on the porch steps, pipe glowing faintly in the dimming light. His eyes followed every movement below with quiet satisfaction. In the yard, his children circled each other. Shikamaru gripped a long bow staff, its surface polished smooth from years of clan training. The weapon suited him, steady, measured, precise. Every movement rolled like thought made physical. Hotaru's hands spun with gleaming motion, dual kama, curved blades flashing silver in the sunlight. Where Shikamaru's stance was patient, hers was predatory. Controlled chaos balanced against calm calculation. Your range beats mine, she said quietly, eyes sharp. Only if you let it, Shikamaru replied, twirling the staff in a lazy arc. You're faster. From the porch, Shikamaru's voice carried over the yard. Stop analyzing. Move. They did. Shikamaru's staff came forward in a sweeping arc, fluid, deceptive. Hotaru ducked under the first swing, her right kama flashing out to catch the shaft. Metal rang against wood. The sound cut clean through the still air. She twisted, hooking his weapon aside, and aimed a strike for his shoulder. He spun the staff in a tight roll, intercepting both blades with smooth, controlled precision. Better, Shikamaru said, pipe smoke drifting lazily upward. Now stop blocking where she's aiming. Block where she's going. Shikamaru grunted and shifted tactics. His next motion came with intent, reading her hips, not her hands. When she lunged, he was already there, staff intercepting her swing a fraction early, disrupting the momentum. Hotaru grinned, finally thinking ahead. Troublesome sister, he muttered, pushing her back. Her grin widened. That's the idea. She twirled both kama in a fast, circling pattern, their curved edges glinting like twin crescents. Her chakra hummed faintly through the chains connecting them to the grips, making the air shimmer. Shadows followed her motion, stretching thin and alive. Shadow flow, crescent weave. She leapt forward. The kama whirled through the air, the shadows of their arcs striking a heartbeat before the blades themselves. Shikamaru ducked low, sweeping the bow staff in a counterspin. The wind of his swing broke her rhythm, the impact sending dust swirling around them. For a moment, they were a blur of movement, wood, steel, and shadow weaving together in a dance of precision. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed slightly, impressed. She's learning to weaponize timing. He's reading flow instead of reacting. Good. Hotaru's sickles crossed midair with a sharp clang. As she twisted through his guard, one blade grazed the sleeve of his jacket. He responded instantly, flipping the bow end over end and catching her ankle mid-step. She yelped, landing hard on one knee, and glared up at him. Dirty move. Efficient, he countered, extending a hand to help her up. She took it, and, in true sibling fashion, immediately used the pull to yank him forward and sweep his leg from under him. Shikamaru hit the ground with a grunt. Efficient, she said, smirking. From the porch, Shikamaru chuckled quietly. Now it's getting interesting. They both looked over, breathless, sweating, grinning despite themselves. Again? Hotaru asked, spinning one kama idly. Shikamaru rolled to his feet, retrieving the staff. Until one of us can't stand. Shikamaru exhaled a long plume of smoke. Just don't bleed on the floorboards. Your mother will kill me. They both laughed softly, then lunged at each other again. The yard filled with rhythm, the whip of air, the clash of weapons, the rustle of leaves stirred by their chakra. The shadow of Hotaru's spinning kama intertwined with the linear sweep of Shikamaru's staff, moving like an intricate pattern, opposing forms that somehow complemented each other perfectly. As the sun dipped behind the trees, the fight slowed. Their shadows stretched across the ground, merging briefly into one long line before separating again. Both siblings stood panting, weapons still raised, eyes locked. Shikaku's voice broke the quiet. "That's enough." They relaxed instantly, the tension fading into easy laughter. Hotaru wiped her brow, resting her kama against her shoulder. "You're getting better." Shikamaru leaned on his staff. "You're getting faster." "Balance," Shikaku said simply. "That's what both of you are learning. Shadow without light is blind. Light without shadow is empty. Remember that." They nodded in unison. The wind stirred through the trees again, carrying the faint sound of distant thunder from far-off mountains. Hotaru glanced toward the sound, a small smile tugging at her lips. "Think he's training right now?" Shikamaru followed her gaze. "Knowing him? He's probably fighting lightning itself." Shikaku chuckled quietly. "Then maybe it's time our shadows learned to keep up." The three of them stood there as the last light faded, the yard glowing in gold and shadow. A family bound by discipline, instinct, and quiet pride. Edge of thunder. The morning mist still clung to the treetops when Akira Kurosawa stepped into the clearing. Her blade gleamed faintly with lightning as she drew it, the hum low and dangerous. Naruto stood opposite her, shirt damp with sweat, tanto gripped tight. His eyes locked on her stance, sharp, balanced, patient. "Again," Akira said. He charged. Steel met steel, the sound cracking through the quiet like a drumbeat. Akira deflected his strike with minimal movement, her wrist rotating in a fluid half-circle that turned his momentum aside. Naruto stumbled forward, teeth bared. "Your grip's too tight," she said calmly. "You're strangling the blade. Loosen it, guide the steel, don't choke it." Naruto reset, breathing through his nose, adjusting his hold. "Like this? Show me." He lunged again. This time the cut was smoother, the blade carrying his weight instead of fighting it. Akira parried, sparks leaping between their weapons. "Better," she said, stepping forward into his guard. "But your center's open." Her knee brushed his, twisting him off balance. He hit the dirt, growling under his breath. "Form first," she reminded. "You can't out-muscle precision." Naruto pushed up, smirking. "You keep saying that, but you never let me land one hit." "Because you haven't earned it yet," Akira said. Lightning crackled along her sword, whispering blue fire into the air. "And I'm not here to flatter you. I'm here to make sure you survive." He exhaled slowly, letting the smirk fade. "Then I'll learn." "Good." She tossed him a second blade. The short tanto spun through the air, and he caught it by reflex. "Two blades?" Akira nodded. "Lightning bridges. Two edges, one current. When you move, it should flow through both hands like water, never broken, never still." Naruto's eyes lit. "So, I'm the circuit." Akira smiled faintly. "Exactly." She struck again, faster this time. Naruto blocked with his right, then his left, blades ringing in rhythm. Sparks danced between them, erratic at first, then sinking to the pace of his breathing. "Good," Akira said, her voice low and steady as they circled. "Feel the current. It's not about strength. It's about continuity." He swung, missed, adjusted. Lightning flared, flickering between his twin blades. The rhythm clicked, flowing from right to left, pulse to pulse, until both weapons hummed as one. Akira's eyes narrowed with approval. "Now you're listening to the storm." Naruto grinned, sweat streaking his cheek. "Then let's make it roar." She vanished forward, the world flashing white. Their blades collided in a shower of light, thunder snapping around them, leaves torn from the branches above. Naruto gritted his teeth, holding ground where hours ago he would have folded. Akira pressed harder. "Don't yield to it, control it," he shouted, chakra flaring through his arms. The lightning steadied, channeling cleanly through the twin blades until they blazed in sync with hers. For the first time, Akira stepped back, smiling. "There it is." Naruto gasped, panting, both blades humming faintly in his hands. "You said I couldn't land one hit," he said between breaths. "What about now?" Akira tilted her head. "Try." He lunged. Their swords clashed, sparks exploding around them like fireflies at dusk. The rhythm was there now, wild but disciplined, the echo of storm and teacher moving as one. Akira's boot caught his leg, sweeping him low, but Naruto twisted mid-fall, blade flashing upward. The tip stopped just short of her vest. For a long moment, neither moved. The lightning between them faded to a soft hum. Akira's lips curved into a rare, approving smile. Clean hit. Took you long enough. Naruto grinned through his panting. Guess I'm a fast learner. Faster than most, she said quietly. But don't mistake progress for mastery. Lightning respects no one who rushes it. He nodded, lowering the blades. Then I'll earn it. Akira stepped closer, resting her hand briefly on his shoulder. You're already starting to. The forest around them was still except for the quiet hum of chakra and the distant rustle of leaves. For the first time that morning, Akira sheathed her sword. Lunch, she said simply. You've earned that much. Naruto laughed, relief breaking through his exhaustion. Finally. Don't get cocky, Akira said, turning toward the trail. After lunch we start again. Naruto groaned but followed anyway, the faint spark still crackling faintly in his hands, a heartbeat of thunder waiting to rise again. Nara compound, evening. The courtyard was lit in golden shadow. Lanterns along the veranda burned low, their light flickering against the worn stone circle at the heart of the compound. Cicadas hummed in the trees beyond the walls. Shikamaru Nara stood at the edge of the circle, arms folded, his shadow stretching like a patient beast. Across from him, Shikamaru rolled his shoulders, bow staff balanced against his neck. Hotaru crouched low beside him, twin sickles glinting faintly in her hands, chain coiled between them like a black ribbon. Together, Shikamaru said, his tone even. Don't think, move. Hotaru struck first. Her sickle flashed forward, chain snapping through the air. Shikamaru stepped aside, catching the motion with a flick of his wrist. His shadow surged to meet hers. Too direct, he muttered. Shikamaru swung in behind her, staff sweeping low. His father's shadow curved like smoke, snagging at his legs before he vaulted over it, staff clashing against Shikamaru's kunai in midair. Sparks flew. Hotaru exhaled, chakra pulsing through her arms. Lightning channel. The sickles lit in pale blue arcs. She spun, chain whipping wide. The crackle snapped through the air as she aimed for his flank. Shikamaru didn't flinch. His own shadow split, two branches weaving around the attack before catching her chain mid-swing. Good control, he said quietly. But you telegraph your chakra flow. Shikamaru landed behind him, hands forming seals. Wind release, gale palm. A burst of compressed air roared forward. Shikamaru slid 1 foot back, the gust kicking dust across the rain. Hotaru seized the moment, her lightning-charged sickle cutting through the veil of dust. Shikamaru's eyes flickered, a ghost of approval there, then his shadow surged upward, splitting into 3 prongs. Both siblings froze, but only for a second. Hotaru's right-hand sickle spun free, embedding into the post behind their father. The chain pulled taut, and with a sharp tug she slingshotted herself sideways, breaking free of the shadow's reach. Shikamaru dropped to a knee, planting his staff into the dirt and channeling chakra down the shaft. Shadow tether. Bind. His own shadow shot forward, catching one of Shikamaru's limbs. For an instant, the older man's movement paused, and Hotaru was already moving again, lightning blade arcing straight for his shoulder. The strike stopped a breath away from his neck. Shikamaru had shifted at the last moment, his own shadow reasserting control, freezing both of them mid-motion. The courtyard fell still, their breaths loud in the night air. Not bad, he said at last, voice low. You're reading each other better. Hotaru exhaled, sweat glinting at her temple. You almost didn't move, Dad. Shikamaru's mouth twitched faintly. Almost. Shikamaru leaned on his staff, smirking. You still got caught, though. Troublesome kids, Shikamaru murmured, releasing the shadow hold. Again tomorrow, this time, you switch weapons. Learn how each other thinks. Hotaru blinked, surprised. You mean, yes. You won't always fight with what you like. Adaptability keeps you alive. He turned away, hands sliding into his pockets as he headed toward the veranda. Dinner's in 10. Don't keep your mother waiting. The siblings exchanged a glance. Shikamaru groaned. He's serious. Hotaru's grin was already forming. Guess we'll see who adapts faster, brother. After the spar, the courtyard dust settled in pale streaks of moonlight. Hotaru uncoiled her chain, hooking her sickles behind her belt as she straightened. Shikamaru picked up his staff, slinging it across his shoulders. Both breathed hard but smiled faintly, the kind of quiet satisfaction that came after a clean fight. They started down the path toward the veranda, gravel crunching beneath their sandals. Not bad, Shikamaru said finally, tone lazy but grudgingly respectful. You didn't fry yourself this time. Hotaru snorted. I'm getting better control. Akira-sensei says chakra balance takes instinct, not just formulas. Still sounds troublesome, he muttered, adjusting his staff. You and Naruto make it look like fun. Her lips curved, soft pride in her voice. He trains twice as hard as anyone. Makes me want to keep up. Yeah, Shikamaru said quietly. You fight more like him now. Rush in, trust your gut. Dad noticed. Hotaru looked ahead, the lamplight from the house drawing closer. Good, maybe he'll stop treating me like I'm still 12. Doubt it, her brother said. You'll always be the baby of the clan to them. She elbowed him lightly. Keep talking, and I'll wrap that staff of yours around your neck. Troublesome woman, he said, but there was laughter in his tone. They reached the porch steps. Yoshino's voice drifted faintly from inside, the sound of dishes, warm conversation. Firelight spilled through the paper screens. Hotaru paused, glancing back at the training circle where faint scorch marks still glowed against the dirt. He's pushing this harder lately. Shikamaru nodded, eyes following hers. Yeah, probably because of what's coming. Missions are changing, and Naruto being around shifts things. Hotaru's smile softened. Good shifts. Maybe, he said, as long as you don't let him drag you into something insane. She shot him a sidelong look. You really think I'm not already there? Shikamaru sighed, shaking his head as he slid the door open for her. Definitely are. She stepped inside, warmth wrapping around her shoulders, scent of dinner, laughter, the sound of home. Behind her, Shikamaru followed, closing the night out with a quiet, content breath. Mountain training grounds, dusk. The wind cut sharp through the clearing, carrying the scent of ozone. The mountain shadows stretched long over the grass where Naruto knelt, palms still smoking faintly from his last attempt. Akira Kurosawa stood a few paces away, arms crossed, her dark hair tugged by the wind. The glow from her lightning chakra still shimmered along the edge of her tanto. Again, she said. Naruto gritted his teeth. His fingers twitched, chakra pooling hot and unstable in his palms. Blue light sparked, then scattered with a snap. Akira exhaled slowly, stepping closer. You're forcing it. Lightning isn't muscle. It's focus. I am focusing, he muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. Then your focus is garbage, she said flatly, kneeling beside him. Lightning isn't just destruction, it's flow. It cuts because it moves clean. Watch. She raised 2 fingers, chakra flaring to life. Electricity hissed down her arm, condensing into a thin current that crackled and bent around her knuckle. The sound was sharp, precise, not wild. Control, she said, not rage. Naruto watched, eyes narrowing. He mirrored her motion, forming the same seal, drawing the same breath. Chakra gathered again, this time steadier. The spark formed between his fingers, flickering like a living thread. Akira's tone softened. Good, now make it dance. Dance? Guide it, don't choke it. He grunted, hand trembling as the current flickered again, tracing up his wrist. For a heartbeat, it held steady, bright, clean, perfect. Then it burst outward, scattering arcs across the dirt. Damn it. Akira caught his wrist before he slammed it into the ground. You're learning, she said calmly. Every failure burns the right path into your nerves. That's how lightning teaches. He looked at her, panting. Feels like it's just frying me alive. That's because it is, she said, smirking. Now, once more. This time, shape it into a blade. She drew her own tanto, pressing the blade flat against his arm. Let the chakra cling. Imagine the edge extending, thin as air, sharp enough to cut the wind itself. Naruto closed his eyes. Lightning flared again, wrapping faintly around his forearm. The sound sharpened, high and clean, and for the first time the air split. Akira's eyes flicked with approval. Better. You're starting to understand the nature of your element. He grinned through the sweat. You mean I didn't screw it up? Yet, she corrected. But you're close. Keep that focus. When you master this, we'll move on to something stronger. Raken, the lightning fist. Naruto blinked. That sounds awesome. It'll break your arm if you're careless, she warned. But you'll love it. The grin widened anyway. Then I'm in. Akira shook her head, amused. You really are impossible. Yeah, he said, lightning still flickering across his hand, but I'm getting there. The mountains echoed with the hiss of energy as night deepened, teacher and student facing each other under a sky cut by thunderlight. Hokage's office, night. The rain had been falling since dusk. Outside the wide window of the Hokage's office, the downpour blurred the rooftops of Konoha into soft gray streaks. Candlelight flickered across the mountain of scrolls and reports on Hiruzen's desk. He was halfway through signing one when the door creaked open. "Old man," came the familiar gravel of Jiraiya's voice. Hiruzen looked up. The toad sage stood in the doorway, his cloak damp from travel. He wasn't alone. Behind him stepped a woman, her head bowed slightly, violet hair tied back, a simple black cloak around her shoulders. No red clouds, no rains, no mask of menace. "Jiraiya," Hiruzen said, setting his pipe aside. His gaze flicked to the woman, then back. "This is unexpected." "Yeah," Jiraiya said quietly, shutting the door. "You could say that." He crossed the room, dropping a scroll onto the desk. "Akatsuki's finished." They tore themselves apart. The old Hokage didn't react immediately. He leaned back, eyes narrowing as the rain whispered against the glass. "Explain." "Internal war," Jiraiya said. "Power struggle between the members. Nagato's dead." Konan saw it herself. Hiruzen's eyes turned toward the silent woman. "You are Konan of the Rain, are you not?" She raised her gaze. Her voice was quiet, but steady. "I was." The Hokage studied her, the faint exhaustion beneath her calm, the small tremor in her fingers. "And now?" "Now," she said, "I come as a messenger. The Akatsuki's dream is gone. What remains of a megacure seeks peace. I came with Jiraiya, because there is nowhere else left to go." The silence that followed was heavy. Only the rain filled it. Hiruzen reached for his pipe again, lighting it with a slow exhale of smoke. "The Akatsuki has plagued the world for years. You expect me to believe it ended overnight?" Jiraiya's grin was gone. "I checked it myself, sensei. Their bases are abandoned. The rest turned on each other, greed, fear, pride. You know how that ends." Hiruzen's brow furrowed. "And the Rinnegan?" Konan's eyes darkened. "Gone with Nagato. Buried in the rain." Hiruzen nodded slowly. "A dangerous era closes, then." He turned his gaze back to her. "And what do you seek here, child of aim?" Her reply was soft, but carried something raw. "A chance to rebuild. A place where I'm not a weapon." Jiraiya stepped forward, arms crossed. "She helped me get out alive, sensei. Without her, I'd be a smear on AIM's walls. I vouch for her." The old Hokage studied them both, the loyal student, the weary survivor. Finally, he exhaled through his nose and leaned forward. "Very well," he said. "Konan of AIM will be granted provisional stay under supervision. You will answer to me and no other. If you seek peace, you'll find it here, but if you bring war, you'll face it." Konan bowed her head, the faintest shimmer of relief passing through her composure. "Understood, Hokage-sama." "Good," Hiruzen said quietly. "Then welcome to Konoha. The storm has passed, but the rain remains." Jiraiya smirked faintly. "That's poetic, old man." Hiruzen chuckled, the weariness showing in his eyes. "Years of paperwork do that to you." Outside, the thunder rolled once more, distant now, fading toward the horizon. The rise of Hikeman, the rain eased outside, thinning to a steady whisper against the glass. The ink on Hiruzen's desk maps gleamed under the lamplight, a faint shimmer of smoke curling from his pipe. Konan stood silently before him, her cloak still damp from the road. Jiraiya leaned against the far wall, arms folded, eyes fixed on her. "You said the Akatsuki collapsed," Hiruzen began. "Is there anyone left in control of a megacure?" Konan's voice came soft, almost weary. "There is, but not someone you'll want in power." Jiraiya's brow furrowed. "Who?" "A Jonin named Hikeman." She lifted her gaze, violet eyes steady. "He wasn't one of the inner circle. He served under Nagato years ago, quiet, observant, but ambitious. The kind who waits until the storm clears to claim the wreckage." Hiruzen's expression hardened. "What has he done?" "Everything," Konan said quietly. "When the Akatsuki fractured, he moved fast. Executed the remaining elders. Took the garrison. Declared himself protector of AIM." Jiraiya's jaw tightened. Another warlord with a god complex. Konan's paper-thin chakras shimmered faintly around her hands, instinctive, restrained. "He's reorganizing what's left of our forces. Calls them the Rain Guard. Says he'll purge the corruption that weakened AIM under Nagato's ideals. He's already executing shinobi loyal to me. Calls them traitors for following peace." Hiruzen exhaled smoke through his nose, gaze thoughtful but cold. So the village replaces a false god with a zealot. Conan nodded once. He's dangerous because he's patient. He doesn't seek dominance through fear, he builds it through control. He speaks like a savior and kills like a soldier. The people follow because they're tired of war, and he promises strength. The old Hokage rested his hands on the desk, eyes narrowing. And his intentions toward the great nations? They're unclear, Conan said. But he's already ordered every border outpost sealed. No one leaves without his seal. He blames Fire Country for the Akatsuki's fall, says your shinobi and your Jinchuriki brought the rain to ruin. Jiraiya let out a low curse under his breath. He'll come for us eventually. Hirazen's voice remained calm, but his tone carried weight. Then we'll be ready. The rain has always been the eye of the storm. If Hikeman turns outward, he'll find the leaf standing in his path. He took one last pull from his pipe, then set it down. Conan, your cooperation will be remembered. Jiraiya, stay close to her. Keep your network listening. I want names, troop counts, supply lines, anything this man builds. Jiraiya nodded once. You'll have it. Conan bowed her head slightly. If I learn more, I'll bring it straight to you. Hikeman won't stop at aim. He wants a stage, and Fire Country's the closest one. Hirazen's gaze lingered on her, then softened faintly. Then let's make sure he never reaches the curtain. Thunder rolled again outside, low, distant, and foreboding. Konoha streets, late night. The red thread. The rain had faded to a soft mist, just enough to glisten along the cobblestones. Lantern light pooled in the puddles, warping the reflection of rooftops and trees into ripples of gold. Jiraiya walked beside Conan through the quiet streets of Konoha, hands tucked into his cloak, the faint scent of wet paper and cedar filling the air. Behind them, the Hokage Tower loomed, a dim outline against the storm-washed sky. You know, Jiraiya said after a while, most people don't walk this quiet unless they're planning something. Conan's voice was calm. I'm thinking. About what? About how strange peace sounds. The streets here, they breathe. In aim, even silence had weight. He nodded, glancing up at the lanterns swaying in the mist. Konoha's messy, loud, but it's alive. Can't say that for many places anymore. They passed a late ramen stand, steam curling up into the damp air. A child laughed inside, and Conan slowed for a moment, eyes flicking toward the sound before moving on. He would have liked that, she murmured. Yahiko? Jiraiya asked softly. Her faint nod was answer enough. The rain whispered along the street as they turned toward the residential district. The buildings grew smaller, humbler, homes instead of offices. The smell of warm oil and damp wood hung in the air. Jiraiya broke the silence again. You did good tonight, Conan. Didn't think I'd ever see you standing in front of the Hokage without throwing a paper spear. A small smile ghosted across her face. The war burned that part of me away. Maybe, he said, or maybe you finally found something worth saving. They reached the inn at the end of the lane. A single lamp burned by the door, her new quarters, courtesy of the Hokage. She stopped beneath the overhang, turning to him. I need to tell you something before we part, she said. Jiraiya folded his arms, the humor fading from his eyes. Go ahead. Conan looked toward the dark horizon beyond the walls. Before I left AIM, I went through the archives Nagato sealed. Old records, ones about the refugees from Uzushiogakure. That name made Jiraiya's expression tighten. The Whirlpool refugees? She nodded. Most of their names were erased. But one stood out. A girl. Karin Uzumaki. He blinked, straightening. And Uzumaki? Still alive? Yes. She was taken in by Kusagakure years ago, used for her healing abilities. Her chakra, it's potent, unmistakable. The Akatsuki knew of her but never touched her. Nagato ordered it, said she was proof the Uzumaki blood could still survive the storm. Jiraiya's jaw set. And now? Conan's eyes darkened. Now she's alone. After the Akatsuki fell, Hikeman began rounding up anyone with unique chakra traits near the rain border. He's searching for her. If he finds her first. Her voice trailed off, the meaning clear. Jiraiya rubbed a hand through his damp hair. He'll use her. Try to weaponize the Uzumaki bloodline. Conan nodded. He's already experimenting with seal techniques. Half of Nagato's old notes are in his hands. He believes he can recreate godhood if he controls the right blood. The toad sage cursed quietly under his breath. That bastard's playing with fire he doesn't understand. Conan's tone softened. If she's still free, she'll be somewhere between grass and the western marshlands. She doesn't even know her heritage, Jiraiya. Just a girl running from a war she never started. He looked at her, eyes thoughtful but heavy. You want us to find her? I want her to live, Conan said simply. That's all. Jiraiya gave a slow nod. Then we'll find her. I'll tell the old man at first light. Maybe it's time the Uzumaki name meant hope again, not tragedy. Conan's gaze flicked toward the Hokage monument glowing faintly in the mist. You think he'd approve, Nagato? Jiraiya smiled sadly. He'd tell me I'm a fool. Then he'd smile anyway. For a moment they both stood in silence, the soft patter of rain filling the space between them. Finally, Conan turned to the door of her small apartment. Thank you, Jiraiya. He shook his head. Just doing what I should have done years ago. She hesitated. You never stopped believing in us, did you? He chuckled. Old habits die hard, especially the stupid ones. That drew a faint, genuine smile from her, the first in years. Good night, Toad Sage. Night, Paper Angel. She slipped inside, the door closing quietly behind her. Jiraiya lingered a moment longer, glancing up toward the dark outline of the Hokage monument. Another Uzumaki, he murmured. Kushina, looks like your family's got another spark after all. Then he pulled up his collar and walked off into the mist. Mountain clearing, dawn. The morning air clung cold and damp to the mountain. Mist curled over the grass, silver in the first light. A sharp crack of lightning broke the quiet. Naruto drove forward across the clearing, shinobi sandals digging into the dirt. Blue arcs flared from his right arm, unstable but bright. Across from him, Akira Kurosawa moved like a blade drawn from shadow, her tanto humming with steady chakra. Lower your stance, she called. Naruto gritted his teeth. Trying, he threw his palm forward. The lightning burst outward, wild, brilliant, then sputtered into smoke. Akira stepped aside, the flat of her blade flicking against his shoulder. Too much chakra in the arm, she said evenly. You're pushing, not flowing. He crouched, panting, hair plastered to his forehead. Feels like it's trying to rip me apart. That's how you know you're close, she replied, faint smirk tugging her mouth. Naruto shot her a look. You enjoy this way too much. Teaching you? Always. He rolled his shoulders, shaking the tension loose, and formed the seal again. This time the chakra gathered tighter, lightning crawling clean and sharp over his fingers. Akira's eyes flicked in approval. Good. Keep it stable. Now, a sudden rustle broke through the mist. Akira's blade came up, lightning dying along her arm. Naruto froze, chakra still humming faintly around his fist. The sound grew, branches snapping, footsteps staggering through brush. Then she stumbled into the clearing, red hair tangled, cloak torn, breath hitching. Her eyes flashed crimson behind cracked glasses. Blood streaked her sleeve. Akira shifted, blade angled low. Identify yourself. The girl raised a trembling hand. Please, don't attack. I'm not your enemy. Naruto blinked. You sure crashed into the wrong training ground. She ignored him, panting. You're Leaf Shinobi, right? I saw your headbands. Akira didn't lower her guard. We are. You're injured. I've been running since nightfall, the redhead said, voice shaking. From Rain Scouts. They serve a man named Hikeman. Akira's expression hardened. Naruto frowned. You know that name? The girl nodded weakly. He's hunting people with chakra he can use. He wants, she hesitated, clutching her arm, he wants me. Why? Akira asked. Her gaze flicked toward Naruto, uncertain but desperate. Because of what I am. My name's Karin Uzumaki. Silence hit like thunder. Naruto froze. Uzumaki? He echoed softly. Akira's tone dropped. Then Jiraiya's rumors were true, she exists. Karin swayed, strength leaving her. Akira caught her before she hit the dirt, easing her down. She's burning up, she muttered. Naruto, lightning off, campfire on. He moved fast, forming seals. Controlled fire chakra flared to life, lighting the small clearing in orange glow. Karin's breathing steadied as warmth washed over her. Naruto knelt beside her, wide-eyed. Uzumaki, like me. Akira looked at him, voice low. You didn't grow up knowing your clan, did you? He shook his head. Didn't even know there was one. Her expression softened. Then maybe that changes today. The moment hung still, until a single drop of water hit Naruto's cheek. Then another. Akira's head lifted. The mist was thickening again, but the pressure in the air told her it wasn't rain. It was chakra. Move, she ordered. 3 shadows dropped from the tree line, landing hard. Rain shinobi, masks slick with moisture, slashed headbands gleaming darkly. Naruto jumped to his feet, lightning crawling up his arms. Guess they followed her. Akira drew her tanto in one smooth motion. Defensive circle. Stay low, Karin. The first attacker lunged. Steel met steel. Akira's blade caught his twin kunai strike, sparks hissing as she twisted him off balance. Naruto darted left, chakra sparking at his fists. Raken. He charged, his punch lighting up the clearing. The second rain shinobi tried to block, too late. The blow exploded in a burst of blue-white light, hurling the man back into a tree. Akira turned, slashing through another's guard, sparks flashing as metal scraped across armor. Good. Keep that control. The third shinobi landed behind Naruto, hands flashing through seals. Water release. Torrent Fang. A wave of pressurized water tore across the clearing. Naruto dove aside, the blast ripping through the campfire and scattering embers. Damn it. Akira was already moving. Stay focused. Use their element against them. Naruto's grin returned, sharp despite the chaos. Got it. He slammed his palms together, lightning flaring once more. The soaked ground amplified the charge, arcs crackling across the clearing as he swept his hand forward. Lightning style. Surge step. The current leapt along the puddles, striking the water jutsu midstream. The rain nin screamed as the electricity rebounded up his own attack, throwing him backward in a smoking heap. The final shinobi tried to retreat into the trees. Akira blurred forward, cutting him off, tanto blade stopping just shy of his throat. Tell me who sent you. The man sneered through the rain. You already know the name. Hikeman, Akira said flatly. He wants her alive, the shinobi spat. Says she belongs to the rain. Not anymore, Naruto growled, stepping beside her. Akira slammed her fist into the man's gut, knocking him unconscious. The forest fell quiet again, only the patter of soft rain filling the silence. Naruto turned toward the fire. Karin was awake, trembling, watching them with wide eyes. Akira crouched beside her, calm again. You're safe. For now. Karin looked between them, then at Naruto. Her voice came out barely above a whisper. Your chakra, it feels familiar. Naruto blinked, unsure how to answer. It feels like home, she said. The rain fell gently around them, the teacher, the boy of lightning, and the red-haired girl who had finally found the last piece of her lineage. The rain had quieted to a soft hiss against the trees. Steam still rose from the blackened ground where lightning had torn the clearing apart. Akira cleaned her blade with practiced calm, then sheathed it. We move, she said. This place won't stay quiet for long. Naruto crouched beside Karin, who was pale and barely conscious, her breath shallow. Can she walk? Akira shook her head. Not far. We'll carry her. Together they lifted her. Akira steady at her legs, Naruto supporting her shoulders, and followed the narrow trail down the ridge. The air smelled of wet pine and ozone. After several minutes, the shape of a small cabin appeared through the fog. An old ranger post Akira sometimes used during missions. Inside, she said, pushing open the door. The cabin was simple but solid, one table, a small hearth, the faint smell of cedar. Naruto eased Karin down onto the futon near the wall while Akira struck a spark in the fireplace. Warm light filled the room, chasing away the gray. Akira checked Karin's pulse, her tone clipped but calm. Stable for now. She needs rest, fluids, and chakra recovery. Naruto sat cross-legged nearby, feeding the fire. You think those rain guys will come looking? Akira nodded. They will. But we'll be gone before they climb this ridge. Naruto glanced over at Karin. The firelight caught her red hair, making it glow like embers. Another Uzumaki, he murmured. Feels weird. Akira raised an eyebrow. Weird? He shrugged. I've always been it, the only one. No family, no clan. Seeing her, I don't know. Feels different. Akira's voice softened. Then maybe you finally found proof you're not alone. He smiled faintly, just as Karin stirred. Her fingers twitched first, then her breath quickened. Naruto leaned forward. Hey, she's waking up. Her eyes fluttered open, unfocused, searching, then locked on him. For a moment she didn't breathe. Her chakras surged, bright and raw, spilling through the air like heat. Wait, Akira started. The floor cracked. Golden red chains erupted from the air behind Karin, snapping through the space like living fire. They coiled around Naruto in an instant, waist, arms, chest, pinning him before he could react. "Whoa, hey," he shouted, muscles straining. The chains shimmered with power, pulsing in rhythm with Karin's heartbeat. She stared at him through half-lidded eyes, her lips parting as a single word slipped out, barely audible. "Mine." The sound was small but fierce, a claim born from instinct rather than thought. Naruto froze. Akira did not. Her blade was half-drawn before the last echo of the word faded. "Karin," she barked. "Release him." The girl's eyes snapped wide. The chains dissolved at once, scattering into motes of gold that faded into the air. Naruto stumbled free, wide-eyed and breathless. What the hell was that? Karin gasped, horror dawning on her face. I didn't mean to. It happens when I feel chakra that's close to mine." Akira's tone was sharp. "You mean that was deliberate?" Karin shook her head quickly. "No, it's a reflex. My chakra reacts when it recognizes its own lineage. It just acts." She swallowed, trembling. "They're adamantine chains. It's an Uzumaki bloodline. I lost control when I felt his chakra." Naruto rubbed at his arms, where faint warmth still lingered. Felt like getting hugged by lightning ropes. Karin's cheeks flushed, mortified. "I'm sorry. I wasn't awake. I didn't know." Akira's voice softened slightly, sheathing her blade. "Reflex or not, warn us next time before you claim someone." Karin blinked, realization catching up, and to her own embarrassment, a small sound halfway between a nervous laugh and a groan escaped her. "I said that out loud, didn't I?" Naruto's grin returned despite himself. "Yeah, kinda hard to miss." For the first time, her lips curved into a shy, exhausted smile. Typical Uzumaki, can't do anything quietly. Akira settled back beside the fire, shaking her head. "Get some rest, both of you. We move when the rain stops." Naruto leaned back against the wall, still feeling the echo of that chakra hum against his skin. Karin lay down again, voice soft, almost sleepy. "I didn't think I'd ever find another one of us." Naruto's reply was quiet, warm. "Guess we both got lucky." The fire crackled low. Outside, the rain fell steady and slow, a lull before the next storm. Chapter 14: The Bane of All Those in Love. Morning sunlight crept through the paper screens of the Nara compound, spilling over the tatami floor in long, golden lines. The air smelled faintly of tea and damp grass. Hotaru sat at the table, chopsticks hovering over her untouched bowl of rice. Across from her sat an empty cushion, Naruto's seat. He hadn't come back last night. Not even a note. Her jaw tightened slightly as she stared at that cushion. "He's probably training," she told herself for the third time. Akira-sensei pushes him hard, sunrise to sunset, no breaks. But still, it gnawed at her. The bane of all those in love, another woman. And worse, one her father respected, her brother listened to, and her crush admired. Shikamaru shuffled in mid-yawn, staff balanced on his shoulders. He eyed her expression with the slow dread of someone who knew exactly where this was going. "Morning," he muttered. He poured tea, watching her poke her rice with surgical precision. "You're doing that thing again." "What thing?" "The imagining someone else near Naruto thing." Her chopsticks froze mid-stab. "No, I'm not." "Yeah, you are." Before she could retort, the air in the room shifted. It was faint at first, a whisper of chakra against the edge of her senses. Hotaru's head tilted slightly. Then she felt it. A flicker. A pulse. Warm, fiery chakra, female. Red. Wild. Something inside her spine straightened. Shikamaru noticed instantly. "Oh no." Hotaru's eyes narrowed. "He's not alone. How do you?" She didn't answer. The sensation was growing clearer by the second. That chakra's signature brushed against Naruto's like static, bright and invasive, and every instinct in her body screamed competition. A low, dark aura began to bloom around her shoulders, subtle at first, then heavier. Shadows from the room's corners seemed to lean toward her, drawn in by her mood. Shikamaru leaned back in alarm. "Hotaru, you're leaking killing intent over breakfast." Her voice dropped, eerily calm. "Someone's near him. Maybe it's Akira-sensei." "It's not Akira-sensei." She stood up, chakra rippling around her like smoke. The shadows under her feet twisted and rose, curling like black fire. Even Yoshino, stepping in from the hallway, paused mid-sentence and blinked. "Dear," her mother said slowly. "Why is the temperature dropping?" "Because," Hotaru said, Voice dangerously sweet, Naruto's chakra is resonating with someone else's. Shikamaru groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. Oh boy. The aura deepened, a dark, comedic storm of jealousy and tactical malice. Small objects on the table rattled. The family cat bolted. Yoshino sighed. Ah, so it begins. Hotaru exhaled, forcing a smile that was all teeth. Mother, I'm going out. To train? Yoshino asked dryly. To investigate. Shikamaru slumped forward, muttering, she's gonna kill him or marry him by lunchtime. Hotaru grabbed her flak vest, tied her hair up, and slid the door open. Her shadow stretched long across the porch, still swirling faintly with chakra. He's mine to yell at, she thought grimly, not anyone else's. And with that, she vanished into the trees, the echo of her muttered threat following her like thunder. Whoever she is, she's going to wish she'd stayed in the rain. The spark, the air, and the shadow. The wooden door slid open with a whisper. Mist drifted in first, then Hotaru stepped through. Her black hair was still damp from the morning fog, her shadow chakra rippling faintly around her invisible waves. Calm expression, steady posture, but her eyes told the truth. They were sharp, cold, furious. Naruto straightened instantly. Hotaru. You're up early. Akira, seated at the table, didn't even look up. Early? She's been hunting your chakra since sunrise. Hotaru's tone was deceptively mild. So I noticed. Then her gaze found her. Karin sat propped up on the futon, crimson eyes narrowing slightly in return. The two girls looked at one another in silence, the air tightening between them. Blonde and red met black and green, fire and shadow, lightning and stillness. Karin's first thought was tactical. Good stance. Balanced. Fast reflexes judging by her chakra flow. Definitely dangerous. Her second thought was less professional. Pretty. Of course she's pretty. Great. Hotaru's first impression wasn't much kinder. Red hair. Red eyes. Sitting near the fire like she owns it. Fantastic. Her second thought, as she saw Naruto glance awkwardly between them, was more personal. So this is the cause of that chakra flare I felt. Wonderful. Akira, still leaning in her chair, broke the silence with a quiet, long-suffering sigh. Alright, before anyone starts throwing kunai, introductions. Karin crossed her legs, resting her elbows on her knees. Karin Uzumaki, she said coolly. Refugee from the rain border. Hikeman's men were chasing me. Your sensei and your blonde knight here pulled me out of it. Hotaru's brow twitched at the word knight. Hotaru Nara, she replied smoothly, her tone polite but blade-edged. Leaf Kunoichi. Team 15. And the blonde knight happens to be my teammate. Naruto scratched the back of his head nervously. Yeah. We kinda found her bleeding out in the woods, so you brought her to a secluded cabin in the mountains? Hotaru said sweetly. Naruto blinked. That sounds way worse when you say it like that. Akira pinched the bridge of her nose. Children? Karin tilted her head, eyes flicking between them again. There it was. The subtle chakra link she'd felt earlier. The resonance. The emotional tether that existed between these two. He's hers, Karin realized. Even if they don't say it out loud. And yet, the spark of curiosity wouldn't die. She'd spent years surrounded by cold, practical people, never warmth like his. That energy drew her in, no matter how dangerous the shadow girl beside him looked. Hotaru, meanwhile, felt every inch of Karin's scrutiny and met it head-on. Her arms crossed over her chest, her chakras steady and cold. You can look all you want, she thought silently, but you'll find out soon enough, he already belongs here. Naruto felt the tension thickening like fog. You two are staring kinda hard. Both looked at him in perfect sync. We're not. Akira leaned back with a quiet smirk. Yes, you are. Karin cleared her throat, pretending to focus on her tea. I was just taking stock. You can tell a lot about someone by their chakra flow. Hotaru's smile didn't reach her eyes. So can I. Akira muttered under her breath. Kami, help me. This is going to be a long mission. Naruto, desperate to change the subject, turned to Karin. So, what's Hikeman want with you again? That worked, for now. Karin's expression sobered instantly. He's hunting chakra types like mine. Strong life force, sealing ability, anything that can fuel his experiments. I escaped one of his bases before it went up in flames. Akira's humor vanished as well. Then he'll send more scouts. We need to move her soon. Hotaru nodded, though her gaze flicked briefly back toward Karin. The jealousy wasn't gone, just buried under discipline. Then let's move before he gets close. Karin caught that glance and smirked faintly to herself. Protective already, she thought. This could be fun. Akira stood, stretching her shoulders. Alright, everyone pack up. And try not to kill each other before breakfast. As the others moved around the cabin, Hotaru lingered near the doorway, eyes on the horizon, thoughts tight and focused. Her father's words echoed faintly in her mind. Nara's shadow always reaches what they want, even if it takes time. She looked back at Naruto, blonde hair catching the light as he helped Karin gather her cloak. Then I'll just have to make sure this shadow stays ahead of the storm. Mountain cabin, midday. Uzumaki plans. The air inside the cabin had grown still again. The rain outside had thinned to a soft drizzle, a rhythm against the wood that matched the steady thump of Naruto rearranging packs near the hearth. Akira sat cross-legged by the window, flipping through a worn mission log, eyes occasionally lifting to watch. Not to intrude, just to see how the young ones moved when they thought she wasn't looking. Hotaru stood beside the door, hands clasped behind her back, posture casual but chakra alert, her shadow still faintly connected to Naruto's. She hadn't realized it hadn't withdrawn. And Karin, bandaged and sitting on the futon, leaned back on her hands, her red eyes following all of it. They're close, she thought. Too close for comfort. Her gaze lingered on the blonde, the easy grin, the rough hands, the way his chakra pulsed steady and alive, filling the room with warmth. It was like sunlight on skin after years of cold rain. She didn't just want it, she needed it. An Uzumaki with that kind of spirit, it can't end with just one. The clan needs him. I need him. But then her eyes slid to the girl standing near the door. The Nara heir with that deceptively calm face, shadow curling protectively toward him even now. Karin smiled faintly to herself. And she's already claimed him in her own quiet way. She crossed one leg over the other, resting her chin on her hand, pretending to be half bored while her mind spun fast. Fine, she thought. If she's that deep in already, I'll just have to plan accordingly. The thought wasn't bitter, it was practical. Strategic. Karin Uzumaki had spent years in hiding, learning patience, reading people, waiting for the right opening. She understood how to survive, how to adapt. If I can't take the whole, I can share the storm. A clan doesn't rebuild itself on pride alone. Her lips curved slightly, amused by her own daring. Besides, she mused, maybe a little competition will keep him sharp. I'm not giving up on this one. Akira, from her seat, saw that expression, the faint smirk, the glint of calculation behind Karin's calm. The Jonin's eyes narrowed slightly. Uzumaki fire and Nara's stubbornness in one cabin, she thought dryly. Kami saved this poor boy. Alright, Akira said aloud, breaking the quiet. We'll move in 1 hour. Hotaru, check the perimeter traps. Naruto, finish packing. Karin, conserve your chakra. All three nodded. As they scattered to their tasks, Karin lingered by the window a moment longer, watching Naruto tie the last strap on his pack. The way his blonde hair caught the light, bright against the dark wood. A small, private smile touched her lips. The Uzumaki always find their way home, she thought. Even if we have to make a little room. Silent signals. Akira led from the front, her pace light but certain. The forest path wound through tall cedars, sunlight slanting gold through branches. She said nothing, listening instead to the faint hum of chakra behind her. Naruto and Hotaru walked close behind. Her arm was looped through his, natural as breathing. Her shadow already reached his heels, brushing faintly along his, waiting, and when she felt Karin's chakra surge behind them, she quietly merged it. The connection locked, invisible but strong. Naruto didn't notice. Think sensei's gonna make us camp soon? Probably, Hotaru said softly. She's not the resting type. Karin had been trailing for several minutes, watching. The subtle chakra merge between them was impossible to miss, calm, steady, synchronized. She adjusted her glasses, smiled faintly, and lengthened her stride. Hey, Blondie, she called, slipping up beside him and looping her arm through his other side. You walk fast for someone with burnt-out chakra reserves. Naruto blinked. Wait, when did you? Before he could finish, Hotaru's shadow flared, merging completely. Akira felt it from ahead, a pulse like two threads winding tighter. She's staking her ground, the Jonin thought, but didn't turn. Karin felt it too. Instead of pulling away, she smiled. Her free hand moved low, smooth and confident. Karin signed. You're close to him. I can feel it. Hotaru replied without turning. Hotaru signed. Closer than you should be. Karin signed. Then teach me. Hotaru's brow furrowed slightly. Hotaru signed. Teach you what? Karin signed. How to stand beside him like you do. Hotaru signed. You'd have to earn that. Karin signed. I plan to. As an equal, not a thief. Hotaru's fingers slowed, curious now. Hotaru signed. Equal? Karin signed. Not rivals. Two who understand him. Fire and shadow. Balance, not ownership. Hotaru signed. You'd share him? Karin signed. Share strength. Share purpose. He's Uzumaki, our chakra carries life. Together, it could build more than either alone. Hotaru signed. You believe that? Karin signed. I've lived by it. Bonds make power real. Alone, we just burn out. Hotaru was silent for a few steps, the wind rustling through leaves overhead. Then she signed. If that's true, you'll have to prove it. Karin signed. I will. Hotaru signed. Then we'll see if fire and shadow can coexist. Karin's lips curved in a faint smile. Karin signed. They can. If they both guard the same light. Hotaru's response came slower, but steady. Hotaru signed. Then protect it, not possess it. Naruto looked between them, frowning slightly. You two keep doing that sign thing. Am I supposed to know what's going on? Nothing bad, Karin said quickly, her tone light. Just coordination. Hotaru's voice was calm, measured. Something like that. Akira's voice carried softly from ahead. Good. Keep coordinating until we reach camp. Maybe you'll both learn something. Neither answered, but both smiled faintly. The forest deepened, the sun sinking behind the trees as three shadows stretched long over the path, fire and shadow twined on either side of the same sun. They reached a small clearing just as the light began to fade. Akira raised a hand, signaling the halt. Camp here, she said simply. Naruto, with me. We'll gather firewood and check the perimeter. Naruto straightened. Got it, sensei. He shot Hotaru a grin before following Akira into the trees. The sound of their footsteps faded, leaving the clearing wrapped in the soft hiss of insects and the creak of branches above. Hotaru knelt by the fire pit, her movements calm, precise, clearing space, arranging stones, setting her pack beside her. She could still feel the faint pulse of Naruto's chakra, distant now but steady, her shadow's connection stretching thin before she withdrew it entirely. Karin sat across from her, legs crossed, elbows on her knees. For a while, neither spoke. The tension was quiet but heavy, not hateful, just full of understanding neither wanted to voice aloud. Finally, Karin broke the silence. You don't like me much, do you? Hotaru didn't look up. I don't know you yet. Karin smiled faintly. That's not a no. Hotaru's hands moved slightly over the dirt, tracing idle circles, subtle focus exercises, grounding herself. You're bold, she said softly. That's not a bad thing. But you move fast. Karin tilted her head. You think I should wait for permission? Hotaru met her eyes across the growing twilight. I think you should learn rhythm before you step into a dance. Karin huffed a quiet laugh, shaking her head. You sound like a poet. Hotaru's expression didn't change. No, just someone who's seen what rushing costs. A silence followed. The forest breathed around them, slow, steady, alive. Karin's fingers began to move again, low and deliberate. Karin signed. You think I'll hurt him? Hotaru signed. I think you could. Karin signed. Not on purpose. Hotaru signed. Intent doesn't soften damage. Karin signed. Then teach me how not to. Hotaru paused, eyes steady on hers. Hotaru signed. That's not something I can teach. You have to care first. Karin signed. I already do. Hotaru signed. Prove it. Karin nodded once, no smile this time. Fair. The sound of footsteps returned, Akira and Naruto talking lightly as they approached. Karin leaned back, expression settling into calm neutrality. Hotaru's shadow folded back to rest under her feet. Akira stepped into the clearing, dropping a small pile of wood by the pit. Perimeter's clear, she said, tone easy. Let's get the fire started. Naruto knelt beside Hotaru, grinning as he struck flint and steel. Told you I'd find good kindling. Hotaru smiled faintly. You did fine. Across the flames, Karin's gaze softened, not jealous now, just thoughtful. The warmth of the fire caught her glasses, flashing gold before the smoke carried it away. And for the first time that evening, the clearing felt balanced, quiet, tense, and waiting. The fire had burned low, just coals breathing faint red against the dark. Wind moved through the trees in slow, whispering waves. The forest had gone quiet except for the occasional crackle of ash breaking loose and the faint hum of chakra somewhere beyond the trees. Hotaru lay on her side, eyes open, watching the embers pulse. Her shadow still trailed off the bedroll, a thread of darkness that brushed faintly toward where Naruto's chakra flickered in the distance. She didn't sever it, couldn't bring herself to. Karin sat cross-legged across the fire, arms around her knees, staring into the glow. "Hotaru," she said softly. A small hum answered from the other side. "You think I meant stealing him," Karin said. "But that's not it." Hotaru's tone came low. "Then what did you mean?" "I meant sharing," Karin said. "Not the kind people whisper about. Not taking turns or stealing pieces. I meant standing beside, helping him, you, both of you. I don't want to tear what you have apart." Hotaru's brow furrowed faintly, firelight catching the edge of her cheek. "Sharing," she echoed. "How would that even work? If I wanted to, I mean." Karin blinked, surprised by the honesty in the question. She looked down at her hands, then back at the fire. "I don't know," she said. "Not like some rule or plan. But I think it starts with trust. With not fighting over him, but fighting with him. With each other. You love him your way. I'd love him mine. If we both make him stronger, if he doesn't break between us, then maybe it works." Hotaru studied her for a long moment. The fire popped softly. "You talk like a fool." Karin smiled a little. "You say that now." Hotaru looked away, eyes on the coals. "And if I don't want to share? Then I'll still stay," Karin said quietly. "As his ally. As another Uzumaki. I just want to belong again. To something that lasts." Silence again, only the forest breathing around them. Hotaru's shoulders eased, cloak shifting. "You talk too much," she muttered. Karin smirked faintly. "You listen too hard." The small exchange faded into quiet. The fire sank lower. Hotaru closed her eyes, her shadow still faintly pulsing toward the treeline. Karin stretched out her legs, tugged her cloak close. Before sleep took her, she whispered to the dark, not to Hotaru but to whatever might be listening. "I'll never take him from you. But I'll fight for the right to walk beside you both." The forest swallowed the words. Only the faint rhythm of two steady heartbeats remained, both bound to the same boy somewhere beyond the trees. The road curved between the trees, still damp from the night's rain. Mist rose from the ground in thin, wavering lines, and the smell of earth clung to the air. Akira led in front, steady and alert, Naruto a few steps beside her, hands hooked behind his neck as he hummed to himself. Hotaru and Karin followed, their pace easy. The forest canopy broke in places, spilling light over their shoulders. Karin kicked a stray pebble down the path. "You're quiet again," she said. Hotaru kept her eyes forward. "Still thinking. About me?" Hotaru glanced at her. "About what you said." Karin smiled a little. "Then let me finish it. You asked how sharing would even work." Hotaru nodded once. Karin shifted her pack higher. "When I said the Uzumaki weren't against two wives, I didn't mean it like people think. It wasn't about what happened behind doors. It was about unity, about strength. They believed two hearts loyal to one man made a family harder to break." Hotaru's gaze flicked her way. "Sounds like something said to excuse chaos." Karin smirked. "Maybe in other clans. But not ours. The Uzumaki built everything on bonds. Love wasn't owned, it was guarded. Two mothers meant double the guidance, double the protection. My grandmother used to say, one mother raises a child, two raise a legacy." Hotaru's expression softened despite herself. "Two mothers, huh?" Karin nodded. "Better than one, if they love the same." Hotaru went quiet again, eyes following Naruto's back up ahead. The sun caught his hair, flashing gold for an instant through the trees. "Still sounds strange," she murmured. Karin smiled faintly. "You'll get used to strange if you stay near him long enough." Hotaru's lips twitched, fighting a smile. "That much, I already know." A breeze passed through, carrying the smell of pine and smoke from Akira's trail torch. The mist was thinning now, road widening before them. Akira glanced back, voice firm but amused. "You two back there solving clan philosophy or just gossiping again?" Karin called, "A little of both." Hotaru said, "Neither. Naruto laughed under his breath. You're both terrible liars. Then stop eavesdropping, Hotaru shot back. Akira smirked. He can't help it. It's instinct. Naruto scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. I just like knowing what's so funny. Nothing you'd understand, Karin said. Try me, he said. Hotaru muttered, later. Akira waved them forward. Pick it up. Ridge is half a league ahead. The road leveled out, the forest opening to sunlight. The two girls fell silent again, walking in rhythm, the tension from last night gone, replaced by something quieter, steadier. Two kunoichi, side by side. Both thinking the same thing. Maybe two hearts were stronger than one after all. Hirizen's office. The Hokage's pipe stilled halfway to his lips. He hadn't expected her to be the one to walk through his doors first. Akira Kurosawa strode in without waiting for permission, her flak jacket marked with travel dust and her expression unreadable. Behind her, Naruto followed with Hotaru close at his side, their arms brushing, her shadow faintly laced around his feet. Karin trailed a step behind, her glasses glinting in the lamplight. Hirizen blinked once, then twice. Akira, he said slowly, voice edged with surprise. You're back sooner than your report indicated. Akira stopped in front of his desk, the air around her calm but heavy. Mission parameters changed, Lord Third. I brought them directly here. Naruto straightened instinctively under her tone. Hotaru mirrored him, her hand brushing against his sleeve like an anchor. Karin's eyes flicked between the old man and the Genin, sharp and measuring. Hirizen leaned back, studying the three of them, and saw it at once. Naruto's posture was different, his stance balanced. His chakra flow steady, contained. Even his eyes held something new, calm, tempered, but dangerous beneath. For the first time in months, the Hokage didn't see the boy the village whispered about. He saw a shinobi. I see, Hirizen murmured, pipe forgotten. His gaze shifted to Akira. You've been busy, it seems. Akira's mouth curved faintly. He's been listening, finally. That earned the ghost of a smile from the old man, the kind that said he'd been wrong to underestimate her. Hirizen's gaze shifted again, this time to the redhead standing just behind Naruto. Karin adjusted her glasses under the old man's scrutiny. Then, without hesitation, she stepped closer and looped her arm through Naruto's. The motion was casual, but not careless. Possessive in its quiet way. Naruto froze mid-breath, caught between confusion and instinct, while Hotaru's eyes narrowed, only slightly. Her shadow shifted, darkening at his feet like a silent warning. The Hokage raised an eyebrow, the faintest flicker of amusement crossing his weathered face. And who, he asked lightly, might this be? Akira didn't flinch. A survivor of the Uzumaki line, she said evenly. Karin, we encountered her near the northern ridge, she requested protection and found a reason to stay. Karin tilted her chin, unbothered by the scrutiny. Naruto's chakra called to mine, she said simply, her tone calm but certain. It was instinct. Clan blood recognizes its own. That earned another thoughtful silence from Hirizen. The old man's eyes softened, the weight of history passing through them. I see, he murmured. And Uzumaki, another one. He glanced at Naruto again, at the redhead's arm threaded through his, at Hotaru's quiet tension in the corner of his vision, and exhaled through his nose, a small smile tugging his lips. Troublesome age, he muttered under his breath. Akira folded her arms. You have no idea. Karin nodded once, quiet but deliberate, then gave Naruto's arm a small squeeze. The gesture looked simple, but the intent was anything but. Her chakra pulsed faintly, brushing against his like a soft static hum. Naruto's hand twitched, unsure whether to pull back or let her hold on. Hotaru noticed the motion instantly, her own shadow rippled, curling around his sandal in quiet defiance. Akira caught the silent exchange but said nothing, only the faint tilt of her brow betrayed her awareness. Hirizen saw it all, the protective girl with the shadow. The redhead staking silent claim. The boy in the middle, wide-eyed and still learning the weight of being wanted. A slow, knowing breath left the old man's lungs. He'd lived long enough to recognize the start of something dangerous and entirely human. Very well, he said at last, leaning back in his chair. We'll discuss your report in full. But it seems, he added with a small smile, you've all brought back more than I expected. Akira smirked faintly. That's one way to put it. Karin's new place. By the time the meeting ended, The afternoon sun had already begun to sink, casting warm orange light across the Hokage's office. Hiruzen signed the final document and set his pipe aside. "You'll be assigned housing immediately," he said, glancing at Karin. "There's an open apartment near the Nara compound, quiet, secure, and close enough for Akira or Naruto to check in if needed." Karin nodded once, pushing her glasses up. "I'll take it." "Good," Hiruzen replied, already scribbling a note for the housing clerk. "I'll have someone deliver the key within the hour." Karin's gaze flicked to Naruto, then lingered. "Guess I'll be your neighbor, Blondie." Naruto blinked, scratching the back of his neck. Yeah, that's close." Hotaru said nothing, but her eyes tracked every subtle movement between them. Her shadow stretched almost imperceptibly, brushing against Naruto's sandal before fading back into the floor. Akira exhaled quietly. "Then it's settled," she said, bowing her head to the Hokage. "We'll see her moved in before sunset." "See that you do," Hiruzen said, watching them go. There was warmth in his gaze, but also something else. Curiosity, concern, maybe even a hint of nostalgia. As they left the office, sunlight caught on the glass behind them. Karin's hand brushed Naruto's arm again as they stepped into the hall. Hotaru saw it, said nothing. Her eyes narrowed, just slightly, before she looked forward again, shadow trailing behind them like a silent vow. Hotaru let her chakras settle, the flicker's hum fading into the stillness beneath the trees. For a while, they just walked, slow steps along the shaded path leading toward the Nara compound gates. Naruto stuffed his hands into his pockets, still shaking off the dizzy rush. "You didn't have to drag me off that fast," he said, voice low but teasing. Hotaru's lips curved faintly. "Didn't feel like sharing." He glanced at her, half a smile tugging his mouth. "With Karin, you mean?" She didn't answer right away. Instead, she leaned in, shoulder brushing his, her head resting lightly against him as they walked. The contact was soft, steady, deliberate. After a moment, she murmured, "Should I be worried she'll steal you away?" Naruto blinked, surprised by the softness in her tone. "Karin?" he said. "She's just friendly, I think." Hotaru's hum was quiet, skeptical, almost amused. Her shadow flickered briefly under their feet, brushing his again like a pulse of thought. I'll keep an eye on that," she said, eyes forward, voice low but edged with warmth. He scratched the back of his neck, awkward grin forming. "You really don't have to." "Maybe not," she said, glancing up at him, "but I want to." The path curved ahead toward the compound, lantern light spilling faintly through the trees, the kind of quiet only home could hold. Karin adjusted her glasses, exhaling slowly. A faint smile touched her lips, not sharp, not bitter, just quietly knowing. "Can't blame her," she murmured. "I'd have done the same." Her hand came up, brushing through the air where their chakra trails faded, the remnants of two signatures intertwined, one bright and wild, the other calm and steady as shadow. She felt the contrast and smiled again, softer this time. "Guess he's already found where he belongs," she said under her breath. With that, Karin turned down the path, red hair catching the light. There was no jealousy in her eyes, only thoughtfulness, and a quiet acceptance that she wasn't losing anything, just beginning to understand the kind of bond she'd stepped into. By late afternoon, the village had settled into its usual rhythm, merchants calling out, rooftops gleaming in the light, the scent of food drifting through open streets. Karin followed Akira through the narrow back lanes near the Nara compound, her small pack slung over one shoulder. "This area's quiet," Akira said, glancing back. "Close enough to the compound that you won't get lost, but far enough to have space. You'll have everything you need here." They stopped in front of a modest apartment, 2 rooms, small balcony, shaded by trees. The kind of place built for peace, not prestige. Karin stepped inside, her eyes sweeping over the space. Clean tatami mats, sunlight spilling across the floor, a low table already set with a folded blanket and kettle. Simple, warm. "It's nicer than I expected," she said softly. Akira leaned against the doorframe, arms folded. "You've had a rough few days. Hiruzen wanted you somewhere stable while he sorts through the reports. The Uzumaki name carries weight, even now." Karin gave a faint nod, brushing her fingers along the windowsill. "You mean until people decide what to make of me?" Akira's tone softened. "Until you decide what to make of yourself." Karin looked over her shoulder, meeting the older woman's gaze. For the first time that day, she smiled, small, sincere. Thank you, for not treating me like a threat. Don't thank me, Akira said. Just keep that sharp mind of yours focused. You'll have chances here, don't waste them. Karin's smile grew faintly wider. I don't plan to. Akira gave a curt nod, pushing off the frame. Good, I'll check in on you tomorrow. As the Genin vanished in a swirl of wind, the apartment fell quiet again. Karin stood for a long moment, then walked to the window. Through the trees, she could just see the distant rooftops of the Nara compound, shadows moving under lantern light. She rested a hand on the glass, eyes soft. Guess I'll see him soon enough, she murmured. And her too. Hokage's office, evening. Smoke curled lazily from the old man's pipe, the scent of sandalwood thick in the air. Papers lay in neat stacks across his desk, mission reports, clan petitions, requests that never seemed to end. The window slid open with a quiet click. Akira stepped through, brushing stray dust from her flak vest before bowing lightly. Karin Uzumaki's settled, she said. Apartment near the Nara compound, as you asked. Hiruzen exhaled through his nose, the smoke rising in slow spirals. Good, I expected nothing less. He studied her for a moment, the steady set of her shoulders, the faint tension still in her eyes. You've done well with Naruto, Akira, he said. Better than I'd hoped, truth be told. She gave a short nod. He learns fast. And, he listens, most of the time. A small smile tugged at the Hokage's mouth. A rare miracle, then. Silence lingered between them, broken only by the faint rustle of paper as he reached for a fresh scroll. Then Hiruzen looked up again, his gaze thoughtful. Tell me, he said, how would you feel about taking on a fourth student? Akira blinked. A fourth? Karin, Hiruzen said simply. She's strong, sharp, and alone. She needs guidance, and I trust your judgment more than most. Akira's brow furrowed slightly. You want me to add her to Team 15? That's already 3 Genin, Naruto, Hotaru, Shikamaru. Their balance works. I know, Hiruzen said, setting down his pipe. But this isn't about numbers. It's about stability. Karin's bloodline, her history, she'll draw attention. If she's left on her own, others will come looking to use her. Akira's eyes narrowed a fraction. Danzo. Hiruzen's silence was answer enough. The Genin folded her arms, pacing once before the desk. She's talented, but she'll change the team dynamic. Hotaru's already protective of Naruto, and Karin's interested. That tension could get messy. Or it could forge something stronger, Hiruzen said quietly. Trust, perhaps. Understanding between clans that rarely see eye to eye. Akira stopped pacing, her expression thoughtful. You're not just thinking about the team, she said. No, Hiruzen admitted. I'm thinking about the future. For a long moment, they said nothing. Only the soft crackle of the pipe and the distant sound of evening rain against the roof. Finally, Akira inclined her head. I'll consider it, she said. But I won't decide until I see how they move together. Hiruzen smiled faintly, the tired warmth of an old man who'd seen too many cycles repeat. That's all I ask. She turned toward the window again. You trust me a lot, Lord Third. I trust the woman who can keep Naruto Uzumaki focused, he said with a hint of humor. That takes more than skill. It takes heart. Akira paused at the sill, a quiet breath escaping her. Then let's hope mine holds. She flickered away in a swirl of wind and leaves. Hiruzen watched the space where she'd been, the smoke curling upward once more. 4 students, he murmured, eyes drifting toward the village lights below. Perhaps this generation really will surprise us yet. Scene. The kidnapping drill. Team 15 training grounds, late morning. Wind hissed through the grass of Team 15's field, carrying the scent of damp bark and steel wire traps half buried in the soil. The morning sun glinted off kunai targets in the distance. Akira Kurosawa stood at the center, silver hair tied back and catching the light like a drawn blade. Her stance was easy, but her eyes were anything but. Before her, Karin Uzumaki stood straight in her red jacket and purple overskirt, the new leaf headband gleaming above the bridge of her glasses. Naruto waited beside her, relaxed but curious. On the opposite side of the field, Hotaru Nara and Shikamaru stood at attention, though Shikamaru looked about ready for a nap. Akira's voice carried clear and firm across the field. Today's exercise is not a spar. It's a scenario, capture and retrieval. She let the silence sit a heartbeat before continuing. Karin, your task is to abduct Naruto and disappear into the forest. You have 5 minutes to hide, mislead, and secure your target however you see fit. Karin's lips curved into a sly grin. Oh, I like this already. Naruto blinked. Wait, I'm the what now? The hostage, Akira said simply. Don't make it easy. Hotaru's eyes flicked toward Karin, sharp as glass. And our role? You and Shikamaru are the retrieval team. Find her. Recover Naruto. If she reaches the outer perimeter before you locate them, she wins. Shikamaru sighed. So, we're tracking a red-haired censor type through 30 acres of woodland while she's got a 5-minute lead? Akira smiled faintly. Precisely. Hotaru's shadow stirred, a black ripple beneath her sandals. Permission to use all shadow techniques? Granted, Akira said. Use what you've learned. But remember, this is about coordination, not brute force. Outsmart her. Karin rolled her shoulders, tugging on her gloves. You sure about that, sensei? You might not see them again once I'm done. Akira's smirk returned, cool and sharp. Then make it convincing. Your 5 minutes start. She raised a hand. Now. Karin didn't hesitate. Her hand snapped out, chakra flaring red as she grabbed Naruto's wrist. Come on, hostage. A single body flicker, and both vanished in a blur of leaves. Hotaru's shadow lunged instinctively but hit only the wind. TCH. Akira lowered her hand and turned to the remaining pair. 5 minutes. Use them wisely. Shikamaru crouched, scanning the treeline. Troublesome woman's probably laying false scent trails already. Hotaru's eyes narrowed, mind racing. She'll move north, the stream muffles footfall. I'll use the shadows to fan out, you map the wind direction. Akira folded her arms, watching the two slip into motion. Silver strands glinted in the light as she murmured under her breath. Let's see which side thinks faster, the hunter, or the hunted. Scene. The hunter's temper. Leaves still swirled where Karin and Naruto had vanished. The forest edge was silent again, save for the rustle of grass brushing against Hotaru's sandals. She stood motionless, eyes fixed on the treeline. Her shadow twitched at her feet, coiling, uncoiling, like a living thing straining for release. Shikamaru blew out a slow breath beside her. Well, she's gone. Hotaru didn't answer. Her jaw tightened, eyes narrowing as a faint pulse of chakra shimmered under her skin. That cold, controlled edge that came out whenever she was angry. Shikamaru winced. Oh great, that look. He remembered the last time he'd seen it, years ago, back when they were still kids. Some older academy boy had thrown mud at Hotaru's hair during drills. She hadn't yelled. She hadn't even flinched. She just smiled, quiet, polite, then waited until class ended. By sunset, the boy's shadow had been pinned to the wall behind the weapons shed for 3 straight hours, unable to move a finger until their father found him. Shikamaru sighed, scratching the back of his neck. Yeah, scary then. Scarier now. Hotaru exhaled slowly, forcing the tremor out of her voice. She took him. Technically, that's the point, Shikamaru offered. Her eyes slid toward him, sharp and calm. You think I don't know that? He raised his hands in mock surrender. Just saying, maybe don't vaporize the trees when you find them. Hotaru's shadow rippled across the dirt, stretching long and thin toward the forest. No promises. Shikamaru muttered, troublesome woman, under his breath, but the corner of his mouth twitched. Akira watched from the sidelines, arms folded, silver hair catching the sun. The faintest smirk crossed her lips. She's angry, she murmured. Good, let's see how she channels it. Hotaru turned to Shikamaru, voice clipped. We start north by the stream. Her chakra masking's good, but not perfect. The moment she uses a clone or flare, I'll feel it. Shikamaru nodded, already thinking through grid patterns and wind lines. Then let's move, before the redhead gets too comfortable. Hotaru's shadow spread outward again, dark and fluid, merging with the edge of the woods as she stepped forward. Her voice dropped, cold and even. She's not keeping him. Scene. The Red Hunter's Web. Northern edge of Team 15 training grounds. The forest swallowed them whole. Karin didn't stop moving until the open field was far behind them and the sound of rushing water masked every step. When she finally halted beside the stream, the world was quiet except for her breathing and the whisper of leaves. Could have just told me we were running a marathon, Naruto muttered. Karin smirked and turned on him, chakra already shimmering faintly around her fingers. Hostages don't complain, they cooperate. Before he could blink, golden chakra chains burst from her back, elegant and alive. One wrapped around his chest, another around his waist, and two more coiled down his arms, locking him in place. With a soft flick of her wrist, she turned, and the chains shifted, hoisting Naruto against her back, his weight balanced perfectly between her shoulders. He tensed. Karin. What are you? Securing my prize, she said, matter-of-factly. Her voice held amusement, though her eyes were already scanning the tree line. You move too much when you're nervous. A thinner chain slid across his mouth, tightening just enough to muffle his next word. Karin gave a satisfied hum, adjusting her stance. There, quiet and portable. You should have seen the look on Akira's face when she said, kidnap him, almost like she expected me to be gentle. Naruto grumbled something against the chain. She glanced back, smirked, and finally released the gag. Better? Yeah, thanks, he said, exhaling. You know you could have just asked me to walk, and risk you ruining my trail with those heavy sandals? She tilted her head back, smiling. Not a chance, Whiskers. Naruto blinked. Whiskers? Karin chuckled. You got marks on your cheeks like a fox kit. Kinda cute, actually. He flushed slightly, caught off guard. You know Hotaru's gonna kill you for this, right? Karin's grin sharpened. If she catches me, which she won't. She crouched at the edge of the stream, still carrying him, her chakra chains moving with her like obedient serpents. One of her hands brushed the water, releasing a faint pulse, a false chakra signature drifting downstream. Another chain darted forward, anchoring a second trace to a tree root. Then, methodically, she began planting decoys, thin threads of chakra, scent markers, and illusion traces. Her clones flickered to life moments later, each carrying her scent and chakra echo before vanishing into different directions, north, west, and deeper into the shadows. Red hair makes me easy to spot, she murmured, so I'll make sure they see me everywhere. Naruto craned his neck slightly against her shoulder. You've done this before. Of course, she said lightly. You don't survive the Uzumaki bloodline without learning how to vanish, or take what's yours. The chains flexed against her back, holding him steady. She smiled faintly, eyes gleaming behind her glasses. Now hold still, Whiskers. Let's see how long the Nara girl takes to find what belongs to me. Scene: the shadow hunt. Within the forest, 15 minutes later. The forest closed around them, thick with the scent of moss and bark, sunlight breaking through in narrow beams. Birds had gone silent, a sure sign someone had already passed through. Hotaru crouched at the edge of the stream, eyes scanning the mud and undergrowth. Her hands were steady, but her jaw was locked tight. The shadows under her feet stirred with faint tremors, slipping outward in restless tendrils that mirrored her mood. She used the current to scatter her chakra trail, Hotaru said quietly. Smart. Shikamaru crouched beside her, tracing a finger through the water where faint ripples lingered. Yeah, real smart. Problem is. He glanced up at her. You're angrier than I've seen you since that kid from Class C called Naruto dead last. Hotaru's eyes narrowed, voice level but clipped. That was different. This is personal. He sighed. Here we go again. He could practically feel the temperature drop around her. Her shadow twitched like a whip, stretching against tree roots and stones, searching. When she gets quiet like this, he thought, it's worse than when she yells. He remembered a dozen little moments. Toy shuriken embedded in walls, chalk dust explosions during academy drills, the day she made him apologize for teasing her about the blonde boy who sat 2 rows behind her. Back then, I thought it was just a crush. Now it's a full-blown storm. Hotaru straightened, eyes scanning the tree line. She left traces in 3 directions. North, west, and back toward the ridge. She's trying to divide us. Shikamaru nodded, already running calculations. She's masking the real path. The stream's too clean, probably a decoy line. Hotaru's lips pressed thin. So she's testing us. Or taunting you, he muttered. Her gaze sharpened. Then she'll regret it. He watched her shadow spread again, dark, fluid, alive. It crawled along the ground, slithering between the trees like something feral. Troublesome, he thought. She's in hunting mode. Aloud, he said, we'll split for 30 meters. If you pick up her chakra scent, signal me. I'll track the wind side. Hotaru gave a small nod, silent and focused. As she moved off, Shikamaru stayed crouched a moment longer, exhaling a slow breath. Karin's got guts, I'll give her that. But if she keeps pushing my sister like this. He shook his head, straightening. Even I won't save her from what's coming. Scene: the button trail. Within the forest, moments later, Hotaru's shadow slipped between the roots, sweeping in widening arcs. She moved like a wraith, eyes flicking between faint chakra traces and the bend of the grass. Each false trail carried Karin's sharp, deliberate precision, too clean, too evenly spaced. She's masking her scent with water and damp soil, Hotaru muttered. Classic censor tactic. Shikamaru followed a few steps behind, hands tucked into his pockets, gaze lazily scanning the treeline. But even as he looked bored, his mind was spinning through patterns. She overcompensated, he said softly. Too many decoys in too small a radius. You don't run in 3 directions if you're confident in your escape. Hotaru gave a curt nod, still searching. Then where? He crouched suddenly near a patch of fern, studying the dirt. The faintest scuff mark cut against the grain of the forest floor, deep enough for weight, too small for Karin's sandals. His eyes narrowed, following it along a root. Then he saw it. Something glinting in the dim light. He reached out and plucked it free. A small, dull shirt button, worn at the edge. Shikamaru turned it over in his fingers and smirked. Naruto's. Hotaru looked up sharply. You're sure? Yeah. Came off that dark green shirt he wears. Karin must have yanked him too hard, didn't even notice it drop. Her eyes softened, just for a second, then narrowed again. That means she's moving north, not west. Exactly, Shikamaru said, tucking the button into his vest pocket. The false trails were too tidy. But this, he gestured toward the disturbed dirt, this is messy. Human. Real. Hotaru knelt beside the spot, tracing the faint indentation. Her shadow rippled forward, snaking along the northern line, brushing low across the ground like a living compass. She felt it, a faint pulse of familiar chakra in the distance. Got you. Shikamaru stood, brushing the dirt from his hands. Told you. Karin's good, but she's not perfect. Hotaru's eyes glinted, her voice low and dangerous. No one who touches him ever is. Shikamaru sighed, stepping after her as they slipped deeper into the woods. She's not even thinking about the mission anymore, he thought. This is personal now. Karin, if you've got any sense left, start running. Scene. The scent of shadows. North Ridge, Karin's pav. Karin froze mid-step. The faintest tremor brushed the edge of her chakra field, soft, deliberate, patient. Found me already? She murmured. She stood perfectly still, eyes half-lidded, sensing. One thread of chakra moved fast, sharp, precise, Hotaru. The other lingered behind it, measured, calm, Shikamaru. A slow grin curved across Karin's lips. Well, guess they're not as dull as I thought. Naruto shifted slightly against her back, the chains creaking. Something wrong? Karin tilted her head, the crimson of her hair sliding over her shoulder. Not wrong, just interesting. You mean they found us? She smirked. Maybe. He groaned. Great. Hotaru's gonna tear me apart. She finished for him, chuckling under her breath. Let her try. Naruto sighed, head drooping against her shoulder. You really like pushing buttons, don't you? Only yours, Whiskers. His ears went pink. You've been saying that all morning. And every time I do, your chakra spikes a little. She glanced back, teasing. You're not very good at hiding things, you know. Naruto scowled, mumbling, you tied me to your back. What do you expect me to do? Appreciate the company, she said lightly. Besides, you're warm. Makes running easier. He grumbled something that sounded like crazy redhead, which only made her grin wider. Karin crouched suddenly, sliding behind a thick oak. Her chains shifted silently, pulling Naruto closer against her back as she pressed one hand to the ground. Chakra pulsed faintly outward, a sensor wave sweeping the nearby terrain. She caught it, a faint trace of Hotaru's shadow energy brushing across fallen leaves to the south. Close. Closer than she'd like. Karin's smile softened. She's good. Her chakra's steady even when she's mad. Naruto tilted his head slightly. You can feel that? Every flicker. Anger's heat in the chakra flow. Yours is lightning and wind, sharp, scattered. Hers? She chuckled. Cold and focused. Like a shadow about to strike. Naruto frowned. She's really that mad? Karin adjusted her glasses. Let's just say, if she finds us before I'm ready, I might have to buy her dinner as an apology. He stared at her. That's your plan? Of course not, she said, rising smoothly to her feet. My plan is to make her work for it. Karin closed her eyes and exhaled, pulse steadying. The forest seemed to breathe with her. She could feel them closing in, one from the north, one circling west to flank. Her grin returned. Alright then, Nara girl. Let's see if you can catch a fox and a chain. She flicked her wrist. The golden chains hummed, tightening around Naruto just enough to make him grunt. Hold on, Whiskers. Time to move. Then she body flickered again, vanishing between the trees as the faint laughter of her chakra echoed through the forest. Scene. The gap closes. Forest interior, shadow team in pursuit. Branches snapped softly underfoot as Hotaru raced through the underbrush, her movements silent and exact. Her sandals barely touched the soil, every step measured to keep her balance and speed in rhythm. The faint pulse of chakra ahead, Karin's, flickered like a heartbeat against her senses. She's moving again, Hotaru muttered. Fast. Shikamaru leapt down beside her from a low branch, landing in stride. Yeah, north by northwest, 200 meters, give or take. He glanced at her shadow gliding beside his feet. You're closing the gap. Hotaru's voice was low and steady, but the edge was unmistakable. She's using short bursts, not sustained runs. Trying to keep distance without burning out. We'll catch her before she resets her scent markers. Shikamaru nodded, eyes narrowing. I can already see the pattern. She's looping toward the ridge, probably planning to double back. Smart. But she didn't count on your range. Hotaru exhaled through her nose, and her shadow shot forward, threading between roots and brush, stretching farther with every stride. It branched and split, fragments darting up trunks and across leaves to probe ahead. Her control had sharpened in recent weeks, her reach extended farther, sharper, faster. She's close, she said. I can feel his chakra too. Shikamaru frowned. Naruto's? Yeah, mixed with hers, tangled. Her teeth clenched slightly. She's still got him restrained. Then this ends fast, Shikamaru said. I'll block her retreat path. You handle the grab. Hotaru gave a curt nod, eyes glinting. I'll handle more than that. They picked up speed, shadows sliding across the forest floor like ink under sunlight. Birds burst from the canopy as they passed, startled into the air. Shikamaru flicked a kunai into a tree as they ran, the thread of wire attached to it catching the next branch. Tripline, he murmured. If she doubles back, she's mine. Hotaru didn't slow. The pulse of chakra ahead grew stronger, erratic. Karin was moving fast now, her sensing field brushing theirs. Hotaru felt it like static on her skin. She knows we're here. Let her, Shikamaru said calmly. All that means is she's running scared. Hotaru's voice dropped, quiet but certain. No, she's running because she's playing with him. And she's about to learn the difference between teasing and taking what's mine. Her shadow surged forward again, vanishing through the brush, creeping ahead toward the flickering chakra signature just beyond the ridge. Shikamaru smirked, falling into pace beside her. Yeah, he thought, definitely not getting between them when this ends. Scene. Collision. Northern ridge, clearing by the stream. Karin landed lightly on a moss-covered stone, the forest quiet except for the steady rush of water beside her. Her chains loosened, setting Naruto down but keeping him tethered close. The redhead tilted her head, listening. There it was, faint and closing fast, the pulse of shadow chakra rippling through the trees. She smiled. All right, Nara girl, she whispered. Let's see your face when you catch me. Naruto shifted beside her, rubbing his wrists. You really don't know when to stop, do you? Karin's grin widened. Of course I do. I just don't want to. The air thickened. Leaves stirred. Then, a flicker of darkness. Hotaru dropped from the canopy, landing soundlessly on the opposite bank. Her eyes met Karin's immediately, calm, sharp, and burning beneath the stillness. Shadows rippled under her sandals, spreading outward in a black wave. Karin, Hotaru said evenly, voice quiet but tight. Hotaru, Karin replied sweetly, adjusting her glasses. You found us. Impressive. Shikamaru emerged seconds later, stepping out from the tree line, hands tucked in his vest. He didn't say a word. One look at his sister's face told him this wasn't his moment to interfere. Hotaru took a slow step forward. Release him. Karin tilted her head, pretending to think. I don't know, he's kind of cute when he's caught. Now. Karin exhaled through her nose, amused. You really don't like me, do you? Hotaru's expression didn't change. You're playing games you don't understand. Oh, I understand plenty. Karin's tone softened, playful but deliberate. She stepped closer to Naruto, so close her breath stirred his hair. Her hand rose, brushing the side of his face. Naruto froze, blinking, caught between confusion and panic. Don't, Hotaru started, but too late. Karin smiled, and pressed a soft kiss to his cheek. The forest went still. Even the wind hesitated. Naruto's face flushed crimson. Shikamaru winced, muttering under his breath, "Oh, she's dead." Hotaru didn't move at first. Her shadow did. It snapped outward, splitting into twin arcs that shot across the ground like twin serpents, fast, silent, and lethal in precision. The air itself seemed to tighten with a sudden surge of chakra. Karin stepped back just in time, her golden chains flashing into existence, deflecting the strike as dirt exploded between them. The smile didn't leave her face. "Guess I hit a nerve," she said, pushing up her glasses again. Hotaru's voice dropped to a whisper. "You just made this personal." Chapter 15. The clearing shook long before either girl realized how far they'd pushed themselves. Hotaru Nara drove forward first, sandals grinding into the dirt, stance low and tight, every muscle coiled with Nara discipline. Her fist snapped toward Karin's jaw with enough force to splinter wood. Karin twisted aside, her red hair whipping through the air, and answered with a sharp knee toward Hotaru's ribs. Hotaru blocked with both forearms, slid back, then launched again. No words, no hesitation, just raw intent. Karin stepped into the next exchange, palms glowing faintly with chakra, Uzumaki style, fierce and direct. Hotaru redirected the blow, pivoted, and hammered a kick toward Karin's thigh. Karin took it on her forearm, wincing, sliding back 2 steps. She grinned anyway. Shadow Princess hits harder than she looks. Hotaru didn't answer. She lunged again, elbow, palm strike, spinning hook kick, every move sharp, efficient, practiced. Karin blocked the first hit, deflected the second, but the third kick grazed her cheek and made her stumble. Behind them at the tree line, Naruto and Shikamaru stood frozen. Naruto whispered, "They're gonna kill each other." Shikamaru sighed, "And we're definitely witnesses." Wonderful. Back in the clearing, Karin moved first this time, dropping low and sweeping a leg. Hotaru jumped the attack, landed lightly, and slammed her knee into Karin's shoulder. Karin gritted her teeth and countered with a palm strike that knocked Hotaru back 2 full paces. They both reset their stances. Karin wiped her lip. "Didn't know you cared about him that much." Hotaru's eyes sharpened. "You kissed him." Karin shrugged mid-fight. "He didn't run." Hotaru's fist blurred toward her head. Karin barely blocked it. Their forearms collided, the sound like a kunai strike. The tension snapped. Hotaru slid back, shadows rippling at her feet like a living thing. Karin smirked. "Oh, finally." Hotaru's hands moved through seals, fast, practiced. Shadow stitch jutsu. Black tendrils shot from the ground, thin, needle-like, precise. Karin whipped her hand forward. Golden chakra chains exploded from her back, 3 of them, shimmering as they cracked through the air. They collided. Shadow needles met glowing chain links, sparks scattering in bursts of black and gold. Karin laughed, breath sharp. "There it is, that Nara talent." Hotaru's voice stayed calm. "You're fast. You'll have to be faster." Hotaru drove her shadow deeper, roots curling underfoot, the clearing dimming. Shadow possession, extended field. The ground darkened, pulling toward Karin's silhouette. Karin's eyes widened as her foot almost locked in Hotaru's stance. Almost. Her chains slammed into the ground, anchoring her. "You'll have to try harder than that." Hotaru didn't blink. That wasn't the real attack. Karin stiffened. 3 shadow spears erupted from behind her. Karin spun. Chains whipping up, 1, 2, 3 deflections in perfect timing. She landed hard, breath kicking up dust, but she was still smiling. "You're not getting behind me that easy." Hotaru rose, eyes narrowing. "You're good." Karin smirked. "And I'm getting better." They charged again. Shadow and chain collided in a ferocious whirl, smashing bark off trees, cutting lines into dirt, cracking stones in half. Naruto stared, pale. Shikamaru chewed a caramel like it was a stress pill. Then Karin shouted through the clash, voice raw, unfiltered. This is how I prove I belong beside both of you." Hotaru shoved forward, shadow flaring with emotion. "Then prove it." Their chakras surged, shadows lunged, chains roared, and the jutsu detonated in a shockwave that rattled birds out of the trees. The two kunoichi slid back through dust and broken earth, panting, eyes locked. Neither backing down, neither surrendering. Karin raised her chain-wrapped fists. "I'm not trying to take him away from you, Hotaru," she said, breathing hard but steady. "I'm showing you I'm strong enough to stand with him, and strong enough to stand with you." Hotaru swallowed, sweat on her brow, shadows twitching at her feet. "Then keep proving it." Karin grinned, fierce and fearless. "Gladly." And they collided once more. Taijutsu and jutsu mixing in a storm of shadow and gold. Neither girl yielding an inch. Naruto whispered behind Shikamaru. "What is happening?" Shikamaru sighed. "Love triangle politics. Let them figure it out." And in the clearing, shadows and chains continued to clash, each strike carrying the same message. Dust still drifted through the clearing when Hotaru surged forward again. She wasn't finished. Not even close. Her jaw was clenched tight, her eyes sharp with a fire Karin hadn't seen before. Not just competition, but something deeper. Something personal. Hotaru struck first. A snapping jab to Karin's sternum, blocked. A follow-up kick to the thigh, landed clean. A spinning backfist, Karin ducked, barely. Karin hopped back, rubbing her leg where Hotaru hit her. "You're still mad about that kiss, huh?" Karin breathed, half grinning. Hotaru didn't even respond in words. She moved. A straight punch drove Karin back 3 steps. A low sweep clipped her ankle. A knee strike hammered into Karin's ribs, forcing a grunt out of her chest. Karin rolled away, panting. Okay, look." Hotaru lunged at her again. "You used your chains on him," Hotaru snapped, her voice cracking through the air like thrown kunai. "You carried him off like cargo." Karin blocked a flurry of blows, barely. Her forearms were burning. And Hotaru's punch smashed into Karin's guard. "You kissed him." Naruto froze at the treeline. Shikamaru sighed. "Yep, she's mad." Karin spat a little blood, wiped her chin, and answered between breaths. It was part of the test. And he didn't complain. Hotaru stepped forward again, her shadow pulsing with her heartbeat. "You humiliated him, and you provoked me." Karin's eyes widened. "Oh, so that's what this is." Hotaru didn't deny it. She rushed Karin again, harsher, faster, more emotional than before. Her strikes had weight behind them now, not just discipline but feeling. A hook to the jaw. A palm strike to the chest. A knee to the stomach. A kick to the ribs that sent Karin skidding across the dirt. Karin coughed, pushing herself up on shaky elbows. "You're not letting any of that go, are you?" Hotaru's voice dropped cold. "No." Karin stood, flexing her fingers, rolling her shoulders, chains rattling softly beneath her skin. "Good," she said with a feral grin. "Because I'm not backing down either." Hotaru exhaled once, harsh, sharp, then dashed in again. They met at center field with explosive force. Hotaru's fists blurred like shadows. Karin's forearms blocked, redirected, absorbed. Their legs clashed midair, shin banging against shin. Sweat flew off both of them as they exchanged a vicious, bone-shaking storm of taijutsu. Every strike had a history behind it now. Kidnapping attempt. That smug arm looping. That kiss. That smirk. Karin met Hotaru's fury with Uzumaki stubbornness and iron will. "I did what I had to do," she snapped through a punch. "And I don't regret it." Hotaru's heel hammered into the ground beside Karin's foot. "You made him uncomfortable." Karin blocked 2 strikes and took the third on her shoulder. "And I apologized." Hotaru ducked, swept, and shoved Karin back again. "You kissed him without asking." Karin winced but kept her guard up. "And I won't pretend I don't like him." Hotaru froze mid-step. Just half a heartbeat, then swung again, harder. "And I won't pretend he's yours alone," Karin added, blocking with crossed arms. Hotaru growled, an actual growl, and hammered her fist toward Karin's guard. Karin caught her wrist and locked eyes with her. "That's why we're doing this," Karin hissed. "So you know I'm serious. I'm standing beside him, and I'm proving I can stand beside you too." Hotaru tore her wrist free, shadows snapping behind her. "Then keep proving it." Karin grinned. "Oh, I will." They collided again, harder, faster, more vicious, the ground cracking beneath them. The ground cracked again as Hotaru and Karin slammed into each other. Shadows flaring. Chains snapping out, trees splitting, a chakra shockwave blasted loose dirt in every direction. Naruto staggered backward, eyes wide. What? 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 Another explosion rocked the clearing as Hotaru and Karin collided in midair, crashing into a tree trunk so hard the bark burst off in flying chunks. Naruto stepped forward, panic rising. Wait, shouldn't we stop them? They're gonna kill each other. A hand grabbed the back of his collar. Shikamaru, expression exhausted, eyes dead, candy in his other hand. He didn't even look at Naruto when he muttered, "Nope." He dragged Naruto backward with one arm like he weighed nothing. Naruto flailed. Shikamaru, let go. They're destroying the entire training field. That tree is on fire. Hotaru is using 2 shadow spears at once. Shikamaru dug his heels in and pulled harder. Exactly why you don't go closer. Karin's chains slammed into the ground, splitting a boulder in half. Hotaru countered with a shadow whip that sliced a log clean through. The earth beneath their feet cracked like a shattered plate. Naruto's jaw dropped. I don't get it. Why are they so mad? Shikamaru didn't even blink. Because you exist. Naruto froze. Huh. Shikamaru gave him a look that belonged on a war veteran who'd seen things best left unspoken. Just trust me. Move back. Another explosion shook the trees. A chain smashed into the earth beside them, sending dirt blasting straight into the air. Naruto screamed, "We're too close." Shikamaru dragged him behind an overturned log and shoved his head down. For the love of the sage, Naruto, stay down. Naruto peeked over the log. Hotaru's shadow split like claws. Karin's chains lashed out like a whirlwind. They crashed together again with enough force to send shockwaves rattling the tree line. Naruto whispered, trembling, "They're gonna destroy the whole forest." Shikamaru sighed, finally settling beside him. "Troublesome," he muttered, chewing another caramel. "I told Akira-sensei this would happen the moment those two looked at you the same way." Naruto blinked, pale. "I didn't do anything." Shikamaru snorted. "Yeah, that's the problem." Another boom rocked the clearing. Naruto curled behind the log, eyes wide. "Oh man, they're fighting over me. I'm gonna die." Shikamaru patted his shoulder absently. "Probably." The last taijutsu exchange sent both kunoichi skidding apart, dirt spraying in long furrows behind their feet. Hotaru wiped a smear of mud from her cheek. Karin rolled her shoulder, her breath sharp but eyes blazing. Naruto peeked over the log again, and immediately ducked as a chunk of stone flew past. "Shikamaru, they're using elemental jutsu now." "Obviously," Shikamaru muttered. "Duck lower." Hotaru inhaled deeply, her hands already flashing through signs. Earth release, mud serpent. The ground in front of her swelled, twisted, and rose up as a thick, coiling serpent of hardened mud, snapping toward Karin with a roar of shifting stone. Karin jumped, chains whipping out. But Hotaru wasn't done. Water release, rushing wave. From the moisture in the soil and the river behind them, water surged upward in a crashing torrent, smashing into the mud serpent and carrying its weight forward like a living battering ram. Karin's eyes widened. "Oh, come on." She crossed her forearms, feeding chakra into the earth beneath her. Earth release. Stone wall, spiral form. The ground erupted upward in a circular dome of stone just as the wave hit. Water exploded around it. Mud cracked against it. The dome trembled violently. Then Karin retaliated. Her chains burst through the cracks in the stone ceiling. Whip, whip, whip. Slashing through water, tearing apart the remains of the mud serpent and snapping toward Hotaru. Hotaru was already moving. Her shadow surged up from the flooded ground, splitting into multiple tendrils. Shadow spears shot upward, deflecting 2 chains, but the third chain smashed through a tree trunk beside her, exploding wood across the clearing. Naruto yelped. Shikamaru dragged him lower. "Stop looking. That's how you die first." Karin charged forward, hand seals forming lightning fast. The earth beneath Hotaru's feet trembled, then shot upward in jagged stone spikes. Hotaru leapt, twisting mid-air, her hands weaving another seal. Water release, piercing rainshot. Droplets around her hardened into dozens of sharp, high-pressure bullets that rained down like needles. Karin's chains coiled in front of her. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks flew as chain links intercepted every water shot. Karin landed and skid. Hotaru landed opposite, water swirling around her ankles. They stared at each other, breath heaving, but neither backing down an inch. Karin smirked as her chains rattled, brightening with chakra. You think I'm going to let the Shadow Princess outdo me? Hotaru's shadow stretched behind her like an eclipsed sun. I think you're done pretending you're holding back. Karin laughed once. Yeah, guess I am. She slammed both palms to the ground. Earth release. Rising pillars. The entire clearing erupted in spiraling towers of stone. Hotaru's eyes snapped wide. She dove aside as a pillar smashed the earth behind her. Another shot up beneath her feet. She countered instantly. Shadow merge. Her body flattened into her shadow, sliding along the ground in a streak of darkness as pillars erupted all around her. Karin's chains lashed downward, trying to strike at the moving shadow. Hotaru re-emerged behind Karin, hands flying through seals. Water release. Binding stream. A ribbon of water coiled around Karin's ankle. Karin snarled. Her chains shattered the water instantly, and she threw a counter jutsu with no hesitation. Earth release. Stone hurl. Chunks of rock ripped free from the ground and blasted toward Hotaru. Hotaru's shadow rose, shielding her like a dark curtain. The stones smashed into it. Boom, crack, crash. Dust filled the forest. The only sound was Naruto whispering, "They're monsters." Shikamaru sighed. Welcome to dating in the Nara clan. The explosion of earth and water finally died down. Dust drifted through the ruined clearing. Shattered stone littered the ground. The bark of half a dozen trees hung in strips. Hotaru and Karin hit the dirt in opposite directions, sliding across the torn earth until they dug their heels in and stopped. Both breathing hard, both drenched in sweat, both refusing to fall. Naruto peeked over the log again, trembling. Shikamaru dragged him back down immediately. Still alive means stay hidden, Shikamaru muttered. In the clearing, Karin wiped blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, chest rising and falling. Hotaru steadied her stance, shadows tightening around her ankles once more. For a moment, neither girl moved. Then Karin spoke first, voice rough but clear. Hotaru. Hotaru narrowed her eyes. Don't think talking is going to save you. Karin shook her head, chains rattling behind her. I'm not trying to save myself. She stepped forward one pace. I'm trying to talk to you, Shadow Girl. Hotaru didn't lower her guard. Say what you need to say. Karin exhaled sharply, chakra still flaring around her. Look at everything we just did. She gestured to the obliterated clearing. Trees blasted apart, earth pillars, water everywhere, chains and shadows trying to kill each other. Hotaru didn't blink. You escalated it. You did too, Karin shot back. And you know it. Hotaru's jaw tightened, but she didn't deny it. Karin continued, stepping forward another careful step, respectful distance, not aggressive. We're wasting energy hitting each other, she said. When there are going to be other girls trying to get Naruto's attention later. Hotaru stiffened. Karin pointed a thumb at her own chest. You're strong, smart. You actually care about him. She pointed at herself. I care about him too. Hotaru kept silent, but her chakra rippled. Karin's voice dropped to a sharper edge, not hostile, but brutally honest. Wouldn't it make more sense if we stopped trying to take each other's heads off? Hotaru's shadow twitched. Karin held up a hand. And instead focused on keeping other girls away from him? Hotaru blinked. Once. It was enough to show the idea hit her. Karin pressed on. You know how Naruto is. He's kind, loyal, too trusting. Girls are going to notice that. And they're going to try to get close. Hotaru's voice came out low. Yes. So, Karin said, planting her foot firmly in the dirt. Why fight each other, when we could stand together? Hotaru stared at her across the broken clearing, bruised, panting, chakra still flaring, but something behind her eyes shifted. Not softness, not friendship, respect. You think I would work with you? Hotaru asked quietly. Karin nodded once. I do, because it helps both of us. Hotaru's shadow steadied, her fists loosened just slightly. Karin finished, voice steady. He likes you. He's comfortable with you. I'm not taking that from you. Hotaru inhaled sharply, the first crack in her anger. Karin added, calm and unapologetic, and I like him too. I'm not pretending otherwise. Hotaru exhaled hard, grounding herself. So your idea is that instead of fighting each other, her shadow lifted behind her, slow, thoughtful. We keep others away from him? Karin smirked, tired but sincere. Exactly. Hotaru glared at her one last time. Then slowly, very slowly, she nodded. That, she admitted, might actually work. Karin's grin broke through the dust and exhaustion. Knew it. Naruto peeked over the log again. Are they done? Are they? A chain sliced the ground near him and Hotaru's shadow curled threateningly by his foot. Shikamaru yanked him down again. No. Stay down until their chakra drops below, forest destroying. Hotaru's guard finally dipped. Just a fraction, as Karin's logic settled into the dust-filled air. The clearing was still half destroyed. Their breaths were still sharp and uneven. Their chakra still crackled, but the fire behind Hotaru's eyes had shifted from anger to calculation. She lowered her stance slightly. So we stop fighting each other, Hotaru said slowly, and we deal with anyone else who tries to get close to him. Karin nodded, wiping dirt from her cheek. Exactly. We work together. Hotaru studied her across the ruined ground. And what happens, she asked quietly, when it comes to him? When it comes to Naruto? Karin breathed out once, steady, certain, then spoke clear and direct. We share him. Hotaru's eyes widened, only slightly, but enough for Karin to see she'd hit the mark. Karin took a step forward, chains rattling softly behind her like metal rain. No fighting, no sabotage, no jealousy that tears all of us apart. Another step. Hotaru didn't retreat. We make a deal, Karin said. You like him. I like him. He likes you. And he's too soft-hearted to handle being forced to choose. Hotaru's teeth clenched, because she knew it was true. Karin continued, voice firm, unwavering. We can share him between us. Without issues, without drama, without hurting him, and without hurting each other. Hotaru's shadow fluttered around her sandals, betraying her internal struggle. Karin pointed at the destroyed ground between them. This fight? She said. This was us proving we're strong. Not rivals. Not enemies. Karin's voice softened, not romantically, not intimately, but honestly. And if we're both going to be in his life, it's better that we choose to stand beside each other, not fight over him. Hotaru inhaled slowly. Deep. Measured. You're serious, she whispered. Karin nodded once. Completely. Hotaru dropped her gaze for only a heartbeat, thinking, calculating, weighing the Nara way, then looked up again. If we agree to this, Hotaru said carefully, there will be rules. Karin smirked faintly. I expected nothing less from you. Hotaru crossed her arms, shadows steadying at her feet. We protect him together. Deal, Karin said instantly. And we don't undermine each other. Deal. And if other girls show up, we shut it down, Karin finished. Silence stretched between them. No hostility now. No heat. Just clarity and an agreement forged in the middle of a battlefield they'd created. Hotaru finally nodded. Sharing him, she said quietly, might actually work. Karin gave a relieved exhale and rested her hands on her hips. Knew you were reasonable. Hotaru scowled lightly. Reasonable doesn't mean I like what you did. Karin shrugged. Fair, but we're past that now. Behind the log, Naruto whispered, Shikamaru? Yeah? Are they saying what I think they're saying? Shikamaru rubbed his face. Yup, and you're doomed. The moment the words, we share him, settled in the clearing, Naruto's brain broke. He stared over the log, mouth hanging open, face pale. Shikamaru? Shikamaru didn't even look at him. He just muttered, yeah. We're leaving. Naruto blinked. What do you? Shikamaru grabbed him by the back of his collar, yanked him up like a sack of grain, and body flicker. Wind ripped past them in a blur. The devastated clearing vanished. Trees whipped by in streaks of green. Naruto screamed the entire way. Wait. They landed beside Akira in the next instant. The silver-haired Genin standing near the tree line with her arms crossed and an expression that said she already knew something terrible was happening. Naruto collapsed to his knees, dizzy and shaking. Why would you do that? Shikamaru pointed back toward the destroyed clearing. Because staying there was suicide. Akira turned her head slowly. Her eyes widened. Her eyebrow twitched. Why is half the forest gone? Naruto lifted a shaky hand. I can explain. No, Shikamaru cut in, raising a finger. You cannot. Akira's gaze sharpened dangerously. What did those two do? Naruto swallowed. Shikamaru patted his shoulder with pity. Then, Hotaru landed behind them in a burst of shadow. Her breath still slightly fast from the fight. Dirt smudged across her cheek, but posture controlled. Akira stared at her. Hotaru bowed slightly. We resolved things. Akira blinked. Resolved? Her eye twitched. I heard an explosion. Shikamaru coughed. Multiple explosions. Like, at least 20, Naruto added weakly. Akira rubbed the bridge of her nose. Shadows. Chains. Earth pillars. Water jutsu, Shikamaru recited while Naruto nodded in pure fear. Akira's eye twitched even harder. Hotaru. Yes, sensei? Where? Akira said slowly, is the Uzumaki. FWUMP. Karin dropped out of the trees in a controlled landing, skidding the final 3 feet before popping upright with a bright grin. She lifted one hand and waved happily. Yo! Akira's eyebrow twitched so hard it could have broken. Naruto stiffened, eyes widening. Shikamaru sighed like he'd aged 10 years in 10 minutes. Hotaru's eye narrowed in a told you this isn't over way. Karin trotted over like they were all having a picnic instead of standing in front of the wreckage of a small battlefield. She didn't stand next to Naruto. She didn't sit beside him. She walked right around the log and, plop, sat cross-legged directly behind him, arms draping casually over his shoulders. Naruto froze, stiff as a board, face red, soul leaving his body. Hotaru. Shikamaru. She's touching me. Karin leaned in a little, chin almost touching his shoulder. Well yeah, she said cheerfully. We're a team now. Naruto's jaw dropped. We what? Hotaru exhaled through her nose, calm but with a hint of a possessive twitch. Shikamaru didn't even try anymore. He just pinched the bridge of his nose and muttered. This is why I didn't want to come back. Akira stared at the scene in front of her, the trembling blonde boy, the smug redhead, the quiet but deadly shadow user, and the ruined forest behind them. Her voice came out low, dangerously controlled. Someone, she said, had better explain to me why the training grounds look like a meteor hit them. Karin lifted a finger innocently. Oh, that was my fault. Hotaru crossed her arms. And mine. Akira looked from one girl to the other. Then down at Naruto. Then back at the crater. She inhaled deeply. Does this explanation involve, she asked, the Uzumaki chaining you and kissing you again? Naruto flailed so hard he nearly fell over. No, no, please don't say that out loud. Karin smirked behind him. Oh trust me, sensei, this time it wasn't a kiss. We were having a productive discussion. Hotaru nodded, perfectly composed. We reached an agreement. Naruto froze. Shikamaru stared at him with deep pity. Akira blinked. Agreement? Karin lifted both hands, fingers tapping Naruto's shoulders playfully. Yep, we're gonna share him. Naruto seized up like he'd been hit with a paralysis seal. Akira's eye twitched so violently it shifted her headband. You're what? Akira's eye twitched so violently that even Shikamaru stepped back. Karin still had her arms draped over Naruto's shoulders like this was the most normal moment of her life. Hotaru stood calm but alert, ready to pull Naruto away the second Karin pushed too far. Naruto looked like he was about to pass out. Akira inhaled slowly, deeply, painfully, and let it out in one crisp order. Enough. The entire clearing stilled. Karin straightened behind Naruto. Hotaru immediately focused. Shikamaru stood at attention. Naruto squeaked. Akira crossed her arms, silver hair shifting with the breeze, her voice quiet but sharp as a blade. I don't care who kissed who. I don't care who chained who. And I do not care that the training grounds look like a summoning beast break danced through them. Karin snorted. Hotaru elbowed her. Akira leaned forward, eyes narrowing dangerously. What I do care about is that you three stop blowing up the forest long enough for us to take a mission. Naruto blinked. A mission? Akira nodded once. You're Genin, and it's time. She lifted a small scroll, flicking it open with her thumb. You all go home, clean up, pack your gear. We depart at sunrise. Hotaru straightened. A mission outside the village? Akira nodded again. Naruto swallowed. For real? For real for real? Karin smirked, flicking a chain playfully before letting it fade. Hope it's something fun. Akira let the scroll snap shut. It's your first C rank. Escort duty. Land of rivers. Naruto's eyes widened like it was the greatest gift anyone had ever spoken aloud. We're going outside the village? Hotaru. Karin, we're going outside. He spun around, only to freeze when both girls stepped closer at once. Akira cleared her throat loudly. You three, she said, tone leaving no room for argument, are going home. Separately. Hotaru nodded immediately. Karin sighed dramatically. Naruto deflated with relief. And, Akira continued, you will wash the dirt, blood, singed clothing, and emotional trauma off before meeting me at the gate. Shikamaru raised a hand. Do I have to wash the emotional trauma too? Akira glared at him. Yes. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome. Akira pointed toward the village. Go. All of you. Now. And for once, even Karin obeyed without argument. Naruto stepped out beyond the last broken tree trunk of the ruined training grounds and finally exhaled. Man, I thought we were really gonna die back there. A whisper of air cut him off. Hotaru appeared right beside him, silent as a falling leaf, her chakras smooth and controlled, her presence suddenly filling the space at his right shoulder. Naruto nearly jumped out of his sandals. Hotaru? I didn't even hear you. She didn't answer. She simply placed 2 fingers on his sleeve, and murmured one word, hold on. Naruto blinked. Hold FWOOM. Her body flicker wrapped around them in a spiraling shadow, and the world snapped into motion. Trees blurred by. Wind whipped across his face. His stomach flipped. Naruto shouted the whole way. Why are we body flickering again? They landed atop the quiet path leading toward the Nara compound, several entire blocks away from the training fields. Naruto collapsed to his knees, gripping the ground. I'm not built for this many body flickers in one day. Hotaru didn't even look winded. She glanced back the way they came, her eyes narrowing in calculation. Karin was about to follow you, Hotaru said calmly. Naruto froze. Oh, ooh, makes sense. Hotaru stepped closer, brushing dirt from his shoulder with a small, steady motion. You live with us, she reminded him softly. You're under our roof, under our protection, under my responsibility. Naruto swallowed hard, cheeks warming slightly. Why yeah, I know. Hotaru nodded once, gaze steady, tone gentle but unmistakably firm. I'm not letting her drag you home when I can do it myself. Naruto laughed nervously. Yeah, thanks for the extraction. Hotaru finally exhaled, a controlled release of tension he knew too well. She'll be along shortly, Hotaru said, glancing at the tree line. She won't quit, and she won't let you out of her sight. Naruto's eyes widened. She's already tracking us? Hotaru gave a tiny nod. She has a good sense for your chakra. Naruto groaned. I am so doomed. Hotaru smirked just slightly, stepping ahead of him down the path. Come on, home, dinner, sleep. Tomorrow is our first C rank. Naruto scrambled up to follow her. As they walked toward the Nara compound, shadows lengthening across the road, Naruto whispered, Hotaru? She glanced back, expression softening just a little. Yes? You, didn't have to flicker me away so fast. Hotaru looked forward, her ears turning faintly pink. I know, she murmured. I wanted to. The Nara compound gates slid open with a soft wooden creak as Hotaru and Naruto stepped inside. Evening light stained the courtyard gold, deer grazing lazily between the trees. Everything felt calmer here, quieter, steadier, a sharp contrast to the half-destroyed training grounds behind them. Naruto stretched his sore shoulders. Man, I love this place. It's peaceful. Nobody's exploding anything. Hotaru shot him a look. You were almost exploded. Naruto winced. That's fair? They removed their sandals and stepped inside. The moment Naruto's foot crossed the threshold, Yoshino's voice floated warm and melodic from the kitchen. Hotaru? Naruto? Wash up, supper's almost ready. Naruto smiled despite his exhaustion. Yoshino-san really makes this place feel like an actual home. Hotaru paused at that, glancing at him with a soft expression she didn't show anyone else. Good, she said quietly. You deserve one. Naruto flushed. Before he could respond, Hotaru grabbed his wrist and tugged him toward the guest room. Come on, we need to get ready. Huh? But dinner, it can wait 2 minutes. Inside his room, modest, clean, carefully organized by Yoshino, Hotaru moved immediately into her role. Efficient, focused, calm, she pulled his pack from the corner. She opened it, checking supplies. Then she crossed to her own pack and started aligning both side by side on the tatami mat. Naruto watched, baffled. Hotaru? Why are you packing for me? She didn't stop, didn't look embarrassed, didn't even slow. You forget things, she said simply. And tomorrow is your first C rank. I'm not letting you show up missing half your gear. Naruto sputtered. I can pack my own bag. Hotaru raised an eyebrow as she tightened his canteen strap. When have you ever remembered enough medical tape? Naruto opened his mouth, froze, and shut it again. Fair. Hotaru nodded, slid his pack toward him, and checked off items on a small paper list she'd written earlier. Rations, water, smoke bombs, kunai, explosive tags, cord, bedroll. Naruto watched, heart pounding with a mix of gratitude and embarrassment. You really didn't have to do all this for me. Hotaru paused. Then she looked at him, soft, steady, warm in a way that made him swallow. Yes, she said, I did. Before he could melt into the tatami, she stood. Come on, I'm helping mom cook. Naruto blinked. Oh, should I? No, Hotaru interrupted, already stepping through the door. You'll get in the way. Naruto frowned dramatically. Hey, Hotaru smirked as she walked off. Hotaru entered the kitchen where Yoshino stood at the cutting board, sleeves rolled up, steam rising from a simmering pot. The warm smell of miso broth and stir-fry vegetables filled the air. Yoshino smiled as Hotaru stepped beside her. Good, I need an extra pair of hands. Hotaru washed her hands and began chopping scallions with practiced ease. Yoshino watched her for a moment, quiet, observant, before speaking softly. You two got home fast. Hotaru's fingers hesitated only slightly before continuing their rhythm. I didn't want Karin to get here first. Yoshino smothered a knowing smile against her spoon. I see. Hotaru kept chopping, calm but alert. Karin will come anyway. She's determined. Oh, I figured, Yoshino said. Uzumaki are stubborn. Hotaru paused again. Yes, she's very stubborn. Yoshino placed a gentle hand on her daughter's shoulder. Stubborn recognizes stubborn, you know. Hotaru gave a tiny nod, the kind that carried 1,000 unspoken thoughts. Yoshino stirred the pot and whispered, regardless of arrangements, you're still the one who brought him home today. Hotaru's breath softened. Yes, Mom, and you're the one he'll rely on tonight, Yoshino added warmly. Hotaru allowed herself the smallest smile. Karin landed lightly on the street outside her newly assigned apartment, the evening breeze sweeping through her red hair. Konoha's lanterns were just beginning to flicker to life, washing the rooftops in soft yellow light. She exhaled, rolling her shoulders as the last of her adrenaline faded. Phew, Hotaru hits harder than she looks. Karin flexed her fingers, her knuckles were scraped raw, her ribs sore, her chakra coils still humming from the chain and earth release use. But she was smiling, because today, she fought a Nara head-on. And survived. Not just survived, proved herself. She walked inside the apartment. It was small, just one room, a kitchenette, a futon, a desk, but it smelled clean and fresh, and the window overlooked a small alley garden with potted plants. Someone clearly prepared it carefully for her arrival. She set her pack down and stretched her back until it popped. Okay, first C rank tomorrow. I need to be ready. Karin opened her travel pack. Everything inside was a mess. Kunai thrown in at random angles, scrolls half unrolled, chain segments tangled into a single metal knot. She groaned. Right, Uzumaki organization. 0 out of 10. She plopped down on the tatami with a grunt and started entangling her gear. Her fingers moved automatically, looping chain links, tightening the clasps, adjusting the chakra seals etched into the metal. She checked her medical supplies, reorganized her tags, folded her clothes neatly for the first time since arriving. And all the while, her thoughts kept circling back to one thing. Naruto. Not just his smile, not just his warmth, but his potential, his chakra, his instincts, his strength, and now, his connection to someone else. Hotaru, Karin muttered under her breath. She wasn't angry. She wasn't jealous in the typical sense. But she was determined. Hotaru had proven her place. Hotaru had proven her strength. Hotaru had proven she cared for him deeply. Karin respected that, but Karin wasn't backing down from Naruto either. She tied off her chain holster and leaned back against the wall, staring at the ceiling. We actually agreed to share him. She let out a small laugh, half disbelief, half triumph. Hotaru really is stubborn, but she didn't push me away. Karin smirked to herself. And tomorrow? I'll prove I belong beside both of them. She finished her pack, tightened every strap, laid her forehead protector neatly on top, and changed into clean clothes. The standard Konoha outfit Akira recommended, glasses polished and straight. Then she stood in front of the mirror, hands on her hips. Uzumaki Karin, she said to her reflection. Future top kunoichi of the village. Member of Team 15. And tomorrow, I show them all what I can do. She tied the last knot on her tool pouch, blew a stray strand of hair out of her eyes, and slung her pack over her shoulder. Naruto, she murmured softly. Don't fall behind. She extinguished the lamp, rolled out her futon, and lay down with a small, confident smile. Tomorrow was a big day. And she was ready. The low dining table glowed softly under lantern light, steam rising from bowls of rice and miso. Naruto sat stiffly on the tatami, trying to disappear into his seat. Hotaru sat calmly beside him, though her ears were pink. Across from them, Shikamaru leaned back with interest. Yoshino smiled warmly as she set down another dish. Shikamaru dropped into his seat with all the exhaustion of a man 3 decades older than he was. The moment Yoshino settled, she looked around the table. So, she said cheerfully, how was training today? Naruto immediately tensed. Hotaru stiffened. Shikamaru smirked. Mom, he said, you're gonna love this. Hotaru glared. Shikamaru, don't, he raised a lazy hand. Nope, too late. He turned to his parents. You remember Karin, the Uzumaki girl Akira-sensei told to kidnap Naruto for the tracking exercise? Naruto flailed. It was a test mission. Not a real kidnapping. Yoshino's eyes sparkled. Yes, dear, we know. Akira told us. Hotaru muttered, she still chained him like luggage. Shikamaru continued dramatically. Well, after the test extraction, Hotaru and Karin had a fight. Naruto face planted into the table. Yoshino covered her mouth to stop laughing. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. A fight, huh? Oh yeah, Shikamaru said, sitting up straighter. A big one. Full-on taijutsu, shadow jutsu, earth release, water release, chains whipping around like a chakra storm. Yoshino gasped softly. Oh my? Shikamaru leaned forward, interested. Who ordered jutsu escalation? Hotaru stiffened. No one. It was personal. Naruto groaned. It was definitely personal. Shikamaru nodded solemnly. They leveled half the training grounds. Dad, I'm serious. At one point I had to body flicker Naruto away before he got vaporized. Shikamaru stroked his chin. So, who won? Hotaru nearly snapped her chopsticks. Naruto turned purple. Shikamaru thought for a moment. It was a draw. Shikamaru nodded, impressed. Draws are rare at that intensity. Yoshino leaned toward Hotaru, a mischievous glint in her eyes. So, sweetheart, you and this Karin girl tore up the forest over Naruto? Hotaru's face flushed deeply. We resolved things. Naruto whimpered. Shikamaru nodded. Oh yeah, they resolved it with, a diplomatic agreement. Yoshino's smile widened. I'm sure you did. Hotaru's ears reddened even more. Shikamaru turned to Naruto, completely unfazed. So the Uzumaki girl, he said, she hold her ground well? Naruto blinked rapidly. Why yeah, actually she's really strong, Shikamaru nodded thoughtfully. Good, you'll need strong teammates. Naruto wasn't sure if that was reassuring or terrifying. Yoshino placed a comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder. Well, dear, at least you know you're very popular. Naruto lowered his head onto the table again. I want to die. Hotaru nudged his knee under the table. Steady, grounding, quiet. You'll be fine, she murmured. We have a mission tomorrow. Shikamaru slurped his soup. Yeah, try not to get kidnapped again. Even on purpose. Naruto groaned. Hotaru sighed. Yoshino laughed softly. Shikamaru smirked with approval. Chaotic. Embarrassing. Warm. The Nara compound settled into silence as the night deepened. Crickets chirped softly in the gardens. A cool breeze drifted through the corridor windows, carrying the scent of cedar and distant fireflies. Everyone slept. Shikamaru was snoring faintly. Yoshino slept with the calmness of someone who had survived raising both Nara children. Shikamaru's quiet, steady breathing echoed from down the hall. Only one person was awake. Hotaru. She stood barefoot in the dim hallway, her shadow stretching behind her in a soft ripple as she hesitated outside Naruto's door. Her fingers brushed the wood frame. She told herself she was only checking on him, making sure he was ready for tomorrow, ensuring he wasn't nervous, ensuring he felt safe. But she also knew the truth. Today had shaken him. And her. She slid the door open quietly. Naruto lay on his futon, curled beneath a half-kicked blanket, face turned toward the moonlight coming through the window. His breathing was steady, but there was a tension in his shoulders, the kind that meant his thoughts had kept him awake for a long time before sleep finally won. Hotaru stepped inside silently, her chakra suppressed so deeply not even a seasoned Jonin would have sensed her. She kneeled beside him. A small lantern on his bedside table flickered softly, painting warm gold across his hair and face. Hotaru watched him for a long moment, her expression softening more than she allowed in the daytime. "Idiot," she whispered under her breath. Not an insult, a fond truth. "You let yourself get dragged into everything," she murmured, brushing a stray blonde hair off his forehead. "You get caught between people. You get hurt without noticing." Naruto shifted slightly in his sleep, leaning unconsciously toward her touch. Hotaru froze, breath catching for half a second. Then she relaxed. She pulled the blanket up higher over his shoulders, adjusting it gently so he wouldn't get cold. "You did well today," she whispered. "You handled everything. You didn't give up, even when we scared you." She hesitated, just for a few breaths, before leaning down a little closer. Her voice was softer than the moonlight. "I'm proud of you, Naruto." He didn't stir this time, only breathed evenly, eyes closed. Hotaru sat beside him for another moment, just listening to the quiet, letting her heartbeat slow. Tomorrow, they'd leave the village. Tomorrow, both she and Karin would be beside him. Tomorrow, she needed to be strong. She stood, shadows rising with her, and slid the door halfway closed. Then paused. She glanced back one last time. "Sleep well," she whispered. "I'll be here in the morning." And with that, she slipped silently out of the room, letting the darkness swallow her presence once more as the Nara household slept peacefully around them. Late night, the Hokage's tower. The Hokage's office was quiet except for the soft scratching of a brush on parchment. Hiruzen Sarutobi worked under lamplight, scrolls stacked high, smoke from his pipe curling gently in the air. A knock sounded at the door. "Enter," he said without looking up. The door slid open and Akira Kurosawa stepped inside, silver hair disheveled, uniform dirt-streaked, one eyebrow twitching like she'd aged 10 years in a single afternoon. Hiruzen set down his brush. "Akira," he said slowly. "You look troubled." Akira inhaled once, straightened her spine, and bowed. "Lord Hokage, I'm here to report the status of Team 15. Hiruzen nodded. "Proceed." Akira pulled a crumpled piece of paper from her sleeve and flattened it on his desk. It was a rough sketch of the Team 15 training grounds. Except half of it was crossed out, encircled, and labeled, "Crater," in angry handwriting. Hiruzen blinked. "Is this?" "Yes," Akira said flatly. "The training field." Hiruzen leaned back. "Destroyed? Obliterated." Akira rubbed her temples. "Chains. Shadows. Earth release. Water release. At least 2 shockwaves. I believe a small tree may have achieved low orbit." Hiruzen coughed. "Good heavens." Akira continued, voice tight. "Uzumaki Karin and Nara Hotaru engaged in a disagreement." Hiruzen's expression darkened slightly. "Was it about Uzumaki Naruto?" Akira nodded. "Yes. Their emotions are strong." Hiruzen sighed through his nose, leaning both hands on his staff. "Explain." Akira took a deep breath, bracing herself. "Well, Lord Hokage, during my team exercise, I instructed Karin to perform a mock extraction, to test her abilities and to test Hotaru and Shikamaru's tracking." Hiruzen nodded. "Reasonable." Akira's eye twitched. Karin interpreted the order creatively. Hiruzen frowned. "Define creatively." She chained Naruto to her back, covered his mouth, and sprinted into the forest. Hiruzen blinked twice, slowly removed his pipe from his mouth. "I see." Akira continued. "Hotaru did not appreciate that. And, pursued." "Pursued?" With lethal enthusiasm. Hiruzen pinched the bridge of his nose. "Continue." Once Hotaru caught up, the two engaged in taijutsu. Then jutsu. Then elemental jutsu. Then, Akira gestured vaguely with both hands, the forest lost. Hiruzen gave a long, ancient sigh. He reached for his pipe. And where was Naruto during this? Akira coughed once. Shikamaru body flickered him to safety. Several times. The Hokage nodded. "Good boy." Akira let out a small groan. "Lord Hokage, I am a Jonin. I have fought at the border. I've hunted missing nin. I have outdrank Anko Mitarashi. But I cannot handle whatever this Triangle of emotional destruction is becoming. Hiruzen lifted an eyebrow. Triangle? Akira glared at absolutely nothing. They've formed a pact. Hiruzen blinked. A pact? To share Naruto, Akira said in a monotone. The silence was long. Very long. Hiruzen closed his eyes, considering the ramifications. Kami help that boy. Akira nodded. That's what Shikamaru said. Hiruzen exhaled deeply, then spoke. Despite everything, do you judge them ready? Akira straightened immediately. Yes. Naruto performed well. Hotaru showed strong tactical reach. Karin proved her combat strength. They resolved their conflict. She paused, at least, temporarily. Hiruzen nodded slowly. Then the C-rank mission will proceed. Akira bowed stiffly. I'll ensure they don't destroy anything else in the meantime. Hiruzen smirked. No promises? Akira's eye twitched. No, Lord Hokage. Dismissed. Akira vanished in a flicker of silver chakra. Hiruzen leaned back heavily, staring at the mountain of paperwork, then at the training field sketch marked, crater. Minato, he murmured to no one, your son is attracting dangerous women again. He lit his pipe. And he is much too young for this. The lamp flickered. The pipe smoke curled lazily. The scroll sat untouched. And then, Hiruzen snickered. Just a small, dry chuckle at first. Then another. Share him, he muttered, rubbing his forehead. Those girls are going to give that boy gray hair before he ever becomes Chunin. He leaned back in his chair, exhaling a long, tired breath. But the smile stayed. A soft laugh escaped him next. Blonde boys and strong women, he murmured. It really does run in the blood. He closed his eyes, letting memory flood him. Karin Uzumaki. She stormed into his mind like a red-haired hurricane, wild, loud, fierce, terrifying, loyal to a fault. He could almost hear her voice echoing in the room. If Minato doesn't notice me today, I'm gonna break his face, Bane. Hiruzen laughed out loud. Oh, Kushina, you were unstoppable. And Minato never stood a chance. He wiped a tear from the corner of his eye, shaking his head. And now your boy is being tag-teamed by two girls before his first C rank. He chuckled again. If you were here, you'd be cheering them on. He leaned forward, tapping ashes from his pipe. Kushina, wherever you are, your son inherited more of you than he knows. He lifted the pipe to his lips and murmured, and your temper too. Kami help Hotaru and Karin if that ever surfaces. He chuckled one last time, cheeks warm with affection. Blonde boys and Uzumaki girls. Some things never change. Then he sighed, leaned back, and returned to his paperwork, though his smile lingered long after the ink dried. Late night, Akira's home. Akira flickered into her apartment in a quiet ripple of silver chakra. The moment her feet hit the floor, she dropped her pack, kicked off her sandals, and fell backward onto her bed with a long, weary exhale. Not in defeat, not in fear, just processing. Her eyes stared blankly at the wooden beams above her as her mind replayed the day piece by piece. Karin's chains, precise, controlled, Uzumaki viciousness wrapped in discipline. Hotaru's shadow expansion, deeper reach than any academy student should have. Hotaru's earth and water synergy, instinctive, fluid. Karin's counter-earth jutsu, perfectly timed. Naruto, durable, adaptive, holding his own emotionally despite chaos swirling around him. Shikamaru, calmly strategizing under pressure. Akira inhaled slowly. She'd seen Genin crumble under less. She rested her arm over her forehead, lips tugging into a tired but unmistakably proud smile. They're monsters. Not literal monsters. Shinobi monsters, the rare kind. Prodigies. Akira rolled onto her side, staring at the dim moonlit window. Hotaru's shadow control, she's already matching mid-Chunin range. A small, proud snort. Karin's chakra reserves, easily double a normal Genin. And then, softer. Naruto, his instincts alone carried him today. He's growing fast. She closed her eyes, replaying the moment they resolved their fight instead of letting it destroy them. That mattered more than anything. And they came out stronger, she murmured. Unified, focused, dangerous. She felt a warmth in her chest she hadn't expected, the warmth of a teacher recognizing the spark in her team. They're good kids, she whispered. Stubborn, emotional, reckless, a soft chuckle, but good. She folded her hands behind her head, mind drifting through scenarios, tactical calculations, future missions, potential matchups. Hotaru against mid-level Genin? She'd hold for a while. Karin against a missing nin? She'd survive, maybe even overwhelm. Naruto with enough training? Her smile widened. He's his mother's son. The realization trickled through her like cold water and warm fire at once. The jutsu potential, the teamwork under pressure, the explosive growth, the raw chakra, and the way they drew strength from conflict instead of collapsing under it. Her breath hitched. Oh no. She sat up slowly, staring into the shadowed corner of her room. I'm not raising a Genin squad, she whispered. Understanding hit her with quiet finality. I'm raising the next generation Sannin. She sank back onto the bed, staring at the ceiling again, this time with awe, exhaustion, and a strange flutter of pride that warmed her chest. Cammy, help me, she murmured, smiling despite herself. But, they've got it. All three of them. She let out a slow breath, finally letting the day settle. I'll make them into the best shinobi of their era, she said softly. And I'll protect them until they're ready. The moonlight washed over her face as she whispered. Tomorrow, they take their first real step. With that final thought, proud, determined, and exhausted, Akira closed her eyes and drifted into sleep. And that concludes part 2 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Shadows That Bind, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Dark Knight 1994, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.